would make it this far. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash and the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show, they all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger.
Yeah. What's goody? Oh! Look everybody on cheese! Charles Evans Cheese in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Salute, Cheese. What's good, man? Salute to you, man. Good to see you back in the building, man. Long time no see. Hope you've been catching the replays. You know, we've been growing, man. It's been slow, but it's for sure, man. We trying to keep it boxing. You know how it is. The sport keeps on moving, but, you know, slow, but for sure wins the race. But we still staying disciplined and we still staying committed to the game, man. So I appreciate you, Cheese, for sure. First super chat, Super Color in the building says, what's going on with y'all? Checking back in, putting some color in the chat. Back on my grind, salad and chicken breast so we King Kong shape. What's up in the fabulous world of boxing? ATB Combat Media chat, turn up tonight. Turn up. Yeah. Turn up for sure, man. I appreciate you, Cheese. I appreciate you, family. Thank you for the love, man. We do have a lot of stuff to talk about tonight, man. Great weekend of boxing, man. The UK card did its thing, man. We gotta stop playing with the UK when it comes to this boxing game. But an American fighter, Brandon Figueroa, went over there and showed out. Liverpool is diabolical. Shout out to Liverpool. The UK got some of the most passionate boxing fans in the space, man. You can't even be mad at them, right? But it did get crazy over there for Brandon Figueroa, going into enemy territory in the backyard of enemy territory, and they showed out for their fighter, man. Liverpool did what they did, man. They showed up, but Brandon Figueroa showed up too, man. We're gonna talk about that because 126 is on fire. If you follow me, you know how I feel about the 126-pound division, so we definitely gonna talk about it, the whole entire situation. And Turkey seems to be interested in what's going on 126 as well. We're gonna talk about all that. We got to talk about my guy Andre Ward today as well, man. Yo, listen, man, Mauricio Suleiman opened up a can of something serious, man. He's not doing himself any favors, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I told you guys before, I'm sure the bylaws support every move he makes. But at the end of the day, how's the PR? Is the PR going to work? I don't know. Now you got Roy Jones on board. Everybody's asking questions. crazy interview today as well dropped from Chris Mannix and Mauricio Suleiman. I gotta tell you guys, did not help his case as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what you guys thought about it. You'll let me know about that. We'll talk about that as well. Looks like Jerome Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz Jr. still in negotiations, man, which is a good thing because I'm not gonna lie, I lost faith in the situation happening. But like Virgil pushed it. He made it happen. He's obviously getting through to Oscar. Oscar understands in order to make his fighter happy, he has to be willing to make the biggest fights. Big risk for Virgil Ortiz, obviously a big risk for Golden Boy, and the same thing for Jerome Boots Ennis, right? So the negotiations are moving forward. They're trying to figure it out. They're trying to make a fight happen. For what I'm hearing is they're aiming for the end of April. One of the biggest fights that can be made in the American boxing space right now. Virgil Ortiz Jr. versus Jerome Boots Ennis. So, man, we just all can sit back quietly and watch the adults make the decisions, right, as to what they're going to do. And we're going to sit here and hope and pray that they figure it out for boxing, man, for the American boxing space. Dana White makes an announcement today as well. Lets everybody know that the first actual Zuffa championship will be on the line between Jai Opataya and what's his name again? Something Glandon. What's his name? I can't remember his name, man. What's my guy's name? I gotta find it. I cannot remember his name, but it's gonna be the first cruiserweight championship. So if there was any questions or concerns about whether or not he'd be supporting the cruiserweight division and just going straight to the heavyweight, well, there it goes right there, right? So there'll be a cruiserweight division. That's going to be an interesting point of conversation. We've also got a special guest that's going to be stopping in the building today. We'll be talking to Demazian Vanhowder. You guys know the new prospect heavyweight on Zuffa Boxing. You guys might have seen him on MVP Promotions. He'll be on the show today as well to tell us about his career, what he's got going on. Future champion. I mean, this kid has all of the intangibles. Tall, in great shape, fundamentally sound, a lot of power. I mean, he just brings all these different intangibles. American boxing needs some sort of good energy behind it. And he seems like he could be a face of that, a future face of the heavyweight division. The heavyweight division needs somebody like a MAZI Vanhowder. We'll talk to him, see how's his experience been over at Zuffa Boxing, what he plans on doing in the future. Humble beginnings, family coming out of Albany, New York, moved down to Florida. I believe, I want to say St. Petersburg, Florida is where they're staying right now. But look, they'll speak for themselves when they get on the show as well. And on top of that, whatever else we got going on in boxing, right? Oh yeah, Errol Spence announces. Well, that's another thing, right? Did he announce it? And are we going to buy into that right now at this point? Errol Spence, Tim Tszyu forecasted for the summertime. What does that mean to us at this point? I mean, are we ready? I'm sure the boxing space is clearly ready to see Errol Spence return, but who's ready to drink that Kool-Aid at this point? 6+ months out, I'm hearing like late June. July, 23rd, we'll make it a solid 3 years since he's been inside the ring. A lot of Errol Spence sightings, because at this point he's about as real as Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying? You see Errol Spence pop up on a beach here, pop up in somebody's gym here, a picture, he pops up on Twitter here. And every time he pops up, the space gets stirred up. Oh, he's getting ready for a fight. We'll talk about that for whatever it's worth, right? Maybe at a minimum, if he announces a trainer, right, I can get a little excited if I know he has a trainer. But at this point, as far as I know, he doesn't even have a trainer. Rumors spreading about him and Breadman. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, right? I don't know. Shout out to Errol Spence, though, man. I know more importantly, he seems like he's doing good and he's in a good mental space, chilling with his family. So if he's going to return, so be it. We'll talk about that as well. And Tim Tszyu looks like he's in the crosshair, so we'll talk about that as well. And whatever else is going on, right? Whatever else. It's Tuesday night. The show's on late tonight. I end up getting called in, having to work. That got crazy. So I'm coming in off a long shift. It is what it is, man. What Cheese say here? He said, I hope so. Yeah, man. It's a good fight, though. We all want to see Thurman Spence. Yeah, I agree, man. And it seems like that's what the PBC would try to put together is a Keith Thurman. If Keith Thurman could do something with Sebastian Fundora, get Errol Spence involved in that conversation, but that Sebastian Fundora fight is a tall tall order right there. And we got to see if Errol Spence is really coming back. I got to be honest. Why wait that long? If you're going to make a return after sitting out of the ring that long, why are they anticipating a fight with Errol Spence in the summertime? It's one of a few things. Number one, he's got to get ready, right? But all this time, you haven't been getting ready? All the rumors, you haven't been getting ready? That's crazy to me, right? You haven't been getting ready. So that makes me think that your mind hasn't been on boxing. If you've got to take 6 months, I don't know. We'll talk about it all, man. Shout out. Let me see here. Cheese says, did you see that ass whooping? Yo, Cheese, I hear you, man. I hear you. I just want to see. That's another thing. Is Errol Spence coming back for the right reasons? You know what I mean? If he's just coming for a money grab, you know what I mean? Is he going to give us a Danny Garcia, Erislandy Lara performance? I'm just saying, I don't need you. I don't need you walking out the ring in the 8th round saying, I don't need this in my life. I don't need that, right? But is he seriously coming back to campaign again, to become a champion, to unify, to do something special, to show? I don't know. I don't know what his point is, man. So a nice press conference is something, man. A nice press conference is something. Let me see what's on your mind. Talk to me. Talk to the space. Let us know what's on your mind, man, because as crazy and as excited as the space is getting, when I heard that announcement, I didn't even feel nothing. Pause. I'm just saying that's a problem. It meant nothing to me. And back in the day, if Errol Spence was getting announced to make a fight, when I thought Errol was coming back for Sebastian, I'm like, all right, oh shit. When I heard rumors about him and Jermell Charlo, I'm like, what? This one right here, I almost didn't read it. I almost thought I treated it like it was propaganda, like somebody was lying, because it wasn't announced by the PBC. It wasn't announced on Errol Spence's social media. What do you want me to do? Mike Coppinger? I guess he's been on a roll, right? He has been speaking on some things. Anyway, it is what it is. Let me bring up the co-host on the show, my guys, man. Let me see here. Mike Touche said Earl first fight back should have been in Dallas, not no damn Australia. Oh, so it's gonna be in Australia? See, I didn't even know that. It's gonna be in Australia. I don't know. What's up with that? That's a whole nother conversation. Of course, it should be in Dallas, ladies and gentlemen. Amidst the lawsuit of Floyd Mayweather with Steven Espinoza, and even though his name's not on the paperwork, Al Heyman, PBC's under the magnifying glass. Why is Errol Spence fighting in Australia? Let me find out. No Limit is paying for this. Let me find out. No Limit is paying for this fight. And y'all gonna crucify me if I say something's going on with the PBC. If I get suspicious and I start asking questions about the PBC, y'all gonna shoot shots at me. What's Errol Spence doing in Australia? What in the hell what is Errol Spence Jr. doing in Australia? Anyway, leave it to me, man. Boy better not have less than 100 mil in the bank. Jeez, he need to talk to your financial advisor, bro. Because if he's doing that bad, right? Cheese, you might have to put the fight up. You might have to put the fight. You might have to put the fight up, man. You might want to reach over, have your people touch base with his people. Cheese, you ever think about coming out with a little promotional company? I think the whole space, you know what I mean? They don't know who you are, but they know who you are, right? They know Cheese. So I think you could be, you know what I mean? We've seen Al Heyman just as much as we've seen Charles Edward Cheese. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to my guy, man. Angelo Reyes in the building. Ray Davis in the building. Salute. The interview when MAZI pulls up, Ray gonna fall back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm super excited about that, actually, with the dad, William Cheeks Vanhowder, joining us and MAZI joining us.
I like how you slid that in there.
Yeah. Hey, man, the man's name is William Cheeks Vanhowder. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna call him Mr. Vanhowder. I don't know.
No, that's not what he told you to call him. That's not what he told you to call him.
But yeah, no, I'm excited just because again, I thought we had a really great time when we had Bernard and Jaleel on together. and we got to see their dynamic as father and son, right? So it'll be fun to see the dynamic between Demazion Maserati Vanhowder and his dad, Mr. Vanhowder.
Oh, it's for Maserati. Hey, man, they from New York. They already know, man. Shout out, you know what I mean? Rest in peace to the Fox. You know what I'm saying? Maserati Fox. I mean, saying rest in peace to the Fox, man, for sure, man. That's a you know, a big name in New York. It rains. So he from New York, calling himself his son Maz. You know it. I mean, I ain't gonna bring that up. It is what it is, man. Shout out.
We're gonna find out where all of the nicknames and everything came from. I am but it's so nice to see Cheese back. So welcome back, Cheese. We missed you. You know, Cheese coming in 2026 to save boxing. You know, maybe he could help out Errol Spence. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Y'all gonna stop dissing Errol like that. But hey, no. I know what you're saying. Listen, Charles can do it.
He's fighting Australia,
let me
right?
Hold on. What I'm saying is,
that man knocked out Tim Tszyu in Australia. He might get hit with a damn Foster, a can of Foster or something beside his head. You know what I mean?
Yo, that's
how they treating us out there.
That's crazy. Get chased by some kangaroos and koala bears. I get it.
What you doing out there? What's that all about? What is Errol Spence doing in Australia, man?
I'm so glad you said it before I did, because I couldn't wait to get up here to be like, you know why he out there in Australia?
What he doing in Australia?
Is paying for the fight. We know this. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a card that's just randomly put on. I don't even know if this would be like that Keith Thurman card that PBC really wasn't behind.
That's what it is. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think I think they'll. Yeah, it's just crazy, man.
That's why I said what I'm saying to myself is this, right? If he's going out there, clearly it's for the money. Right. Is Errol Spence coming back? Is this a money grab? Is this a money grab, or is he really making a return into the boxing space? Because in what world does that make sense that he should go fight in Australia? What is Tim Tszyu like a champion or something? What's that all about?
Has to do with funding. Clay, like right now, nobody in America wants to fund Tim Tszyu. So Tim Tszyu's done his last 2 fights in Australia. This is kind of like the Jai Apataya situation, right? But you know, Jai found himself a nice little bag in fighting for Zuffa. So I don't know.
Shout out to the
still trying to hold him. You know,
said he's saying is Spence the A side. I was thinking the same thing. He can't be the A side.
No, he wouldn't be the A side in Australia. No.
Right?
No.
So I mean, it's kind of weird. I'm waiting for it to play out. It doesn't sound like something Errol Spence would do, but the fight sounds like something he would do. You know what I mean? 154, come back in. That I think that's a good tune-up fight, or you know, I don't want to call it Tim Tszyu a tune-up, but we've seen what he's been doing. I think he's lost like 3 of his last 5 fights.
Right?
Like 3, right? No, 2 or 3. Yeah, 3, right? Yeah, he lost against Sebastian Fundora. He lost against
Sebastian Fundora twice.
Yeah, twice. He got knocked out by Bakram.
Yeah. But then he's won the last 2. His comebacks.
No, he lost the last 1.
No.
One. Okay.
Tim Tszyu? We're talking about Tim Tszyu, right? No, he won his last fight.
His last fight? No, you said his last 2.
No. He won his last fight, and he won his fight right before that.
So the last 2.
Yeah, the last 2 fights. Yeah.
No, he did.
He won the last 2 fights.
So he's only won one fight?
Yeah, he fought Anthony Velasquez in December.
Right. Yeah.
On that by unanimous decision, by the way. Right. And then Sebastian Fundora, he stopped and arguably quit.
Oh, I thought he fought after Sebastian, and then he fought
right before him.
And then he fought Joseph Spencer, somebody who they pulled up from and he knocked him out. And then he got before that he got knocked out by Bakram.
Yeah,
and then before that he lost to Sebastian Fundora.
Yeah, Fundora. Yeah. Right. So, well. Anyways, regardless of it all, I think that the Errol Spence thing, if it really is going to happen, if it's really going to happen, and Coppinger, you know, tends to be right on some of these things, so it's probably has to do with the whole "where's all the money" from the PBC kind of thing, and maybe Errol Spence needs it, man. I don't know.
Hey man, it is what it is. Shout out to my Fly Frequency in the building. Walaikum salam, rahmatullah. My Aki in the building. Shout out to Fly Frequency, man.
What up, Frequent?
Charles Edward Cheese says Bakram pissed me the F off of Kelly, man. Bakram, we gonna talk about it in a minute, man. Our guest is here. So Ray, just what I'm saying, step back.
Yeah. No, I sit down, man. Listen, I got you.
For sure, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute to my guy Ray, man. She's you already know we're tapped in with the Zuffa algorithm right now. We're liking what they're doing. We're liking the development, and like I tell you guys all the time when I'm talking about Zuffa, it's about the future of boxing. I'm not as concerned with the Jayo Pataya or the rumors of Bam. Bam too. Bam, I would like to see over there too. But I understand.
His mom's in the chat, by the way.
No doubt.
Shout out to the moms. Right.
I'm not interested as much in that section of the space. I'm interested in the future and the prospects. Because I really do believe that they're breeding this next generation of fighters that are going to be in the space, you know what I'm saying, and really taking over boxing. I think this next generation, especially in certain divisions, right, like in the heavyweight division in particular, the American heavyweight division, has been a while since we've seen like a real. I mean, we had hopes a little bit of Jared Anderson potentially, but I don't, hey man, shout out to Jared Anderson, man. We're hoping that comes full circle and just makes more sense when it's all said and done in comparison to where it's at. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because I remember being very optimistic about Jared Anderson, very excited about what I saw, and then it kind of went the other way. I'm waiting on Jared, man. Everybody has their battles, their adversity, so we're going to wait on him. But in the meantime, though, we've got some up-and-coming heavyweights, but we have one particular up-and-coming prospect heavyweight that's been showing a lot. Tall, big puncher, fundamentally sound. Seems like he's got a good support system, disciplined, mature, you know what I'm saying, and so young. Just a lot of promise, and I'm loving that new breed of fighters. When you're talking about, even I include the Xander Zayas and the Shushu Carringtons and all those guys, this new breed of just like a representation of American boxing. You know what I mean? Not end bombing every minute. You know what I'm saying? They get a chance to it if they're being aware of the environment, man. So this one right here, man. This one right here is a big one. Ray, you gonna fall back real quick?
Yeah. What I was gonna say is let me welcome to the stage. But all right, you got it.
Well, welcome to the stage, my guy MAZI. Vanhowder and his dad, man, the Maserati TV, Mr. Vanhowder in the building.
What's up, guys?
How y'all doing? How's everybody doing tonight?
Man, we doing good, sir. We doing good. Let me give you a follow. Salute to you guys, man. So many questions. So many questions for you guys. And I'm gonna talk to the elephant in the room. I want to get right to it. I don't want to waste no time. Please. Vanhowder.
Yeah.
Talk to me. Help me out here. Vanhowder.
Yes.
That don't happen every day. That don't happen every day, family. We don't happen. Talk to me, man. Talk to me. And it's probably to the dad, right? Because MAZI gonna be like, bro, I came out the womb in this, but damn, that was me. You don't know, but the dad gotta know. Dad, talk to me. Vanhowder, you stand out. It stands out a little bit, right?
Yeah, it always does.
Okay. Not just me. All right. All right, talk to me. What's up with the name? I mean,
I ain't gonna lie. We're from New York, right? I know my great grandparents is from Pennsylvania, and I got a great grandparents from Virginia. On my mother's side, father's side is from Pennsylvania. After that, I don't know where it came from. You know what I mean? I might have to ask my sister. She might be in the chat in a little bit, but I definitely got to ask my sister. But I think it comes from the slave days. Not gonna lie. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But
you think it was a violation?
Yes, sir. It has to be. It has to be because everybody's black in my family. You know what I mean? So so there's no connection. There's no like second, third, fourth. There's not like a blue-eyed, blonde-haired. Maybe I haven't seen them yet. You know what I mean? But not nobody I've seen in any family photos is blonde hair, blue eye.
All right. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. When I first saw MAZI, which was on an MVP promotions fight, that's when I saw him at. I just thought he had an accent. When I heard the name, I thought he was gonna. When he did the interview, I'm like, okay, All right. I didn't expect that. You threw me off on the interview. I'm like, nothing? He just black? I mean, black is everything, right? Black is beautiful. Shout out to everybody. I'm like, you just regular old black? All right, cool, man. Hey, man, I can embrace a brother, man. We in the building. But what I was more impressed with, obviously, was what you did inside that ring. And the way you carried yourself. The fundamentals were super sound, staying behind that jab, good combination punching, man. I'm loving that left hook to the body, and then you switch up and come right over the top with that. I mean, you doubling up to the body, and you coming up to the head. You know what I mean? You ending it at the head. You ending it at the head. You know what I'm saying? And I said to myself, I got real optimistic about the future of the heavyweight division in American heavyweight division when I saw you. And of course, seeing you sign to Zuffa, I was like, that was a big move to me. You know what I mean? Because I thought that MVP, you know, shown that they can do some things, but you went over to Zuffa, so I'm definitely interested in what it was that what you guys saw as a team in Zuffa that you felt like fit the bill for what you guys are trying to do with your future. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll let MAZI go first, and I'll pick it back off what he got to say.
For sure.
The adult version.
So for me, my manager, when he told me about it, the main thing was more consistent fights and more exposure to be able to get out there faster. And that was my main thing. I like to stay in the ring, stay active, so everybody can see me, show off my skills. So any opportunity I have to stay active, I'm gonna go for it.
That makes sense.
So for us as a team, you know, basically everything he's saying, our main thing was they said people can't turn down fights. Period. You know what I mean? So that was the best thing that we can hear from anybody. You know, coming, you know, knowing what MAZI goes through trying to get fights, it's hard for him to get them. You know what I mean? Everybody, he don't get them all at the first 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 contracts. Maybe it's that 6, 7. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know if it's that 6, 7 one or not, but I was happy to hear that you can't turn down no contracts. You know what I mean? You got to take the fight. You know, a lot of people don't like the 50-50 chances of fights, but with me, know what MAZI can do. You know what I mean? Every fight to me is 80-20 him. Period. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. I stand on it 10 toes deep. Most fights is 95-5, but that's neither here or there. I mean, you know, I'm his dad. What I'm supposed to say? You know what I mean? But everybody has a chance, but I give him way better chance than anybody steps in the ring with.
Right. And you see the work. So you know, you're not just you are the father, but you also see the product. You can't deny it's undeniable what you're seeing in the gym. It's like you have to show me. The work I see you put in, right? You just gonna have to show me. I just don't see like I ain't gonna believe it.
It's too many people that told me he's good before I believed that he was good. You know what I mean? Just because I was always negative on how good he actually is. You know what I mean? I think he can be great, and everybody's saying he's great now, but I know he can be greater. Yeah, that's the word. I know he could be way better than what he is. You know what I mean? Overall. So with me and just having the confidence of what he can do, seeing him from 5 years old doing the shit he was doing, sparring bigger people, sparring professionals when he wasn't nowhere near professional talk. You know what I mean? Seeing what he's doing with professionals now and just the weight that he's gained and the power that he possesses, I don't think a grown man can take 15, 20 punches from him clean. That's just my perspective on seeing what he can do.
Hey, MAZI, this is Angelo. I've spoken to your dad a lot, and getting a chance to, you know, not from the outside looking in, right? We're very excited about your career because as a heavyweight, you just turned 21 literally a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Here you are now. You're even the way Max Kellerman was speaking about you and Andre Ward, right? They're looking at you as the guy that's going to move the needle for the heavyweights moving into the future. But from what I understand, you've been boxing since you were 6. Your entire family is a combat sports oriented family. Your mom is a senpai, a black belt in karate, which I as you guys know, I'm very familiar with, right?
Yeah.
And then you know, Dad, he knows how to fight. He came from the streets of New York, so he knows his stuff. So
I got jumped a couple times.
Yeah, I know you do, Mr. Vanhowder. I know you do.
And you here today? You here today looking healthy? So we gonna assume it ain't going bad as we might thought it went.
Never do.
So MAZI, my question for you is: being the oldest and growing up, you went into that boxing and then you just never stopped, right? So what's that life been like for you, just on a deeper level? Because I know you're a video game, I want to eat foods kind of guy, but you're really into the boxing. So kind of take us through that childhood all the way up until now.
I always had the same goal to make sure my family is good. I always want to make sure they're straight, and I know this is the best way for me to be able to make sure to take care of them down the long road. And that's been the goal ever since I was a kid. I never changed up, and that's what kept pushing me to keep boxing. No matter what happened, that just kept pushing me.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that, and I want to follow it up with you, Mr. Vanhowder, is that here you are, MAZI, right? And I don't want to say that you got groomed into the fight game, but for someone who started already when you were 6 years old, and then when you're going through your amateur matches, you've gotten over 90 amateur fights. You've fought people like Shamar Canal in the amateurs, right? Like you've gone through these different tournaments
too, right?
You've gone through these
then and now.
You've gone through these different tournaments, right? In different places too, whether it was Texas or whatever PAL tournament you were doing. So for you, Mr. Vanhowder, my question is, you took your son from school and from 6th grade to 10th grade, you and mom are homeschooling him. You're like, hey, we got a goal for our son. He really wants to do this. This is what he wants out of his life. What was that like for you and Mrs. Vanhowder, just raising your son to be this boxer athlete, and educating him too, as you're moving along?
It was more so, as much as we did watch combat sports, we did dive deep into all the backgrounds of the management side, the financial side. You know, we're a big financial literate family. We want to make sure our kids is well taken care of. You know, we already set them up with a couple of things, but the way boxing took off with us, it was more like a gun and a bullet. You know what I mean? He said he wanted to do it, so we did it, but we didn't know how much we had to sacrifice as a family to make sure he got to every tournament, got the new gloves, got the new shoes. You know, it was a lot of sacrifice that, you know, I don't think I bought a new pair of sneakers for like 7 years. You know what I mean? Because everything with the boxing, you know what I mean? We're traveling with 7 people to different tournaments. You know, we get the hotel rooms for a week. That might cost us like $4 or $5 grand, or, you know, overall. And it's only for a 3-minute tournament. Like, he literally was fighting for a minute. You know what I mean? Then we go out for a week and he loses the first round. Now I'm cursing him out for the next 5 days because we can't do nothing. We got the hotel room. It's like, so like I said, overall, you know, we didn't mind doing what we was doing when we was doing it. You know, looking back, it's like, yeah, we won't change shit. You know, especially seeing where he's at now. It's like, we're happy we did what we did, but it was definitely a big toll on everybody. But, you know, he said he wanted to do it, and everybody in my family supports everything that anybody wants to do. He just actually took it a lot further than we ever expected. We're not going to lie. You know what I mean? Like, we knew he was going to be good, but we thought he was going to be good around 25, 26. You know what I mean? We was going to be on shows like this at, you know, later in life, not 21 where he just turned 21, you know, fighting in Vegas under the big lights. Shit, we used to watch Dana White when he was a baby. Now Dana White's his boss. That's just, it's just crazy to me. You know
crazy
what I mean?
How it comes full circle, right?
Full circle.
Yeah. But let me ask you this though, right? So you said something earlier that threw me off. I'm familiar with Shamar Canal. I think we're all familiar with Shamar Canal. Are we talking about the same Shamar Canal that's fighting at what is he fighting at? 135 right now? 140? What's he fighting at?
I haven't seen him in a while, but the last time I seen him, he was fighting at 55 pounds. Because that's when him and MAZI first fought. No, at 55. Just 5'5". Nickel.
5'5".
Yeah.
Just 5.
5 and 5. 55 pounds. Him and MAZI fought at 8 years old. I think Shamar was 9.
Okay.
But it was his very first fight. We trained together in Albany, New York. That's where he's originally from. We was at the same gym until we moved down to Florida. And then Shamar went somewhere. I think he moved out to Vegas around.
Yeah, he working with DHP right now, right? He working with the Haney right now. So
yes, sir.
That's kind of crazy. I can't even picture this. I can't see the MAZI. I can't see MAZI at fighting no Shamar Canal. I can't picture it. Like,
well,
MAZI, I don't know what that looks like.
MAZI didn't get big. He didn't grow really until 18. You know what I mean? He was always small. Like literally, he was.
Okay, so 20. He's 20. He just turned 21.
Yeah, and he just started growing at 18. You know what I mean? So for
Mazi,
Oh,
what's going on?
When I turned pro, I was 6 foot 154, and I was 17, and then I started growing slowly, but then after I hit like 18, 19, then I blew up to 6'5", but I was still small, I was like 190, and then I just started eating more and packing on more muscle, and that's why I'm at 217 now.
Well,
It was like a slow.
Yeah, you keep saying slow, and I think we got to take that into perspective. We got to take that with a grain of salt, right? Like I get it for you because you're watching yourself grow in the mirror, but we got to acknowledge the time period here. There's not that much time between 18 and 21, right? Between 18 and 21, that's not a lot of time, and you're moving pretty fast. Was there a point in time? I guess because you're telling me gradually happened to you, but from the father's point of view, were you looking at him like, brother, I need you to slow down. I need you to stop playing with me.
I was talking to Angelo actually about this. Our dentist, Mazi's dentist, when he was 6, he was either 5 or 6, 6 or 7. His little brother was 6 or 7, 5 or 6. They're only 1 year apart. So we went to the dentist. The dentist was like, you have any tall people in your family? I was like, I'm pretty tall. I'm like 6'3", 6'4" back then. You know what I mean? My mother was 6 foot. My sister 6'6". I got a couple uncles that's 6'6", 6'5". So I'm like, yeah, we got some tall people in our family. He was like, well, you better get ready for these two. He was like, Mazi should top off around 6'7", no, 6'6", 6'7". And his little brother should top off around 6'8", 6'9". And right now, Mazi's at 6'5", and his little brother's at 6'6". So that dentist put us on a long time ago. Like I said, he was 5 years old. So I always knew he was going to grow tall. I just didn't know when it was going to happen. But when I seen it happen, I was happy as shit. You know what I mean? He's still little. I shouldn't be saying this out loud, because he's in the, he's listening. But yeah, he did get taller than me. You know what I mean? Over to like a year and a half. I was like, God damn it! Like I said, I don't like that shit. But yeah.
Clothes, right? Like
everything.
He's getting diabolical. Everything. Like, yo, bro, we're gonna hold off on buying you anything. We're gonna give you about a 9 to 12 month. We're not buying you nothing. We're gonna wait and see if you level out a little bit. So he's getting bigger. Now you got all these people in your family that are tall, and your wife,
she's
mother,
she's 5'11",
right? And she's a combat sport. She's some kind of degrees in black belt.
Not only that, Clay. Actually, his mom was a basketball player for college, also up where you grew up, Clay. Actually, around Syracuse. Where you're
Mohawk Valley. She went to Mohawk Valley.
Let me ask you this though. So was sports always going to be something like, are you big on sports with your kids, because you got some physical attributes, like you know what I'm saying, you got some gifts from God, you know what I'm saying? He's going to be tall. His mother is an athlete, combat sports. You're a tall guy. Did you already have a vision about your kids being athletes anyway, just because of what the blood, was going to come out in the bloodline?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm a bowler. Mom did though. She said she knew somebody's going to be an athlete. For me, no, because I was like, okay, my kid's going to be smart. You know what I mean? Because I always wanted them to be financially sound on everything. So I was hoping I was going to get a lawyer, a doctor, a CIA agent, so I can drill them on, their cases and shit. I'd be watching Special Victims Unit a lot. So I always wanted a child that was in one of those type of positions so I could see what they're doing. But nope, I got a boxer, and I was very happy with what I got. But Mom knew he was going to be great at sports. She always instilled it in him. Like I said, I played sports, street baller, played street football in the street, you know what I mean? Concrete, real talk. Crate ball back in New York, real street games, but nothing. Yeah. I ain't never played what's that?
Organized sports?
Yeah, organized. Never played organized. She played organized from birth, basically. Her mom had her on lock with everything. You know what I mean? She was really good at everything that she did. So he got that attribute from her. Just focusing, being a visual learner, and his size and stuff, the mentality and stuff, he got that from me. So it was a perfect mix when we got together and made him.
Mazi, because you're saying he's starting at 6 years old, was what was the purpose of it, right? At 6'7", putting him in boxing that young? Was it because you didn't want him to be in the streets? You just wanted to make sure he was busy? Did you express it to your dad? Like, how did that come up? Because you know what I mean? Like, how did that come up?
When I was young, I seen UFC on TV, and I was like, we was playing football, but I don't like losing if it's not my fault. And it's like, why am I doing this? Because I'm not the reason we lost, so I didn't really lose. Y'all lost, type of thing. So I was like, I don't want to play team sports no more. And I seen UFC, and it was 1-on-1, so I was like, let me do that. I want to try that. But they put me in boxing, and I'm glad because I wouldn't try to get choked out or kicked in the head. So great decision.
And leg kicks too. I keep hearing about those leg kicks being diabolical, bro.
I hear people can't walk straight after one of those. And
you got long legs. You're a tall dude, bro. They got a whole lot of legs to be kicking on, bro.
Target practice on my legs. I'm good.
Yeah. You know what? I was talking to your dad about this too, Mazi. What's interesting to me is that your mom actually had you in her belly when she was training to go to the Olympics for karate, right? And to this day, I asked your dad, I'm like, I don't get it, man. Like, he never wants to try to throw a kick. He doesn't want to learn karate. And he was like, nah, man, he's all about boxing. So I think your dad, Mr. Vanhowder, can you kind of tell us during that time what made you say, all right, we'll let you do boxing, even though I know you were a huge UFC fan and mom is a martial artist, but what pushed them? What eventually pushed them to boxing?
What pushed it to boxing was the cost of mixed martial arts gyms in New York City. Well, upstate New York. It was, $450 to $500 a month for a 5-6-year-old to go to the gym. I'm not paying that much. You know what I mean? Now, mom knew some karate people, but it's karate. It was the point system, so I knew he really didn't want to do that. So I took him over to a boxing gym, knew a couple people, and found out their price is only $40 a month for him. And he can go as many times as he wants. The mixed martial arts, he only can go 3 times a week. So it was a very simple choice for me. You know what I mean? To put him over there to where he can get as much training as he possibly can in between football seasons. Because that was the thing. It was just keeping him in shape during football. Because we thought he was going to play football because he was pretty good at football. Maybe because I was the coach and he played every position I needed him to play. And, most plays ran through him anyway. But overall, that's neither here or there. He was very good at football, put it that way. So we thought he was going to stick with that. But he just, after he got with a couple of personal coaches, one-on-one coaches that we know, one guy's name's Coach Tone. He was a big influence on MAZI's first, fast mid-drill work. So after talking to him, he was like, he's really good, Cheeks. I'm like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't see it. And I'm like, I don't know how you see it. He was like, nah, he's really good. I'm like, he was like, you might want to stick with boxing. So we stuck 1 year out of football because it was his last year before he went to tackle. And it was like, okay, do we put him in tackle and risk getting hurt and he can't box, or we just let him get punched in the face? So we decided to let him get punched in the face.
Right.
Yeah.
Is 6 years old, man? Is he committed this whole time from now to 21 where he is now? MAZI, if you want to speak on it, actually, you know what I mean? Young kids, we get, as a child, ADHD-ish, right? We like something today, we don't like it tomorrow. We have a bad day. I don't want to go back up in there. You know what I'm saying? I don't like how that experience was. And was ever at that moment where you had to be like, hey, bro, stop. Hey, toughen up, bro. That's not what we doing. You said you wanted to do this. We gonna do it. Or were you just always dialed in? You were just looking forward every time?
I would look forward every time. And the time I would most look forward, it was when I got beat up in sparring. And the next day I'm like, yeah, I gotta go back. I can't go out like that. I gotta keep going till I beat them up. So it was it's just the competitive nature I got. I just wasn't trying to stop until I was the best at what I did. I wasn't the best. I kept getting beat up. So it kept making me want to go back.
You never had that moment of just like, I'm kind of tired of this. I don't want to do this. You just kind of knew this was your path. You felt like this was for you. You always had a connection with this sport the whole time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, MAZI, my follow-up question for that is, I've heard you talk before about how because of your dad and your mom and you guys are always watching combat sports, whether it was UFC and boxing, and your dad grew up in an era same as me and Clay, where we actually got to watch heavyweights, boxing for free on television, right? When I've heard you speak about it, you've said, you watch Larry Holmes, You've watched Muhammad Ali, but from 6 to all the way to even now, what keeps you motivated in that gym? Like, who are you? Do you picture yourself like some people go, I want to play like Kobe, I want to play like Michael Jordan, right? Like for you, you're watching these old school fighters. Do you see yourself that way? Is that the style you're trying to grow into? What kind of motivates you? Yeah.
Recently, I found out I got the same birth. I knew I had the same birthday as Ali, but I found out I got the same birthday as Usyk too. So it's like I want to be undisputed. I want to be champ, just be like them. So it's like that's what's been motivating me to keep pushing to be the best, because they're the best at the heavyweight. So it's like I gotta fill the shoes.
Do you watch? I was gonna ask you, Mazi. Do you watch like a lot of their stuff, whether it's Usyk, right, or even Ali, and then you try to copy it or you try to emulate it?
I watch a lot of Usyk because his feet and his hands. I tried to, because how he is in the heavyweights, he's a small heavyweight, but the way he moves, it's like they're all slower than him. So I watch a lot of him to try to emulate. The only difference is he's southpaw, so it's a little harder to do, but I still try to emulate some of the stuff he does.
That's very interesting, and it segues a little bit into something I wanted for you to kind of clarify. How would you describe yourself as a boxer? You know what I'm saying? Today in the sport, you know what I mean? You got the punchers, you got the boxer, you got the boxer puncher. Are you slick? Because I don't know. It just seems like you fought like a small guy for most of your career, but now you're a big dude. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm assuming a lot of that translates into the heavyweight division. Like, you are who you are, right? What you've been doing for the lion's share of your career, you don't just change out all of a sudden. So if you were to describe, you're a new up and coming prospect, if you would describe your style or describe so people can get an idea of what to expect from you, how would you describe your style, your approach to the sport?
I would say I'm a boxer puncher that likes to fight inside.
Okay.
Has
that always been that way? Or is that
I always fought inside? I was always short.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm trying to figure it out. Like, because as fast as you grew up, I can't believe that the way you were boxing at 17 is the way you just can't box like that no more, right? Like, you gotta figure this body out, right? You figuring this whole thing out, right? The arms are long, and I'm tall, I'm stronger. You know what I mean? How did you deal with that? And did you have to like relearn things almost? Like, was it like a transition to like the new you, like an avatar? You know what I'm saying?
It was in the gym. So when I was younger, I always fought inside. And in the gym, my coach likes, because I can still fight inside. I got quick punches inside. It's just he wants me to box more, because I'm not always going to be the shorter person. Sometimes be taller, sometimes have longer reach. So it's like he wants me to box more. So it was learning how to box. That was the main changeover from when I got the size I got. But he still
when was the last time you was a shorter person?
Last week to me.
When was the last time you was a shorter person, bro? It's been a little while, right?
In the
gym.
When you fought, let me ask you this, Mazi. When you fought Madison, weren't you shorter than Madison, or were you taller than Madison?
I was taller than Madison.
You were taller than Madison. Yeah, that was a big dude. That was a big dude. I was talking with your dad about this, and it's when I was studying your tape, right? Because in the coaching field, that's kind of what I would do. I would just when I'm either looking for the next thing or, hey, where's your dad? I noticed you love your left hand a lot. Like, you use it a lot. You were throwing that sucker like crazy, right, to the body, to the head. And then I talked to your dad, and I was like, is he left-handed? And he said, no, you're actually right-handed, but you've gotten so used to that side that he was saying that your power hand really is your right hand. And I started thinking, oh my gosh, man, when this kid finally really does open up, because I have noticed it. For example, when you throw that beautiful step back right uppercut, it's so natural. It reminds me of like a Lennox Lewis, right? So that's why, like, why is it, do you find so far you're using your left hand a lot? Right? Is it that they're just going down because of the left hands, or are you trying to find ways to mix in the right hand?
The real reason I use my left hand so much, I used to watch a lot of Roy Jones, and I used to try to copy his left hook. That was about it. But now I'm opening up with my right hand more, so we've been working on it in the gym. So it's getting better, but it's just my left hook. It's something I always wanted to mimic from Roy, so I just kept doing it until I had it.
No, you got it. I definitely notice how you use that left hand, man. You'll double up to the body. You'll come up top. I mean, you'll work them all the way back with the left hand. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? But I always said that to myself in my head. I know that right hand is crazy. I just always knew that. I'm like, I know that right hand is diabolical. He ain't had to use it yet, but it's gonna happen. I know it's the right hand.
My Kobe fight was the first time I actually like hurt somebody with my right hand.
Right.
I was surprised, honestly.
See, you didn't even know, right? You knew, but you ain't know. Ain't nothing like seeing him. You're like, man. Who was it? Terrence Crawford said the first time he put on gloves. I don't know if you saw this interview, and he said he put the gloves on, and he was like, yo, I get to punch people with these because they were so little, you know what I'm saying? And then he said when he beat up the dude, he felt kind of bad, but he said at the same time, right after that, he was like, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like a feeling like, I'm doing this again as soon as I can. Did it feel like that when you hit him with that right hand? Was it like, oh, nah?
It surprised me. I was like, oh, snap, I got another hand. It was one of those type of moments.
I know it had to be, man. Bro, in my mind, I'm just picturing you being surprised and I just feel like you're still getting used to who you are right now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Just knowing that you got that big at 18, and so you're doing stuff in the ring and you're just like getting to know yourself. It feels like I can't imagine going from, I don't know what you were, 150 something pounds at 18. By the time you're 21, you're 200 plus pounds, 6'5". I mean, it's just got to be an experience every time you do something special inside that ring. Am I bugging?
Nah, it is. It's like some moves I do, it's like you shouldn't be doing that come heavyweight. So it's like they surprise me, surprise my coaches, like, oh snap. There's something we can work off of type of thing.
None of that surprises me. He came for me. You know what I mean? Point blank period. I've been telling everybody for years. I've been talking shit to all his sparring partners that he had coming up the ranks, and he probably remembers it, but I got a lot of footage on YouTube. But yeah, everybody used to beat the hell out of him when he was coming up. But he's been locked in, to piggyback on something earlier. He's been locked in ever since 6 years old. So I just wanted to put that on him too. Yeah, he's definitely been locked in since 6. I got unlocked a whole bunch of times because this shit was costing a lot of money. But no, he stayed locked in through the losses and everything. Like I said, that he got it on that one. But no, a whole lot of people beat him up. You know what I mean? We still know him. We still talk to him. But I used to talk shit. I'm like, look, when he gets big, he gonna fuck y'all up. Point blank period. I'm tired of y'all beating up on my kid. Y'all not taking it easy. But watch when he gets bigger, he gonna beat the hell out y'all. And now they won't get in the ring with him. I be trying to sneak him away from his coaches and come spar people. They used to beat him up, but he won't let me do that no more. But like I said, I be trying to get his get back because he don't remember what they did to him. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's actually shit. I want to say the more losses he took, the more he wanted to do it. Like you said, he didn't want to be second fiddle to nobody. And when he knows he can beat you, like he shouldn't have lost. So it's definitely he's going for his get back. And most of the time, they'll split decisions. So, tomato.
Hey, Mazi, I was talking to you with your dad about this.
Bro. Dad's still feeling some kind of way about them. I just want you to know, I can see he's in his feelings about that shit. He ain't letting it go. Like, Mazi, he looking for, he feeling some kind of way, and them wounds is open for him. Mazi, like, bro, we knocking people out right now. Like, I don't even think about that. He like, nah, man, you knocking people out, but nah. But we talk about it later. Go ahead, keep knocking people out.
No, Mazi. So, I mean, it's fun to just see the dynamic between you and your dad. I was talking to your dad though, and I was saying how, and I wanted to kind of get your perspective on this. You kind of remind me of, maybe because you developed the way your dad's speaking of, you were smaller, you were younger, so you really learned, you're fighting on the inside, you're boxing. So I was telling him, you're kind of like my comparison of Chet Holmgren. Because Chet Holmgren, if you play 2K, I know you play 2K. So, but with Chet Holmgren, he really played like a Steph Curry, right? But then he just kept getting taller and taller and taller, and now he's this guy who, when people look at him, they think, well, shouldn't you be a center? But he plays like Scottie Pippen. He plays like like a
play
two
like a
guard,
small
right?
forward.
Yeah. So when I watch you and I've seen how you fight, it is interesting. So for example, you'll jab someone like Madison and already almost knock him out, right? Which to you, you're kind of surprised. But then there's other fights where I've seen you where you look frustrated, almost like, man, why can't these guys last longer with me? So when you're in the ring, do you still think like that 147-year-old guy, even though you're 6'5", 220 now?
Yeah, like when I stop people in the first round, I get frustrated. 'Cause I'm like, I train, so they should train too, so they should be able to go somewhere around. I don't like getting first round knockout. I mean, it's cool, but it's not. I like to get rounds in, so that's just how I think about it. Like I should at least be able to get like 3 rounds in with somebody, so I know where
Before he
I'm
knocks
at.
him out.
So I know where I'm at.
So
Yeah,
so I know
the last fight
go ahead.
you fought, it looked like you were trying to buy some time. I could see it when the first fight you had in Zuffa, it looked like you were trying to like give your opponent an opportunity to kind of get active a little bit. Like you were just like kind of pulling him along a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Look like you was kind of dragging him. And I think what round you knock on? Was it the third round?
The third.
Right. So it looked like he was like, I can't even do it, man. I can't even play with you, bro. You're not really supposed to be in here with me. Let me get you out of here, bro.
So when I dropped him the first round and he got up, I was like, okay, so he's tough and dude could take a punch. Like the body shots hitting him with and punches I was hitting him with, like I was trying to take his head off. He was taking him, so I was like, all right, cool. I gotta calm down and slow down the pace a little bit so I don't gas out just in case he goes all 6. And then the second round, I just boxed a little more. The third round, I was like, he's tired. I'm getting him out of here. I don't want to be here no more. Today I got him out of here.
So I now I know you're big on the video games, right? And we got to see your tattoos. So when you're in there and you're having that moment like you just described on the Zuffa card, do you have like a Naruto moment in your head, or are you like, here comes my superpower coming out, or do you ever like put the anime in your head while you're fighting, or are you just kind of like
just focused on fighting. It's only ever outside the ring where I think about it and think about like anime moments. But when I'm in the ring, is really just I'm just fighting because that's just me.
Are we ever
That's
gonna
my
get to
happy
see?
place.
Are we ever gonna get to see you, MAZI, do like what Ben Whitaker does? Come out and do the whole anime, dress up with the headgear and the headband, or anything like that?
Yeah, one day.
All
day for
right.
sure. One day for sure.
All right. All right.
So going into Zuffa, right? You told me that you wanted to go in because of the activity. You said that was the biggest attraction, that they can get you fighting 3-4 times a year, and you wanted to get active. But so now that you've had your first experience with Zuffa, any standout moments that you've had as far as an experience on top of the activity? How's the experience has been with Zuffa? Has it met your expectations, or what do you think about it?
They truly care about their fighters, and they blew me out the water. I expected less, and they show it out. They care about their fighters a lot. Like that's the main thing. They want to make sure you're straight. They want to make sure you're happy. Want to make sure you're all good, ready to fight. They want you to keep coming back. They don't want nothing to interfere with your fight. They want you to make sure you're healthy. They are on point with everything.
Right. And you weren't thinking about that when you just wanted the activity, right? You were like, I'll take care of everything else.
I didn't think it would turn out like that, but it definitely turned out way better than I expected.
He was going out there when he went out there for the first time. He was like, I'm just gonna go. He's like, it might not be too bad, but he wasn't feeling it at all. He didn't even want to go
the first time.
And then, exactly. Then when he got back, he was like, oh yeah, no, it's nice out there. Oh, I don't know when we're going back, but he's like, it's real nice out there. But then after we heard about everything, and I was like, oh, that's great. I'm like, the facility to where, the recovery, he's always trying to say he's not hurt, but everybody gets hurt. So you have a recovery team now. You know what I mean? Nutrition. Your nutrition's always on point because, I cook for him. But now when you leave me, I know your food's still going to be good. You're going to be good on that part. Making sure he don't have to worry about picking out his outfit that he wants to wear that day because they have uniforms. That's one thing. We never cared about the uniforms when they told us he had to wear uniforms because it's like a white T-shirt. It's the man in the T-shirt. You know what I mean? So whatever he got on, he's going to do what he got to do. And his face still going to be the same, like they're making him wear face masks or anything. So everything was a lot easier with Zuffa compared to, that grind of trying to sell tickets making sure he has enough tickets sold and all that stuff. That was boring. You know what I mean? This one is right to the point. And what I mean by boring is when you have another opportunity to where they want you to fight and he want to fight. Yeah, I'd rather do that than sell tickets. No, go have fun. I can watch you on Paramount. I can sit in my bed. I can go to the store, watch you on my phone, watch you on the laptop. It's great. Everybody can see him in the family. Everybody's happy about it. So, like I said, I love Zuffa for that point right there. Compared to trying to find a network that he can get on, trying to find a link to send to my pops, you know what I mean, or any other cousins, the aunts, uncles. Like I said, he has a lot of support all over the place. It just we're all over the place, all over the United States. So it's hard for everybody to get to an event. But everybody goes to Vegas. So like I said, I can't wait.
Hey, Mr. Vanhowder, let me ask you about that because in on the channel we're always talking about global boxing around the world, right? And we probably talk about UK boxing just about as much as the UK shows do, right? Clay and I he was just calling the fights on Saturday with the Brandon Figueroa versus Nick Ball fight, right? Like it's all for us. One of the things that we've definitely noticed is outside of the US, they love their heavyweights. And they push him so much that someone like Moses Itauma, he's got commercials everywhere. He only has 2 more fights than your son. He's got less amateur fights than your son. So can you kind of speak on the struggle of how you had this gem in here in America? In America, we haven't had a heavyweight since Deontay Wilder. That's been a long time, right? And you got this jewel and gem, but yet not the same type of love, not the same type of love that someone like Moses Itauma gets.
Well, one other thing you forgot, he's a lot uglier than my son. You know what I mean? He's a real ugly guy. I don't care what nobody say. My kids look good, so I can say I call kids ugly. I'm one of them type of petty dads. Point blank, period. He ain't built right. Like I said, that smoke, me and Mom wanted that smoke ever since everybody talked about him like he was the next Ali. And my thing is, they push their heavyweights over there because that's what Frank Warren, they got Tyson. They got that just, the Klitschko's. They just push. Was the Klitschko's from over there? I can't remember. I just know they push their heavyweight. Yeah, the Europe guy, right? Yeah. So I just know they push their heavyweights because they're a boxing. They love boxing. Here we love boxing as Americans, right? But we love certain boxers more than boxing. You know what I mean? So if you and they also love a certain background. MAZI don't have the typical background of a boxer that is struggling. I always said I was telling Mr. Reyes, I was like, hey, we used to joke and say, tell people I'm in jail. Tell them that mom feeds you. She has to go to the food kitchen. You know what I mean? Like we got to come up with some type of story so you can get out there more. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I'm hindering him because I'm in his life. You know what I mean? Because we don't have that typical boxing story. No, he wanted to fight. So we let him fight, you know what I mean, at a young age. But overall, we push what we want to push, and that's it. There's nothing more, nothing less. We got a lot of haters in the United States, and we don't mind, because a click is a click. A view is a view. So if you like it or dislike it, you can always watch it at least. But we're not gonna. MAZI hasn't got pushed. He doesn't get pushed in his own city for whatever reason. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like you said, we do have a gym, and we are here on your platform because we're happy that you guys noticed them. Put it that way, and we're very appreciative of that. But yeah, the UK guys, they definitely push their heavyweights. I think their breath stinks. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've been talking shit about Mr. MI. That's what I call him. Missing impossible, because like I said, MAZI will he will dog walk him. And you can timestamp what I'm saying now. Whenever they do fight, he gonna beat the shit out of him, and everybody knows it. Like, well, I know it, and I'm saying it out loud.
So MAZI,
whoever's listening.
So MAZI, you got a very supportive father, clearly, right?
No, he don't.
I mean, and that might be an understatement, right? It might be an understatement, but I'm trying my best. That's the best rocket there. You have a very supportive father, and look, I'm looking in the chat. You got support in the chat. You got family. It looks like you got a nice support system around you. Would you say that? Do you feel like supported? Like everybody seems to be behind you, man. How does that feel going into your career, knowing that?
Going into my career knowing that just makes me know I can't fail. So that just keeps pushing me. I have to succeed for that reason. Everybody's supporting me. Everybody's there. Everybody's there. I'm here to make them happy.
By the way, do you co-sign your father, or is he rogue doing his own thing, or do you co-sign? Do you co-sign the energy? Like, is that, you know what I mean? Like, are you co-signing the energy?
He's a rogue person. He's a rogue person.
Yeah.
I just chill. He just do what he say what he want. I don't say nothing. It's all him.
That's a grown man, bro.
does-
That's a grown man, bro. He doing what he
does
do.
it.
That's a grown
He
man.
does his talking in the ring. You know what I mean? But I do the talking outside the ring. I ain't got shit else to do. What they gonna? You know what I mean? It is what it is.
He's his own person.
Because he talking. Yeah, I love the way he talking about. You know, you giving me Bill Haney vibes right now, and I don't know if you're a fan of Bill Haney. I don't know.
Thank you. No,
I like
you
Bill Haney.
just made my night. You just made my night. I always told my
That's
wife,
what I'm feeling. I'm feeling Bill Haney energy.
of Bill Haney. So my thing is, like I said, there's not too many black fathers that can talk about that. I'm very proud of what he's doing, and
Yes,
I don't want to say he'll lose, but if he do lose, I wouldn't give a fuck anyway. You know what I mean? He's still the best to me. You can't beat him twice. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Then if you beat him twice, you can't beat him third time. It is what it is. We're gonna get our look back. But yeah, like I said, big fan of the Haneys. You know what I mean? I like how their dynamics is. But yeah, I'm his voice. He don't like to talk. He'll talk in the ring. But that's why we don't get out there. Well, that's why he don't get out there. But he don't need to. He'll make everybody happy when
the dynamic is good. While you're doing what you're doing, he can focus on the task.
Exactly.
And remember, Monty, Floyd Mayweather used to always hell of a fighter. Hell of a fighter.
Yeah.
Remember, every fighter, hell of a fighter. That's a hell of a fighter, man. Hell of a fighter is getting with me. He ain't gonna beat me, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Great career after me. He's gonna do great things later. You know what I'm saying? Later, he's gonna do great things. He's gonna be better tomorrow than he was today. I guarantee you that. You know what I mean? And that's going to get you a long way. So are you a fan of boxing as well? Are you watching boxing, or do you have, like, you know what I'm saying? Or are you just focused on your career and doing your thing?
I watch boxing sometimes, but I watch it.
Right. Do you have any standouts right now? You know what I'm saying, that you're watching in the space that, you know what I mean, that stand out for you, that you kind of like watch fighting? Any fighters, you know, whether in your weight class or not in your weight class, you have fighters you like to just, you know, when you hear they're about to be on the bill, you're like, oh, I'm gonna catch that fight. I want to see him.
Yeah. Anytime I hear Shakur fighting, Janibek fighting, yeah. Even when I heard Barakram was fighting again, that fight was bad, but I like watching him fight though.
So you pick it's very interesting, the fighters that you like Usyk. You know what I'm saying? And
Janibek, Alam Halal. I mean, that's some deep boxing stuff, right? Like, Bakram.
Why those fighters? What is it about those fighters that interests you? I like them too, but I'm very interested in why you know what I mean, why you like those guys so much.
The way they fight, they got like the killer instinct. They have the killer instinct that I have. So anytime I can see somebody with it, I like to watch it, see what they do, and especially how they take out their opponents. I mean, that's just me.
That's very interesting, man. Every time you talk about that, every time we ask you like a boxing question like that, you always go, "No, I don't be seeing it coming." Like when you said Janibek, no, I did not see that coming at all. And your last was Vanhowder, so I guess I should expect a lot of things.
Exactly.
Hey, MAZI, so currently right now, and I know you're already back into training. I know that's a big deal for you to just get right back on it. If Dana were to call you tomorrow, hey man, I need you for this Sunday, you know, because so and so fell out, you'd be ready to jump in there. You know, it's an advantage not to make weight. It's interesting though, like you didn't mention, you tend not to mention names like Fabio Wardley and Agit Kabayel or any of these guys that are surrounding that. Do you ever watch them at all, or you're just kind of in your own lane?
I watched Fabio versus Joseph. I watch Fabio more now after he beat Justice, the UK dude, the Australian dude. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, Justice.
But after he beat him, after he beat him, started watching him more. I like Joseph Parker, and those are really only new heavyweights I watch, like current heavyweights that I watch besides Moses. But other than that, I don't really watch a lot of new heavyweights. I watch. So you watching Moses? Yeah.
All right, but you watching Moses with that other eye, like that, or you watching him like you're a fan, like you like to watch him box? Like, are you watching him
both.
Are you reading them? Are you
Both.
getting ready? Like
Both reading them, and I like how he fights. So it's like he good. He good.
Is there interest in fighting him? Like, do you feel like that?
Yeah,
like, is there a
sure.
fight in the division? You know, as you're coming up, do you have a signature fight that you kind of seen in crosshairs? Like, we're gonna meet up. The big fight is gonna be with this guy. I already see it as I'm moving through. Like, it's gonna be a certain fighter. Is there one you got your eyes on?
Nah, the only one is Moses in the future. That's it. Other than that, I'll fight anybody, whoever they want from me. I don't care.
That's interesting. I'm telling you, for you to say that, it's very interesting because, yeah, man, it's interesting. I'm just saying when you it's very interesting.
All right, you got Clay on the interesting part. So at this point in your career, then MAZI, and we know how confident your dad is about you. I've always felt, and even in this conversation that we're having now, I've always felt you have a quiet confidence about you, right? But when you want to be vocal, you can. So I'm going to ask you a straight question. Yeah. I know that it's extremely difficult to matchmake you. I remember what it was like in those days to have a fighter like yourself and going, oh my God, nobody wants to fight this guy. I'm literally overpaying people to try to get somebody to fight you. But now, you know, you're at Zuffa. Nobody can duck nobody. This Sunday, we got F.A. Jogba versus Charles Martin. Do you believe that at this point in your career, 11-0, 8 knockouts, you'd be fine with fighting either the winner or loser of that main event this Sunday?
Yeah, like I said, I'll fight anybody. It doesn't matter. I know I can beat them. As long as I'm in the ring, as long as I'm healthy, I know I can beat whoever they put in front of me. So if they have me fight the winner, I'll fight the winner. Like I said, I'm happy with whatever. I'll fight anybody. I don't care. At any point. That's up to my coach and my manager to pick the smart fights. But me, I'll hop in whoever. I believe in myself overly.
Yeah, and I love that, Clay. Like, that's what I mean, is you can see it in his eyes, right? You can see it in his face. He's got a very it's a very quiet confidence, right? Like you really believe that there's nobody there. When you look at someone like Moses and they hype him up, I get the feeling that you look at that and you go, man, you guys are hyping up a guy. I could have beaten all the people he would have fought. I would have smoked Dillian White the same way he would. I might have even smoked Dillian White worse. Is there like not a revenge, but do you feel some type of way that a Moses gets so much? And
I'm happy for him, honestly. I'm happy for him. Happy he gets the exposure he gets. I just know that they'll see one day what I am in America. That they'll see. So I don't really get mad. I'm happy for him. I support everybody.
You know, what, and I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I'm kind of on my analytical thing, right? Cerebral. I laugh, making jokes, but here's the reality, right? You did a lot of work between 6 years old to now. You stayed focused and you stayed committed to the sport that you love. And what it tells me is, even as we're asking you and we're trying to like put you into a box where, you know, you're gonna fight this guy. I love the fact that you just want the work. You don't care right now. It seems like your whole life has been that way, that you've always wanted to work. And I think that's going to pan out great. I love that you refer to I don't want to say your handlers, but you know what I'm saying, right? If I say your handlers, the people who are taking care of your career, who are matchmaking for you, your trainers. And it seems like you putting all in somebody else who moves like that, Jerron Boots Ennis. You know what I'm saying? You put all the work in their hands. You're not worried about those things. Just get me active. Put bodies. I'm going to give you the performances you need. And that mindset is going to organically just put you where you need to be. Because once you become must-see boxing, you're going to be undeniable. You know what I mean? It will be undeniable because the demand is going to start to take over all of the whatever, or all the narratives, all the rumors, all of the stories, whatever it is. The demand is going to become, bro, when you going to fight MAZI? That was a great fight you was in, though. But there's a young bull over there in America. Hey, bro. Hey, I'm just saying. When is that going to happen? And when they start talking funny, they start acting like they don't know who you are or who. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think I heard of him. And they try to play it off. It's just going to come to the surface. I see big things. American heavyweight boxing, there's space for somebody like you, man, without a doubt. And I think you're going to fit the shoes, man. I think you're going to fit those shoes.
Yeah, no, we're extremely excited about you, MAZI. I'm very excited about just the family dynamic, just like what Mr. Vanhowder said, right? Your story to me is a great American family story, right? Mom, who's a combat sports competitive athlete, right? Dad's working 7 days a week for everybody, providing for all the kids, and you're the oldest, holding it down for the house too, right? I mean, I wish you guys would get like your own 60 minutes of it all, where people can really get to know your story. So I'm going to ask you some really hard questions now. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, I got it.
What is your favorite food, and what was it that you ate right after the post-fight conference?
Oh, my favorite food, mac and cheese and fried chicken. Typical, but yeah, that's my favorite food. Like, but after I ain't eat that time, I had
all right, good. Vanhowder, don't do that, bro. It don't matter. Last names don't mean nothing, bro. The reality is
exactly.
He said we went mac and cheese. Fried.
That's my favorite thing. That's why I expect after every fight. But this fight, they changed it up. They got me oxtail. I mean, that was great too. That oxtail and mac and cheese. But mac and cheese is like that's like I need that after when I get home. I need mac and cheese.
Is mom making the mac and cheese, or is there a spot you're going to for the mac and cheese?
Mom makes it. Mom makes it.
Mom
and pops. Mama and pops, but
pops can cook. All right, I like that. I like that. All right. So,
Pops, you said that you be cooking for him. So, is that something you do? Are you a cook?
Yeah.
Or
no,
like
I used to cook in a bar, for a couple of jobs and stuff like that. But no, I like to cook. I grew up in the '80s, and the TV shows, Emerald Lagasse and all that. So I think I got some skills. But no, I can cook my ass off. You know what I mean?
No way, your son MAZI gonna get you a cooking show. He gonna get you. He's gonna come out with a cutlery set, right? We're gonna get some seasonings.
We're gonna get right. MAZI's gonna get a brand out there, cooking with cheeks.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Chef Cheeks out there cooking.
Yeah.
Hey, MAZI, so your dad told me that you do like the oxtail a lot, right? So I know when you and your family come down here to Vegas again, I got to take you guys to what Filipino. Have you ever had Filipino oxtail before? Have you ever had that dish? Oh my god!
Filipino food, but never oxtail.
Yeah. So there's this dish called kare-kare, which is a staple of Filipino cuisine, and only the best places really know how to make it. So we got to make sure you don't got to make weight. So we got to make sure we get you some kare-kare. And then my next hard question for you is, I know you're a gamer. So what game are you playing right now, man? What are you playing? What are you into
right now? I'm playing Rainbow Six Siege and Arc Raiders. That's it. Rainbow Six Siege.
He's playing Rainbow Six.
You over there with Jalil. You and Jalil over there playing video games, bro. Because
bro.
He was over there. Jalil was like, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm back on that Rainbow. Look at this. Jalil. You over here. That's what y'all doing, bro. That ain't a coincidence, bro.
That game is strategic. That job fun. You gotta get used to it, but after you used to it, it's fun.
Are y'all playing like
not yet. We're gonna start, but not yet.
Yeah, because all of a sudden that was very coincidental. That was very convenient that you just said that. All of a sudden. He's like, I don't know, man. Right now I'm back on that Rainbow Six. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Where that come from? I know where it came. Okay, anyway.
We was talking about it. The first biggest trip we had took.
There it is.
Now I know you played the 2Ks and all of that. When you play 2K, what was the team you're using? What's the team you use for 2K?
My favorite team's the Celtics.
Which year though? Which year of the Celtics?
I can use any year of them.
Really?
Year. Besides the new year, because I only got 2 people, but any year for real. Yeah.
Are you? Did you end up? Because I know your dad said you grew up in northern New York. Did you end up liking the Celtics for some reason? Or
that's my favorite team. Me and my granddad used to watch them all the time.
Really? I mean, when you say favorite, because you young, man. So when you say favorite team, and we're talking 2K, you're telling me you know who Larry Bird is and Robert Parrish and no, really, man. Oh my gosh! All right,
well, I love it. I see a Kevin Garnett energy. I see there's an energy I'm getting from him. That Kevin, he's liking that. He's liking that, my lord. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kevin. Shout out to Kevin
KG,
bro. The best storyteller in the NBA history, bro. When that man sit down and does an interview, I'm tapped in, bro. He does the best everything. He keeps you. He's like the basketball Fat Joe.
Yes,
Keep
he
him
is.
locked
Yes,
in.
he is. That was a good comparison.
The way he be talking, like let him tell you a Jordan story, you gonna be like, stop playing with me, Kevin. Stop playing with
I
me.
know
You
you
don't think he
lying.
lying?
Exactly.
You the best.
My one last thing on the game part for you, Mazi, is I don't know if you played it yet, but I always try to tell Clay about this all the time, and he's played them. Have you tried Ghost of Tsushima? Have you played Ghost of Tsushima?
No, sir.
And
My brother probably has.
Okay, and have you played Ghost of Yote?
Nah.
Okay, so I want you and moms and dad, ask your brother, go check that out. And I know you guys, the entire family is martial arts lovers. It'll be very hard for you not to fall in love with that game as much as you love martial arts. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
What's the first one you said? Ghost of Tsushima?
Tsushima.
The first one you said?
The first one is Ghost of Tsushima, and then the second one is Ghost of Yote. Yeah,
his brother has that one. That's the one that's it's like the samurais and you got the swords. And
that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, he plays that one. I haven't played it against him, but I seen him watch. I watched him play it. That shit dope.
Yeah,
that's nice. It's like a movie.
Yes, it's like playing a movie. It's like playing a movie. So, hey, one last question for you, Mr. Vanhowder, from me.
Yes, sir.
You grew up as a UFC guy, so tell me your favorite UFC fighters when you were growing up.
Let's see.
Watching
UFC fighters. Let's see. George St. Pierre. No, in no particular order. I'm just naming off all the people I like to watch to fight. George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva, Matt Hughes, Robbie Lawler, Pete Spratt, Forrest Griffin, Stephen Bronner, Corey Hill. That was a 6'7" lightweight, if y'all remember him.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I loved Corey Hill. Ben Rothwell, Andre Arlovsky, Tim Silva. Fedor's in there, but he's on the far end. But like I said, Rampage is my favorite to watch. Chuck Liddell. Basically anybody that y'all seen back in the day, I like them all. Royce Gracie. I even like the fat dude that Royce Gracie fought back in UFC 2. Was it 2 or 1? I think it was Tank? 2. No, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Tank.
Yeah, Tank. Yeah.
Even liked him too. So I had a slew of those people that I like, and we watched them all.
I feel you on that Fedor read though, because Fedor kind of rubbed me the wrong way too. I like Fedor, but it's
I can't stand a man who don't smile.
Show.
You know what I mean? You got to
smile
at me.
With a big wooden cross on his chest. Nah, yeah, he was.
Yeah. Like I said, I can't stand a man who don't laugh or nothing. You got to giggle. You know what I mean? I got to make sure you're a human being, and he don't look like a human being. You know what I mean?
Bro, he's a sociopath, low key. Like,
yeah, exactly.
His brother. You know about his brother Reyes. His brother was.
I know.
Borderline criminal.
Yes.
Legitimate.
Yeah.
Fedor's brother?
Yes.
Yeah. No joke.
Quite familiar. Had to plan against that man. He's very, very, very tough. Hard to say that he wasn't the greatest heavyweight. He's very, very tough to prepare against. Mazi, let me ask you this then, because I know you grew up watching this UFC with your dad. Was it kind of a trip for you to see Forrest Griffin like live? Because you watched, all of his fights with Stefan Bonner and everything. So were you kind of tripping out like, oh my gosh, it's Forrest Griffin?
A little bit. It was like I was surprised. I was shocked. I was just like, dang, he's really there. It was that just be.
Have you ever considered? Oh no, you said you wouldn't do it because you didn't want to get kicked.
No, he doesn't like getting kicked.
Now that I grew up,
want to do none of that.
I got a little older. Yeah, I wouldn't even hop in the octagon.
Nah,
he's like Bud Crawford. Bud was like, no, bro, I ain't taking no kicks from nobody.
You see the cages, you see them training, you don't ever get a little itch and be like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, I think I could. I
get the itch to leave. I get the itch to these guys is a real deal. We gotta go.
Let me get up out of here before they call me up in there with them.
Let me go for after the spar.
Now, Mazi, I know that because you're part of Zuffa now, you can go to any of these UFC fights that you want to. Is there a particular UFC fighter you're watching right now? Like, is there any of them that you're a fan of? Oh, my man! See, you hear that, Clay? Mazi likes Ilya Tapura, baby.
Everybody likes Ilya, man.
I like Ilya, Khamzat, and Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go with the Europeans, man.
Yeah,
But the mac cheese and the French and the fried chickens keeping you like I know it's real. But outside of that mac and cheese and that fried chicken, bro, you got interesting picks, baby. That mac and cheese and fried chicken is relevant. It's holding you down, bro. It's heavy. I ain't gonna lie. That's a big and a bag. Ooh, shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it because whenever I think of any of those fighters that you mentioned, I think of pedigree. You know what I'm saying? I think of fundamentally sound, you know what I'm saying? Which I think is a breath of fresh air because especially being a big heavyweight now, and I think a lot of it is, you know what I mean, God is good because he put you in the right stages and the right seasons in your life and you're in the right place right now because you actually have an appreciation for that sweet science. You see it. Even the Shakur, you saying you like seeing Shakur. I know you're not, nobody's picking up and watching Shakur to see a knockout. You're going to see proper punch placement. You're going to see defensive, him be defensively responsible. You're going to see great footwork. You're picking that up. So I know that you love the sport, and that's a great sign. You know what I mean? I'm a real fan of the sport, bro. Like, I'm a real fan of it on that kind of level. So I love to hear you talk like that. It throws me off, to be honest with you, because most people ain't thinking that way. And that's just being honest. I won't say no names, but on the landscape of boxing, it's not that many people loving the sweet science like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Refreshing.
Yeah, no, you're definitely an impressive young man, MAZI. Mr. Vanhowder, you've raised an amazing young man, you and Mrs. Vanhowder. We're rooting for you, and we've been rooting for you from even the beginning when we first saw. I believe it was that weird fight, by the way. You remember this one where the guy came in with the red dye, right? And I felt like that was kind of your Ali moment, honestly, because your eyes, like from what I understood, you couldn't see at all during that fight, and you still beat the hell out of this guy at the end, right? And you've experienced that. Can you talk about that fight a little bit?
That fight was funny because we was walking to the ring from the back, and I was telling everybody, I was like, I think he's red. He's not really black anymore. And they're like, nah, what are you talking about? So we were walking, then we get in the ring, and he's red. I'm like, nah, he's not black. He's red. Like, he's just red. And they didn't know what it was. We didn't know what it was either because he had that thing on his head. So we didn't know, like, where it was from. We just knew his body was just red. Then he took it off, and we see his whole head was red because his hair before, he had a mask on, so we didn't see it. We didn't know, like, what it was, like, what type of hair he had. Then once he hopped in the ring, the first round, he headbutted me. And from there, I couldn't see out my right eye. And my coach is like, you got a left eye, don't you? I was like, yeah. He's like, you better use it. So it was like, as the fight grew on, it got easier because he wasn't really moving. But at the beginning, it was hard because he was moving a lot. Not like so I only could see out of one eye.
And we was wiping the hell out of his eyes in the corner too. I mean, we was trying to get it all out of there, but it was.
Did y'all try to complain about that? Like, hey, bro, hold up, man. Did
we was complaining
like foul play? Like,
we was complaining in between each round, but you know what I mean. He was still going. He said he was fine. No, but we knew he wasn't fine. But it just wasn't right. You know what I mean? But they couldn't do nothing because the commission should have seen that before. Right. His hair was dyed. Nope. Yeah, that was it. We were just in the hospital after that for 6 hours getting his eyes flushed.
Oh my God!
How long, MAZI? How long do you have like a timeline as far as like where you like to see yourself in the next, like, let's say 3 years? Is there an ideal situation you like to find yourself in a certain amount of time?
Nah, not really a certain amount of time. Just I like to be champ as fast as possible. So whatever I can do to get to that point as soon as possible, I'm willing to do it.
At
so I don't really have like a certain timeline.
At 220, do you think you'd ever consider, like, is weight cutting at all in your future? Like, could you see yourself fighting a cruiserweight guy? I can't picture it, but I'm just asking because
nah.
Right. He likes oxtail. Like, stop it.
I like oxtail, like mac and cheese too much.
No, but plus you don't look heavy. Like, you look like you in shape. You look like a real young Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? Like, you on that type of. You don't look like you got too much to cut. Like that.
It was. We stopped thinking about that after I hit like 210, 205. That's when we stopped thinking about cutting weight. Because when I was cruiserweight, I was walking around only 200 pounds. So it's like,
right.
We don't have to cut no weight. We just hop on the scale, cut 2 pounds maybe, but that's about it. But ever since I hit 210, it was like we stopped thinking about cutting weight and just bulking and getting bigger. but
He's kind of
like
he's
a
kind of
good
built like
way,
his
not a
dad.
bad way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Within that timeline that you mentioned, are you excited that the first Zuffa boxing belt is being fought for on March 8th? And do you see yourself being the first heavyweight Zuffa boxing champion?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, if
You think it's lined up that way?
I hope so.
Right.
If not, I'll be the second because whoever
Right.
gets it before me is gonna lose it to me.
Facts.
But whoever to get it to, I hope I get it.
Hey, bro, I ain't even mad at you, man. I see.
I
it,
love
man.
it.
I believe
love
you
it.
when you said it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't even doubting you. When you said it,
Right. Yeah. I was convinced
in my
already.
spirit. I was like,
oh.
yeah, yup, that's what's gonna happen.
Oh man. No.
I ain't gonna lie.
I really hope you do get it, because I feel like that's the type of push that you need for people to recognize you as the Moses Itauma of America, right? They keep talking about this young man across the pond, they're not talking enough about you, man, and they need to. So I know Dana's going to be on his job, and the Zuffa boxing guys are going to be on this job to push you.
Yes, sir. I already know they're doing a great job of what they do.
Yeah.
They're killing it.
Do you know when your next fight's gonna be? You already have that?
Nah, not yet. Just it's gonna be within April, May.
April, May.
But
okay.
nothing confirmed yet.
That April card is shaping up, Clay. We got Jaleel, Rob. Then we might have MAZI on it. Man, that April card is shaping up right now.
I think Dana's seeing the team, not just him, but they've got the standouts that they're seeing, and we're gonna start seeing the cards. That's what is gonna make those cards get sacked at the Robert Merriweathers, the Jaleel Hackett's, the MAZI Vanhowders. You can already kind of see the standouts that once you put them on a card, it's gonna make the card really stand out. I'm patient. We'll see.
I'm very patient. I've been waiting 16 years. I can wait another 5-6 more with no problem.
No doubt. Yo, pound for pound list dropped. Shakur Stevenson, number 3 on the pound for pound list. What you think about that?
I have no problem with that.
It's deserved. You don't get hit. He beats everybody he fights.
Exactly.
Out like good. Only bad one was the Edwin De Los Santos, but that wasn't even that bad of a win. He still dominated. It was just they didn't like how he looked.
What'd you think of that Tio fight when you saw it? Like Shakur's, because you just said the De Los Santos fight wasn't that bad. So I know you've been tapped into Shakur's trajectory for a while, but he needed that signature fight, right? He was looking for that fight, and he got the opportunity. What'd you think about what he did with that opportunity when you watched that fight?
With Tio?
Yeah, with Tio and Shakur.
He took advantage of the opportunity that was given to him with the jab. Like
it was right there, right?
He made him look ordinary, and people don't make Tio look really ordinary. That's the best Tio. That was the best Tio for sure.
Wow.
And with that, I don't think anybody could beat Shakur, honestly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you see that going into that fight? Did you see that happening?
I thought it'd be a tougher fight. I thought Tio would give him more problems because of his athleticism and like his jerky movements. He's like an awkward dude, kind of. So I thought it'd be a little harder. And I didn't think he'll find that jab that easily, that many times.
Right.
And like he just I don't know.
So did he gain even a new, was it like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a new respect where you was like, I knew he was nice, but damn. Was it like that? Like, damn.
It was like, damn, he really on a whole nother level from everybody else. It was like, yo, this dude's like wild the way what he does. Dude's great.
Yeah, man.
Definitely up there.
Are you good with how that list turned out though? Do you agree that Usyk should be number 1, Inoue number 2, and Shakur number 3, or would you flip it around?
No, I think the way it is how it is. They're both undisputed at 2 different weight classes, and Shakur, not yet. So I feel like it should be that way.
All right. I like it.
MAZI, man, I'm looking forward to continuing to speak with you. This one was a long interview because we're gonna take our time to really just get to know you as a person. But we're definitely behind you in your fight game, man. We're excited to see it. I'm gonna be calling the fights. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I call a lot of the fights, and it's a pleasure watching you fight in the ring, man. It is, man. I can't wait till they get that right opponent, because I know you're the kind of fighter as the opponents go up, we're gonna see more layers to the onion. It's just gonna come out. These new things are gonna come out, especially in this new body you got. I'm gonna start calling you MAZI, aka the Avatar Vanhowder, bro. I feel like there's this 145-pound dude sleeping somewhere in the crib right now, and you just this body walking around. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Dad got you tucked away in the crib somewhere right now, and who I'm looking at is real, bro. I think it's some going on, deeper, darker criminal link. You know what I'm saying? I'm going on right now, but hey, bro, I can't tell. I can't catch it, so I just got to deal with the Avatar.
Hey, Mazi, I want to say definitely, thank you for so much of your time, and thank you for being so open with us too. I really love that you were so open, and I can't thank your mom and your dad enough. They have been amazing throughout the entire process. I'm sure the Zuffa people love to work with both of them just because they're so great and they're so behind you, and you could really feel that. You could feel the family dynamic. You guys are like the Incredibles, you know. You guys are all really like just all packed together. So thank you for that, Mr. Vanhowder.
No problem.
Vanhowder. Thank you, Mrs. Vanhowder. I know you're listening on the chat. We got to get you on the show one of these times. Talk about them karate days. Come on,
Exactly.
Mrs. Vanhowder. We want to hear about you being a senpai. You know, I love it.
They go that left hook that body. They go that left hook that body looking crazy.
That's right. That's right. So one last thing from me, Mazi, is I'd like for you, and I was telling your dad this because you kind of remind me of him a little bit of what you can get to. Do you watch a lot of Lennox Lewis at all?
Yeah, I watch him sometimes, not overly, but I watch sometimes.
Okay, I want you to rewatch when he fought Hasim Rahman the second time. That 247 with that jab and the way he moved his feet. I feel like that's one of your that might be your purple belt, like your next level up, right? Like, because I could see you wanting to do it, but none of these guys that you're fighting so far have given it to you. So I'm waiting for that moment, and maybe we will see you fight either the winner or loser of FA Jogba Charles Martin. Make it happen, Zuffa. The kid's ready. Make it happen.
Yeah, I got a few.
Oh, he ready. He ready. I ain't gonna talk too much shit, as a dad, but just know when he gets to that point where, like you guys said, everybody's gonna talk about him. That's when I'm gonna fall back. When everybody's talking about him, that's when I'm gonna fall back. I ain't gonna say nothing.
All right. So, all right, bro. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Until the next time, right? Okay. So you done for tonight? Like, I'm gonna stop tonight, but
like I said,
he's done for his interview.
He's for his interview, but the sun will come out tomorrow, bro. You're gonna be like, you go most
whole new day.
Scaring everybody with his ugly face. Oh, he back at it. He back at it.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to see you guys, man. Tap in, man. Any social media you want to communicate to the space and follow? I know you got a channel too. Like, you got a little channel going as well. Anything you want to put out there?
Just follow me on Instagram to keep watching at Team Maserati, and my YouTube is Maserati_TV.
Yes, sir.
And then you got he posts more than me. You got his Instagram at Only Hands Podcast.
And Boxing Mom at Twitter, because she posts more than me.
Boxing Mom at Twitter.
Hold on, man, don't do that. It's Boxing Mom. She the one. She posts more than me. I don't do everything over here. I talk some shit.
Exactly. She posts too.
Yo, holla at you guys, man. Hey, Coach Miles, by the way, feel free to stop by anytime, man. Talk about boxing. There's a lot of big fights coming up. We got Ryan Garcia, Mario Barrios coming up. You know what I'm saying? Obviously on that undercard. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how much boxing you're watching. Gary Antoine Russell is going to be on there defending his title on that card. Richardson Hitchens finally is going to get active and fight somebody.
He's fighting about time.
Yeah, he fighting.
I'll wait till he walk in the ring.
Duarte. That's going to be a good fight.
To believe it. I can't wait to see.
No, he's going to be there. It looks like it's going down, man. I think it's going to be a good fight.
Perfect. Yeah, that's going to be a damn good fight.
Yeah.
So I'll be in the chat when y'all talking about the fights.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Salute to you guys.
Thank you again.
Thank y'all for having us.
Thank you for having us, man. Thank you.
You know, no problem, man. Team MAZI in the building, man. Demazian Vanhowder and his father, man. Salute to those guys, man. Salute.
Yes, sir. Till next time.
That was a good one, man. MAZI, man.
I love that we're giving them the space, right, for people to really get to know who they are. And hey, man, the kid convinced me. You look at his eyes, bro, and I'm excited when he says, "I'll beat these fools." You know, like, all right.
I love that, and I you know what I love? I love the patience, the patience and the time he's willing to give for everything to happen the right way. You know what I'm saying? And how he's not caught up on the names, that he's just right now it's just like one step at a time with him, and he's in that place right now where it's just about activity. It's like those names are great, but I just want to fight. Keep me fighting, and eventually that's gonna come my way, and that's a good sign, man. Because you know, with the proper team around him, and as long as he doesn't get in their way and he allows them to do their job, and I think he's in good hands over there at Zuffa. I think he's gonna develop right by the time he gets into those fights. I think he's gonna be a well-oiled machine. You know what I'm saying? By the time he gets in front of those guys. Sometimes these young fighters get a little, I want it now. I want, you know what I mean? Like he will take it right now, but he's going to allow the people he's hired to do their jobs. He's not going to get in their way, and he's going to focus on his job, which is performing in that ring, man. And that's going to turn and manifest into something special, I think.
Yeah. No, that was great. And it's very open with their time. Very open with their whole life, really, man. I don't think any other. I've never heard him talk about that growing up or him being homeschooled or any of that stuff. So no, that was fun. That was definitely fun.
Yeah, for sure, man. I definitely, and I love the fighters he picked. There was a lot of just little intangibles, you know what I'm saying, that really, like I said, and I was saying during the interview, very interesting. I am, because I'm getting to know these fighters, you know what I'm saying, and so is the space, right? The community getting to know these up and coming fighters. A lot of people complain about Zuffa boxing, saying who they signing, who the stars, who they're not attracting nobody, and they don't get the bigger picture, you know what I'm saying, yet at least. And the bigger picture is him, man. The bigger picture is Robert Merriweather, is Jalil Hackett. That's the bigger picture. So if you can tap into these guys when they're at this stage in their career, you appreciate a lot more of what they do 3 to 5 years from now, because you understand the humble beginnings and you kind of get to follow them up, and that's always a great part of boxing. But that being said, segueing into the great conversation, I'm going to talk about Mauricio Sulaiman for a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you, bro, because
go ahead. Go get him, Clay.
listen, man. You know, it's very interesting. You know, people, you know, it's split. I think it's damn near 50-50. Some people are really backing Mauricio. They feel like, listen, these fighters, there's always been sanctioning fees, and these fighters are acting brand new, and you know what I mean, this has always been here. And then you got the other side of the game, and that's where I'm at too, which is, nah, bro, these sanctioning bodies need to be questioned. It's been questioned for years. A lot of fighters have questioned, why are they taking the money? What does the money go to? And like Andre Ward said today, I don't know where that money's going. And the only time you hear about a fund this or a fund that is when you guys are being confronted. Andre Ward said 98% of the fighters in the game don't even know nothing about these funds. Don't even know nothing about these, you know what I mean, for the fighter funds and all these different things that they don't even know that those opportunities or those services are available to them. And Mauricio, the more and more he does interviews, and I know he's out here trying to show this person who's super transparent, right? Like, oh, anytime you want me, I'll do an interview with you. I'll answer any question. I don't hide from any questions. But, bro, you might want to start hiding. I'm not going to lie to you. You might want to start hiding, because it's very telling and very revealing what's coming out in these interviews. There's a certain arrogance. There's a certain entitlement. There's a certain idea of narcissist almost energy coming from Mauricio and the way he represents that sanctioning body, especially in comparison to his counterparts, the WBO, the WBA, the IBF. He just clearly feels like they're levels above, and like Terrence Crawford said, like you're bigger than the program. You know what I'm saying? Like you're bigger than the program. And it's interesting. Did you get a chance to see the Andre Ward, Roy Jones, and that lawyer?
You sent it to me. That's Shakur's, I guess, co-management, but more so like the lawyer, right? Mm-hmm. And everything. And definitely watched the Chris Mannix versus Mauricio. That was very interesting today. For you guys who keep wanting to, I guess, support this weirdo sanctioning body fees. I mean, look, man, what the price yesterday is not the price today. 2026, everything rolled differently. Ring Magazine is really pushing the whole, hey, this is the Ring magazine. That's the championship that matters. We just saw it on today's announcement, right? Dana White does an announcement in where he's all over CBS, Clay, and he's talking about, number one, we're going to have our first Ring magazine / Zuffa Boxing Championship March 8th, right? And number two, now I'm working on the White House event. And then earlier before that, they were talking about how CBS, remember how I kept saying to you, CBS is going to start showing free access to this stuff, right? So the first rollout is free on CBS, regular TV, UFC. I'm sure the Zuffa Boxing will come pretty soon. So yeah, man, what's the point of sanctioning fees, Clay, if Zuffa's not charging it to fighters and neither is Ring?
I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, I'm gonna do my best to keep Zuffa out of this, right? Because it's not about Zuffa. You know what I'm saying? In all, it
is about the sanctioning fees, though. So what's the
that's
point?
What it's about. It is about the sanctioning fees, right?
So what's the point?
Right. So it's not about, for me, it's not about Zuffa so much, right? And the reason I don't put Zuffa in there, because Zuffa is not necessarily the end all be all answer to all problems and all. You know, there's gonna be problems and things that pop up out of there too. The inconsistencies. This is what happens in the sport. But the sanctioning body conversation is a conversation that's been happening for years. Like years, multiple years, from era to era. You know what I'm saying? Why? From Floyd Mayweather, before Floyd Mayweather, but probably really Floyd Mayweather, in my opinion, being one of the first fighters who just made a habit of like winning the belts and then dropping the belts. And just talking about, he just really kind of made his stance in there to be like, I'll fight for the belt, pay my sanctioning fee, but I'm not going to. And then for it to come full circle to this point right now, where Shakur Stevenson is getting a belt stripped from him because he competed in a complete different weight class with a complete different sanctioning body, and that the WBC found entitlement in that to say, nah, I didn't even like the wording of permission. It bothered me, right, to hear him speak that way. To say he asked us for permission and we gave him permission to go up there and what? What are you talking about right now, bro? Does he have a mandatory? Is there another fight that he's supposed to be doing that day? What? It sounds like you make it sound like you're giving him grace. And I also didn't appreciate the idea of every time Chris Mannix spoke to him trying to dismiss the idea that it was about money. It's not about money. It could be $1 million. It could be $1. It's not about money. It's about rules. Bro, what? It's about money, bro. And that's very disingenuous to even speak like it doesn't come down to the money. You know what I'm trying to say? Like there's like a spit in your face to be like, the $120,000 you're asking from Shakur ain't the point. What? If he paid the $120,000, he would have kept the belt. The championships are supposed to be about what goes on inside the ring. What's going on outside the ring is taking too much precedence, bro. It's taking way too much precedence over what's going on inside the ring. Because it's borderline getting ready to say that you got to pay to be a champion. Just say it. You got to pay to be a champion.
Well, I mean, even the way he came on freely knowing Chris Mannix was going to ask him the hard questions. So in his head, he's answering these questions. But Clay, look, even when, so let's say my argument to you is, but Clay, those are the rules. Claymore, but those are the rules. Hey, bro, don't get mad at me. Those are the rules, right? But what if you were able to look back at me and go, the fuck are you talking about, Angelo? You're the one that made the rules. So change them, all right? You're the one, you keep moving the goalposts. You keep changing all these rules. And that's where I'm kind of like, I've even given this some thought, Clay. I've even given this some thought. Why is it that in boxing from 2026 moving forward, and with the Ring magazine being so significant in that when you win that belt, they're giving you a $200,000 belt. Actually, the value of it because of just the gold and craftsmanship and all that alone, right? Why can't we get to a space where the belts are the ones paying the fighters for the belts to be worn by them? Because that's what's happening, right? Like Shakur Stevenson's right now known as the WBO 140 champ, but really, more importantly, he's the Ring magazine champ. So the WBO part, it matters, but does it? Like, did that position really matter? So I don't know. Where are you at with that? Why are they still paying the 120s and the 60,000s and why are we doing that?
I believe the belts have value to them, right? I think in a perfect world they'd be free. The price would be my blood and sweat in the fight. You know what I'm saying? And me winning, that'd be the price that I paid or that a fighter paid, right? But I also understand that there is a point behind the idea that the belts do give them notoriety. It makes them bigger. It affects their paychecks. I believe their pay does go up when they have the belt. You know what I mean? It does add to the fighter. It's an asset in a way, right? It has asset qualities to it. But I do believe that just like the American dollar to a degree, by printing it so much, you kind of devalue it. And I think with all these interim titles, silver titles, all these different levels of titles that these, it's not just the WBC, all sanctioning bodies, right, find themselves in a position where they're able to charge fighters and make money. It seems like it's very culture vulture energy about the way their presence is showing up in the sport. It's a very like, vultures picking at the bones. Like you just getting the money out of these guys' blood, sweat, and efforts in there. And I think that the people who support it, it's so funny because I remember when there was so many complaints going on about boxing, but ever since Zuffa or Turki and all these people came in, there's been a fight to keep boxing the way it is. There's been a big fight to keep it that way because they don't want to move forward, because moving forward looks like it's going to leave the powers that be. And people are starting to realize, I actually want Al Heyman to be doing what Al Heyman's doing. I want Oscar De La Hoya to do what he's doing. I want all these promoters to still do what they're doing. They're scared to go to the devil they don't know. They want to hold on to the devil they do know. So they're like, bro, the sanctioning fees been having to get paid. Keep paying it. That's the normal way of doing things, man. Why are we trying to change things up? And I always say, and I come back to this, Reyes, it's about the fighters, bro. Yeah, it's about the fighters, bro. And the moment you start seeing the fighters rallying, the way they're beginning to rally and complain the way they're complaining, we should hear them. Yep, because they're the ones in there risking it all. They're the ones dealing with it, and you see a lot of fighters coming out the woodworks who probably didn't have the courage to speak before, coming out and being like, "Man, that don't make no sense to me." I ain't gonna lie, I've always wanted to know what that was about. I just do it because I feel like, and when now you bring in the idea that there may be options out there, it can become complicated. And I think Mauricio Suleiman is disconnected from the reality of that. Right. That you saying the rules and you saying it's not holding the weight you want it to hold, because the rules don't get the respect you want the rules to have, because we seen you bend, break, stretch, disregard, make new rules. We seen you disrespect your own damn rules. There's absolutely no reason Ryan Garcia should be coming off of a loss
and being number one,
and then off of a loss, off of an expulsion, not suspension, expelled, coming off of that, coming off a loss and being expelled, and walk right into another number one championship fight. Yep, with the WBC. There's no reason for Conor Benn, who hasn't competed in the division for 4 years, bro. And when he was competing in the division, he wasn't ranked 3, 2, 1, 4, or even 5. But right now he's number one. Number one as a mandatory too. And you're activating the man. You're saying the winner of Ryan and Barrios gotta fight him, or what? You're gonna risk being stripped. Right. You can't justify that nonsense, bro. You can't justify it, man. And the fact that you keep on coming back to the rules is a joke, because you break the rules. You should stay away from the term rules, because that's when the scrutiny comes in there. And I felt Chris Mannix in his frustration, like, yo, bro, stop playing with me, bro. Right. Like, and he told him, like, I've supported you, right? Like, even with the Terrence thing, I'm like, he competed for that belt, blah, 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 blah. But it gets to a point where we got to get past the silliness of all. You're playing with my intelligence. You're literally playing with my intelligence, bro. Like, what am I, stupid or I'm dumb? Which one am I? If I sit here and let you continue to throw the rules in my face, that I've seen you stretch the Jamal Charlo. Oh, he was talking about unaliving himself if you took the belt from him. Right. What? Right. How's that your problem? Get him help. Get him put in the hospital if you're that worried.
Or take some of that. Yeah, take some of that nonprofit money and put it on to mental health and put him in a hospital. But I mean, again, it's like everything that was coming out of his mouth, Clay, was let me defend why these crooked ways are okay. And like I said, man, 2026, we're in a new time, right? Last time I checked, Claymore, when they were talking about Xander Zayas and people like Ricky Martin, everybody and 128 million people saw the halftime show with Xander Zayas on it, they didn't say he was the WBA, WBO champ. They just said he was the champ. So I'm just saying, man, like how significant, like the fight itself is significant. I understand, like having a tournament or a title fight, all of that. It's just like bowl games in college football, Clay. I understand. Yes, there is a significance to winning the Rose Bowl. There's a significance to winning the Sugar Bowl. I get it. But those guys do not pay a fee to get in that. All they have to do is work hard, play hard, and then they get in the tournament, right? And then they get a chance to go get it. So like, again, I'm vehemently against moving forward with these fighters having to pay so much money for these fees, man. I don't understand it.
I think, and shout out to HLD who's saying Xander is beyond happy paying for his belt fees, right? And I can appreciate that. I'm gonna be real with you, right? Because my whole thing is if the boxers are happy, fine. But once they start pushing back the way they're pushing back, we have to acknowledge and speak to the elephant in the room. It's been going on for years. And not knowing no better and just understanding the way things are and just going with the flow, getting along to get along doesn't necessarily mean somebody is happy to pay the fees.
Yeah.
They're doing what they think they need to do in order to become champions, unified champions, undisputed. They believe in the impact of that, of them accomplishing that, being a great impact on their career. And I agree with them. I don't mind the WBC belt, the WBO, the IBF. I like the look of it. I like somebody sitting in there with 4 belts on their arms and a Ring Magazine belt over their shoulder. I mean, you just look decorated. When Monster Inoue standing inside the ring,
yeah, okay,
that looks great. That's a great picture moment. Like that looks good. But be consistent, be fair, and it should be equal opportunity across the board. And like my guy Chris Manick said, it should be merit based. Very important, bro. Fighters who are looking up at Ryan Garcia right now, who've been fighting in that WBC sanctioned body ranking system, paying their fees to be in that sanctioning system, and just to see Ryan Garcia come in over me for what? What did he do? He lost. He didn't even beat me. The guy who really he didn't. So why should he be put over me? And now I got to take chances. I got to go fight somebody, potentially take a loss and be resetted on my journey. I got to be the ones who take the back seat or not be active. Or maybe I got to wait like Joseph Parker did, right? Joseph Parker was like, I got to wait. I got to wait. It was like, nah, I got to be active. But he waited so long, Fabio clipped him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't even get his opportunity. So, yeah, man, it's important that this is consistent. It's important that this is consistent across the board, that it makes sense. I don't think all the fighters are complaining about paying fees, period, but there is there is an inconsistency with the way, and especially Mauricio. Mauricio is on the hot seat, bro. Because
he's just making himself look bad, bro. Hey, can you put that one up from Zero FX right there? Yeah. Boxers pay sanctioning bodies for a platform and a label. The belt gives you visibility. The organization gets its fee, and everyone calls it quote unquote prestige. But at the end of the day, Clay, it's marketing, man. It's marketing. And Ring Magazine, they're the king right now because Turkey is the salary cap. So for all, what were we starting to talk about, Clay, before the show even started, right? We're talking about Brandon Figueroa, who just upset Nick Ball, possibly fighting in Riyadh, right? In Riyadh to go fight Shushu Carrington. And us as fans were like, that'd be a great fight. Who's flipping the bill, Clay? Is the WBC flipping the bill for that? Is the WBA flipping the bill for that? Nah, bro. Ring Magazine's flipping the bill for that. And Ring Magazine's not charging these fighters. So, no, man, I'm sorry. Yes, do I agree? Like, yes, in the NFL, do you have to pay tax? Yes, you do. So if we want to say that's the rule is all these other belts require X amount of taxes from the fighters, great, then make it all the way across. But you can't be charging Shakur $120,000 when the actual belt he was fighting for
It's
that was
charging
being
like
talked
60 or
about
70.
was like
Yeah.
60,000. What are we doing defending this crap? What are we doing?
It's the
Come
truth.
on.
It don't make no sense. It just doesn't, man. And there's a logic, right? There's a practical thing about this thing that is being just overlooked, and it's kind of hard to just deal with a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, right? There's just this obvious elephant in the room that's just being overlooked and covered up with. That's how it's always been covered up with the rules. It's the rules. If you don't want to be champion, don't take the. Who doesn't want to be champion? But they don't want to pay the absorbent fee. The fee is not. It's not. If he doesn't want to be a champion, so are we buying belts or are we earning belts inside the ring?
Yep.
Because if Shakur moves around right now and fights Dalton Smith and says, "Yo, bro, I'm not fighting you for that belt."
Yep.
Right. Let's just say that happens,
the Ring
right?
Magazine. It's a Ring Magazine title.
No, but look,
if Turkey's paying for it.
Let's say he fights Dalton Smith, right? And he says, "I'm not fighting you for that belt. I'm not paying the sanctioning body. I'm not fighting for that belt." And Dalton Smith says, "I don't care. I just want to fight you." Now, when he fights Dalton Smith and he beats Dalton Smith is the WBC champion.
Right.
You want to throw a shot. You want to Swiss cheese the credibility of your belt. Right. Have it around the waist of a motherfucker who just got knocked out.
Right. You know
what I mean?
Right.
Have him walk around and be your champion now. A dude who just got pieced up, dominated, outclassed, and the guy who beat him saying, "I'm straight off that belt. I wasn't competing for that belt. I just wanted to fight." Let's see how much value your belt gets then. So there's a hypocrisy about the idea of if you don't want to fight for the belt, don't fight for the belt. Because if somebody calls your bluff on that, it's gonna be interesting. I remember when Tim Tszyu and was fighting when they were talking about him fighting I think it was Keith Thurman. And they said they were going to make it a catch weight because Keith didn't want to fight for the WBO title. He had talked shit about them back in the day. He wasn't going to fight for them, so he was going to do a catch weight. And I said, that's going to be real weird, bro. Because if Keith beats this dude, Tim Tszyu going to be champion still? Because he didn't fight for the belt because it's a catch weight. Who's going to believe that? Who's going to believe that, bro? They're going to look at that belt like it's a joke. They're going to be like, bro, that belt is a joke, bro. That guy ain't no champion. He just lost. So you don't want to deal with that. So Mauricio was talking very one-way street about it, very matter of fact about it. Very, if you don't like it, don't do it.
Right.
And I thought that was some diabolical shit to see him talk like that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and Clay, like even like right now, right? What did it do any good? The WBC said, "Hey, yeah, you're not the champion anymore." Like right now, everybody's talking about what's going on. Why is this so bad? From Mannix to Roy Jones Jr. to Andre Ward, and if this story ever at some point this year, like I've said, it might happen at some point, Clay, becomes like a global, national type of a story where 60 Minutes, why are fighters paying for sanctioning fees, right? The WBC is going to be the face of the whole crookedness of it all. So, like I said, man, we're at the channel, Clay. What are we always talking about? What's best for the fighters? And we're watching it from the fan perspective. So what we care about is more eyes on the sport. The WBC isn't giving more eyes to the sport. They're actually taking it away. This is the reason why I got to listen to Raider Nation tell me, Angelo, man, boxing's dying, bro. Boxing's so crooked. Well, there you go, Mauricio. You're one of the reasons why they're saying it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. And I hear you, HL. I know, I get it, man. I really do get it. But the aesthetics, the optics is diabolical. The optics is not good. The optics ain't good. Mansa Musa says when Turkey merged with Dana, that made people want to support the WBC because we all see they're trying to monopolize boxing. Brother, let me tell you something, man. Every last one of those promoters have been trying to monopolize boxing for years. That's where the across the street politics came from. Come over here if you want to fight for the belt. They take belts and hold the belts hostage. You want to come? Sign over here. What did Bob Arum say to Eddie Hearn? He said to not Eddie Hearn, but he did say to Eddie Hearn, but it was about with the Devin Haney and the Shakur thing. He said he signed in the wrong place.
Right.
He should be over here. They've all been trying to do it. Always remember that the game that Turki Al-Sheikh and Dana White is playing, always understand that they came to Rome and they're just doing what the Romans do, bro. The rules were made and they're just following the rules. He who has the bag makes the rules. He who has the bag controls it. And they opened that door for a billionaire Saudi Arabian country to come into the space and take it from them because they made it all about bread. It's just like you got a girlfriend and you spoil her and you buy her a bunch of clothes all the time and you buy her a nice car, you buy her a nice crib, and all you do is spend money on her. And then you give me a chance when my money is triple your worth. You make it easy for me to come get your girl, bro. Now you can make it all about me taking your girl, or you can be real and be like, you turned your girl into a little gold digger, bro, and you made you paint. You know what I'm saying? You made the rules. You made it easy for me. I just came in and just bought her a foreign car that cost $300,000 because it meant nothing to me. I took her out that nice apartment you put her in, and I put her in a crib on 3 acres of land. I put, you know what I mean? I gave her a roundabout driveway with a garage, and she got 3 full cars in the garage. You gave her 1 car, paid her rent, kept her lights on, and you became a sugar daddy. I'm a bigger sugar daddy. I got no problem being a sugar daddy because the old saying goes, it ain't pimping if you can afford it. Right? It ain't tricking. Sorry. It ain't tricking if you can afford it. It don't mean nothing to me. So blind, I don't care. I'll get that girl $500,000 a year in vacations, cars, jewelry, nonsense. And you're going to be like, look at that sucker. Really? That's a tax write-off for me, bro. I'm paying her to shut up and leave. I put her in her own place. And she's on call. I'm calling her when she's on the phone with you and I call. She tells you she got to call you back, bro. You heard? I got to call you back. Hey, baby. You know what I'm saying? So who you talking to? Anyway, I'm sending over the car service over to come grab you, man. I'm trying to cop them cheeks. You heard?
Yeah.
You talking so nasty. You crazy. I ain't crazy, bitch. Just make sure you get your shit together, man. Tell that dude, turn that phone off. You heard? You call him tomorrow when you get home. I'm doing a dirty, I'm doing a bad like that because you set the rules.
Right.
Be mad at me, man. Be mad at the game.
Well, the other thing too, Clay, is how people easily forget, right? Hey, coach, salute. How people easily forget that, you use that word so freely, monopolize. Yeah. You remember, Clay, when PBC came in, right? And then they were talking about a PBC belt too, signing 400 fighters and the whole bit. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to monopolize it too. They just did such a terrible job. They lost $700 million in investor money. So I guess, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'm trying to tell you, they ain't make the rules, bro, but they came in clearly. Turkey saw the game and said, oh, I could play that game. That's it. That's all it is. They want money. What? How much money do you want? 20 million? Yeah. All right. I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna talk to the Crown Prince, and Crown Prince said, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna throw $900 million in his bank account for you. Go take that shit and bring it back to me, man. Go bring the bone back to me, man. Here it is, man." He's like, "Say less, say less." So the game was always a diabolical game. You know what I'm saying? I see ill will in the building saying, y'all sitting here talking like Bud and Shakur didn't know they got to pay these belts. A lot of fighters know they got to pay these belts, but when you have options on the table, you start to realize you're seeing them speak out on what they're not with that game, bro. A lot of fighters ain't. It is what it is, man. Listen, man. I'm patient, and we can allow time to reveal all, bro. We can continue to allow, Mauricio can sit there with all that support and tell everybody it's the rules. It's the rule. It's not about the money. It's $1. It's $2 million. It's not about the money. It's about the rules. Let's continue to make it about that, and we'll see what's going. We'll see what ends up happening when it's all said and done. Anyway, the name of the thumbnail is Unified. Man. What a performance by Brandon Figueroa this weekend against a very game Nick Ball in Liverpool, England. Bro, we called the fight, man. What a fight! Compound interest is the words that come to my mind as we watched this man invest in the body and pull off a stoppage in the 12th round, man. There's a lot of words going out in the streets right now because Turki Al-Sheikh has responded to this and said he's interested in having my guy Brandon Figueroa fight in September on the Canelo Alvarez card and trying to figure out who the next guy is going to be, what Turki has in mind. I want to put the pressure on Turki and say, Turki, bro, let's get a ring champion in every single one of these divisions.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Let's get it done, man. We know it's through the unifications. It's through the best. It's through the best fighting the best. You know what I'm saying? And right now, Brandon Figueroa is a gamed opponent. Shushu Carrington just last week comes off of a knockout of the year candidate performance. I see a lot of different directions this can go in, but this is the one that shines for me. This is the one I want to see him going. I can see other things coming together. You know what I'm saying? Around that, I can see him trying to put, Rafael Espinosa on the same card, maybe fighting Angelo Leo, or maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? I could see him even trying to put Brandon Figueroa against Rafael Espinosa, you know what I'm saying? For that Ring magazine. But at the end of the day, the fight that stands out for me, and it just makes sense, is why not have the knockout of the year versus a potential knockout of the year performance and bring those two guys together. You can't just help and see fireworks. That's all I see happening in that fight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic that Turki, right, again, the guy who holds the salary cap, right, he's speaking up for 126, Claymore, for 126 pounds. That's such a big deal for him to say, hey, I'd like to invite you. I'd like for you to come, because we get excited about stuff like this. And you're absolutely right. The 126 division has been so talented for a long time, and it doesn't really get a lot of, I guess, talking space, right? Mm-hmm. Especially like with the mainstream. We would like to see Rafael Espinosa. We get it. Towering Inferno, 126, 28-0. But we're tired of seeing you defend, bro. When you going to fight somebody? When you going to fight Angelo Leo, right? And here's Angelo Leo. Why is Angelo Leo still fighting at Pro Box, Clay? Right? Bruce Carrington, we just saw him throw a 5-piece knockout of the year. And now Brandon Figueroa goes all the way to the UK, knocks out Nick Ball, bro, in front of Liverpool so badly that the Liverpool crowd is throwing beer at him. Bro, we got 4. So Turkey, come on, baby, tournament time, right?
I love that, by the way.
Tournament time.
I love the beer game. I thought it was an iconic moment, man. I thought it was an iconic moment. I think Liverpool showed out for their fighter, bro. I liked it, bro. I was like, damn, that was kind of, my guy came around the side and kicked homeboy in the leg. I'm like, yo, it's about to go down. Y'all better get out that ring, bro. Hey, bro, I was like, y'all better get up out of there, bro. You better get up out of there, bro. Get that belt mailed to you, bro. You won. We all seen you win. You ain't got to be a hero, bro. They about to turn up. They turning up in there, bro. So, hey, salute HLD, salute Coach Hector Bermudez in the building, man. What's good, man?
What's going on, guys? The reason we're gonna get that the shoe and Figueroa, because it fits the picture of what Turkey wants. Turkey is inviting him to the Mexican versus the world Riyadh season, so it would be Shushu and Figueroa. It's not going to be.
It seems like it would be. It seems like it would be, man.
That's what's going to end up happening. So I mean, I hear you saying it was about the investment in the body. Now, man, he just got caught. He just got caught. That was it. I don't think it had nothing to do with the.
He was winning on the scorecards, though. HLD. He was up 106, 103, 106, 103 going into the 12th round.
I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even paying attention to the fight at that point. I thought that ball had to fight in the bag. And bam, like damn.
The scorecards had him. The scorecards had him up. He was winning the fight.
Only one judge had him.
No, HLD, you're wrong.
Yeah. I saw them myself. Weissman was the one who had him up. The other 2 judges had a Nick Ball. It was going to end up being like a split decision or something.
I'm going to have to look at it again, HLD, because when I read it, it said 106, 103 for 2 of the judges giving it to Rafael or to Brandon Figueroa, and then the other judge had it at 107.
I remember looking at the scorecards. I remember Weisfeld was the judge in the middle, and he had it for Figueroa. But anyway,
hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna pull it up now. I'm gonna pull it on the screen too.
There was no tally on it either. I didn't see no tally.
And Adam Smith also at the end of the broadcast said it live. He said that Figueroa was slightly ahead heading into the 12th round. So maybe Adam Smith and I got it wrong.
I'm trying to read this. I'm trying to read this right now.
Yeah, that middle one was Steve Weisfeld. That I remember.
Yeah, right there. Those 2 judges are 106, 103, 106, 103.
Yes, Glenn Feldman, Marcus McDonald, and Gene Roberts.
They had it. Yeah,
Well,
two of
what's
them
the
had it for
argument?
two of them had it for Figueroa, and only one crazy ass judge had it for Nick Ball.
Right.
When me and Clay were scoring it live, I had it even closer than that. I had Figueroa ahead, but I only had him ahead by 1 round. Clay had him ahead by 3. So Clay's scorecard was closer to 106, 103 than my scorecard was. But
yeah, I had him up by 2, but it was going to be 3 with that round that he stopped him in.
Yeah. So no, man, Nick Ball wasn't winning. Not on my card. I understand why it looked like, to some people, but nah, bro, not that. Did you see that fight, Coach? And how did you score it when you were watching that fight?
Yeah, I saw it. I was hoping for Nick Ball to win because,
I was hoping for
Is that Avius?
Avius Griffin.
What's good, Avius? Salute,
hey, Avius. What's up, man?
Claymore.
Is that, Coach?
Is the one we like.
All right.
You got to come up on here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When's your next fight, Avius? When is Avius fighting, Coach? When's his next fight?
We have a scheduled date for March 7th, but we're trying to get him. We're trying to reroute him to his hometown.
Nice.
He couldn't. He's feeling himself because after his last fight, he couldn't walk through the mall. Everybody was taking pictures, so he feeling himself. Now he think he can fill up a stadium or something,
Okay.
He about to get. He got the streets right now, bro. They want him to be the next Saint. They want him to be it. But it's all about that fight, right? That signature fight, getting the right opponents. We talked about this a little on the Boxing Voice. ABS, I talked to you a little bit on the Boxing Voice. I was part of that panel when you was up there.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
I definitely was up there, but this is my show. This one right here. This is my show. You know what I'm saying? But nah, man, they were talking about it, man. He got the streets. Low key.
I got one question for the podcast people, since y'all the boxing people. I got one question.
Yes, sir.
What's a good ex-world champion I need to go knock out that'll solidify me, that'll get me where I'm trying to go?
What weight class are we talking about?
We got Yugas out there. We got Jose Ramirez. We got a couple ex-world champions out there. Who y'all thinking?
At 147?
Well, Jose Ramirez is fighting Jack Catterall in May, so you can't get either one of those guys right now because they're scheduled with Matchroom.
I could be petty right now.
Norman Jr.
I could be petty.
You can fight. Yeah, you can fight Brian Norman Jr. That's true. You can fight Brian Norman Jr. That's true.
I mean, he did say ex-world champion. World champion.
I did say ex-world champion. He ain't excluded, but I know he want his lick back. I know how that feel. He want his lick back.
You know who I'd want to see you on, Avius, and I think it would be fair, is Emmanuel Stanionis. Stanionis is still at 147. He's still ranked number 3 by Ring Magazine. The last person he lost to was Boots Ennis. So to be able to compare you to Boots Ennis would be a good thing. So make that fight happen, Coach.
Oh no, that's a great question, man. That's a great question. You kind of catch me off guard with
that big ass jug. I won't be able to miss him.
Or we could put Coach Hector Bermuda in tight spot, man. Maybe take that spot of Polanco, man, and bump him off.
I was being petty. I'm like,
I did it for you. I did it for you.
Same side of the street, you know what I'm saying? Same side of the street. You know what I mean? You already know how the politics work. But I don't know, man. I think there's some fighters that definitely could make sense. I mean,
Tiger.
I mean, it's just wait. I don't see are you top 15 in any of the divisions right now? Let me see.
I don't even know. I don't even look at that shit. If I ain't got no world title, I don't even look at it.
So I feel like maybe man.
Gotta learn how to play the game of chess. I think with the
Rodriguez or
you know I want Rodriguez. Y'all ain't got to say that name. You get him to fight me. Don't say his name. Don't make me pull Deontay Wilder. We ain't gonna talk about him.
We ain't gonna talk about him. A black man can't. I don't want to get into that, bro. You know what I'm saying? What a black man can't.
To this day.
Nah, man. But I mean, so the next fight though, is it going to be Pro Box? I mean, or MVP? I guess. Sorry, MVP.
Yeah,
are we still doing that?
MVPs. I don't know if it's going to be on their platform, but they are
not that one.
Yeah, but they might go with the Tennessee one. It's a country boy, man. He's from Tennessee, man. He'll get a good crowd going by himself, and that's what we're heading towards. We got to see if MVP will agree with it. I think they will, or if not, he fighting March 7th.
March 7th
in a casino called Turning Stone. No, not Turning Stone. Mohegan Sun.
Mohegan Sun. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I mean, fight, man, like Raul Carrillo, I think would be a crazy fight.
Yeah, Avius. I mean, it seems like you're willing to work with anyone really who'll give you the stage, right? Like as long as the money's good, the fight's good. Are you beholden to have to fight for MVP, or will MVP allow you to kind of go to?
They let me do my thing.
Okay, all right. Because I was thinking that because you're staying in shape all the time, anyways. I don't know, man. They're trying to make a Conor Benn thing work out, but you know what happens, Coach Hector Bermudez. You've already been a part of a few of these where they need that last minute person to fight. But I'd like to see Avius Griffin against Conor Benn, even if it is a last minute. That'd be fun.
And he ain't no ex-world champion. He ain't no world champion.
Yeah, but at least he's a name though. But I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think they're trying to. You're high risk. Clearly, they all know who you are. They ain't nobody trying to play with you like that. Nobody trying last minute. No damn.
You have to play the game. You have to play the game of the rankings of a sanctioning body, and you got to play the chess game. And you got to look at which one you want. I mean, my opinion, you got to look at which one you want to go with, and look at the names.
You know, you got to pay that 3% too.
I get it. But what other way we're going to climb up the rankings to go after? To get into the
conversation.
The conversation, yeah. I mean, it's got to pay to play. I know that for a fact, but that's the only way you're going to get a title shot if you want to work up that route. Pick one of them and go against the guys on that list. Climb up the rankings.
I just wanted y'all opinion, but it's all going to be God time, and when the time is right,
exactly.
It's right time, and it's going to be a knockout. Watch what I tell you.
Hey, Arnold Barbosa is fighting at 147.
Arnold Barbosa, quit playing with me.
He's number 10 at
I leave the room. He's too little, man.
He's number 10 at the WBC, man. Take his spot.
Make it happen then. Make a
I'm just saying, you gotta take
Griffin. Let's do it. Let's do
it. After that, go after Jack Catterall.
5 rounds.
Gets you in that conversation for that money fight with Ryan Garcia or the Haney's if they're gonna try to do that.
We breaks him down.
Go knock out Harlem Eubank. Go to the UK and really pop off.
Stay down at 142.
Oh, hey, Rashidi's number 15. I'm just saying.
Hey, Coach. So
15 in welterweight, so.
Yeah, they got him at number 15 at the WBC.
Hey, Coach. So since you just had Avius on, this is a coach question. I know that you normally like to have the fighters for at least 2 to 3 fights for them to get used to the system. So now that Avius experienced it for the first camp, you think it'll take like maybe 2 more for him to kind of get used to what you're trying to teach him? Or do you think he's ready to go, like he's saying, where he's willing to take on whoever the top dog is right now?
So he's a kind of hit and miss guy. This guy here is a nutcase. This motherfucker could really, really punch though. He got power in both hands. Like he could. I don't know. Oh, does his record show it or no? I don't know what's his record.
Let's see. Yeah, I can pull it up real quick. No problem. Avius Griffin Bong right here.
I don't even know his record.
He got a 94.4. Yeah, he got
a lot of knockouts.
Yeah. He deserved that percentage because he could really, really punch. So he can't box a lick yet, but he could knock it. So I would like a couple of more fights. I think his boxing skills can improve a lot. He done it this far. Like, I mean, I don't want to say nothing bad about his old trainer because I understand that you had to really know him, and you got to understand him. He's you can't just train. Like you can't train anybody. You can't train everybody the same way.
Right.
He need his own attention. He need his own style of training or the language. He need his own language.
Right.
Something I trained him like I probably never trained anybody before.
Really?
I curse at him. I get real hood with him. There's no cerebral stuff, and he understands that language.
I've heard Coach Bermuda speak before and how he goes about with his fighters, and one thing I can say that always comes out is he does get into more of the the psychology of the fighter, and there's a philosophical way of how we approach each guy. He believes that there is a psychology behind it, and he talks about that all the time. Yes, sir. Yeah, me, HLD.
Yeah, but who? Do I know you or?
No, I've seen you on other interviews. I've seen you on Johnny over there. I guess I've seen an interview once before with him that I tuned in.
Are you just a fan, or you in like a manager, trainer?
No, man. I'm a hardcore casual.
Okay.
Fan.
So if you know that about me, you know that with him, I gotta use my give back.
Yeah, you preach that. You preach that a lot, and that's what I've seen consistently throughout in your interviews. When you talk about how long does it take you and whatever you got to approach, every fighter is very different and a different hands-on approach, and you're very philosophical with the way you're something that I don't hear too much of many coaches. You only talk about the physical part, but there is a psychology part that I do appreciate that you bring in for each one of your fighters, and I see that consistently from you.
Yeah, so there with that being said, and me training him, there's just a weird way where I could get the best out of him.
Yeah. Well, you got the best out of him.
Was that Rohan coming in?
No, that was actually that kid that just came in, right? So I gave like the gym is a private gym. Nobody really comes in this gym. It's just us. And I gave a time slot to this guy because he was like, "Hey man, I need a spot to train my fighters." And he was a Puerto Rican dude. So I was like, "All right, man, you can train." I don't really like that because now you gotta get like insurance for people, and you
Right.
You gotta keep track of that. People don't really care for your stuff the way you do.
Right.
But so he I tell you the story because it's interesting. The kid the guy was Puerto Rican. He was a Puerto Rican coach, and he had a whole bunch of his, Springfield, Massachusetts is like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Like you could go to the grocery store and the cashier don't even speak English. That's how bold they are here. Like
wow,
they don't care. Like everybody here speaks Spanish. So he's a black kid that very athletic. And his first day here, I seen him like no one was like paying attention to him. And I just, then the next day I walk by and I see him, no one's paying attention. And I asked the coach, "Coach, why nobody training that kid over there, man? You training all these other Puerto Rican kids. Why you ain't training that little black kid over there?" So he's like, "Oh yeah, I get him. So the next day, no one paying attention. He doing everything wrong. So I go out to him. I say, "Listen, you want to box?" And he's like, yeah. I was like, "All right, so do this." So I made him just circle the ring for like 2.5 hours. And I just watched him in the camera. I wasn't even there. I just watched him in the camera. You can see behind me the camera. So I just watched him. I watched him. And then I was like, man, the next day I taught him a jab and I put like some things on his feet so he could keep his feet together and his elbows in. And he did it for another 2.5 hours. So then I went up to him. I was like, "Listen, come early with all the pros." And then now I'm intrigued because he's like my blank canvas. Right? He's like my blank canvas. He got him. He don't even know, like every time I do drills with him, we do 2 rounds right-handed, we do 2 rounds left-handed. One time I said, "Okay, everybody turn right-handed. We're going to start the drills right-handed." "Oh, no, everybody turn your stance to your stance." He came up to me like, "I don't know what stance I am. I'm either left hand or right." And he's proficient in both. And he's been with me, and I'll finish it here. He's been with me for 1.5 years. And for 1.5 years, this kid from nothing been training 2.5 hours in the morning, 2.5 hours now at night. And the motherfucker is nice. Clay. Clay, the kid is, he come from a basketball background, so he has that footwork, and he has that springy first step.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really like he's the kid that I'm most proud of.
How old is he right now?
He's 18, and I told him to quit his job, and I said you're gonna come live with me. I got him a room upstairs. I said, listen, I'm just gonna give you $1,000 a month. I just want to see what I could do. That's like my personal project, right? No amateur. He had like 2 amateur fights, 2 or 3 amateur fights, like. And
with you or before you?
No. I'm talking about I from scratch when I saw him.
Right.
And the only reason he got these amateur fights, I didn't even want him to fight amateur. I wanted him to just go strictly pro. And he went on his own and got his own fights. And I was like, yo, what you doing? Why you fight? He go on his own. He bring like his own raps, and he gets in the ring and wins. He's been winning. So it's my own project. I want to see where, like, if I do my best with him, how I can develop him. And he in there life and death with Armando. Salute to Charles Edward Cheese.
Yeah, Charles Edward Cheese, man.
Yeah,
That's my
Cheese.
guy. Salute, man.
Cheese knows what we do here, Coach, is quality. We're a quality channel.
He just dropped that queso, man.
Yeah, that queso, man. I appreciate Cheese, man. Cheese is low key he's seen it early in me, bro. Early when I'm talking about when I had like 300 subscribers, bro.
Yeah, I remember.
He was like, yo, bro, he got behind me. He was like, do this. I'm gonna always be here to support you. And he's been here. I couldn't believe it. I used to see Cheese on Showbiz, and I used to think I didn't think he was real. I used to think that Showbiz was giving himself. I used to think Showbiz was giving himself the super chats to gas himself up. Like, man, stop playing. You know your wife up in there shooting you this money. Bro, when he popped up, when I first seen him, I seen him over on Blues channel, right? And I'm like, all right. But when he popped over my channel and showed me that love, I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. And my wife would tell you, bro, I used to think he was make-believe. I used to think, man, Showbiz playing with everybody, bro. Got everybody thinking he doing something over. I used to think Charles Edward Cheese was straight make-believe, bro. Not real. I thought Showbiz was running a scam on us, bro. Because after the Cheese start going off, here come the 100s, here come the 50s. I'm like, Showbiz got them. He got them going. He got them thinking somebody. Yo, when he popped on my channel, crazy, man. I appreciate you, Cheese, man. For sure, man.
Good, hermano, man. I've been around, man.
Yeah.
Cheese is awesome.
Here's my boy. This is the kid I took from Zero.
Okay.
This is his first time ever being.
Salute, young man.
Yo, let me ask you something. When it's crazy, what are you, Dominican or you Puerto Rican? You Dominican, right, Coach?
No, he black. I just told you.
We're talking about you, Coach. You.
What are you?
Yeah.
Oh man, didn't you see the Bad Bunny concert, bro, to know what he is, man?
Are you Puerto Rican or Dominican?
I'm from the universe, man.
Oh, whatever. When you saw this looking like a Puerto Rican dude walk up on you,
Coach
like,
is white, Clay.
let me see
Coach
what you
is
can
white,
do. Come
man.
to my gym. When he was like, come into my gym, bro, I think I could do something with you. What were you thinking in your mind? Like, what the hell are you talking about me boxing, bro? You don't even know me. Like, how did you feel about that? Like, what did you know of Coach Hector Bermudez already? Or was it like, how was that first encounter?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I seen how he was talking and how the other dudes in the gym was respecting him. So I was like, he must know what he's talking about, you know. And I seen.
Did you already kind of want to box? Like, were you feeling like that's something you wanted to do anyway? Like, you already trying to do that?
Yeah.
Remember, that's how I found him in the mirror, and with a bunch of Puerto Rican guys that didn't care for him, so we had to bring him in.
So you was all for it when he said, "Yo, quit your job. I got you. I'm gonna get." Was you like excited, or was you like, man, you want me to quit my job? Yo, bro, that's a big thing for somebody to say, quit your job. That's your livelihood. Like, you had to or did you not care? You was like, man, I'm willing to gamble. Let's do it. Or did you think twice about it? Like, man, quit my job, bro. You crazy?
Nah, as serious as he sounded, it made me go all in with it. He sounded real serious, and I feel like I could believe in his words, so I was with it.
That's love. That's love.
Hey, young man, let me ask you a question real quick. What was because you're 18 now, you're learning how to box from one of the best coaches that are out there right now on the game today, right? What was your athletic background prior to even wanting to box, and what made you want to box?
I was playing basketball before I was boxing. I was playing ball. It was all right. I was doing my thing. I was all right on there. You know what I'm saying? I was all right.
He think he's nice. He think he's nice at basketball.
Could have hit a league if I wanted to take that. You know what I'm saying? Take it.
Yeah. Hey, Clay, because you're still young, bro. I just don't feel like there was that much thought put into it. It just seems like you were just like athletic, right? Like I play ball, I'll do whatever, right? Like you want me to play football, I'll go do that. You want me to play back? I'm just athletic. But you dialed into the boxing and you committed to it because this crazy dude sitting in front of you convinced you.
Truthfully, I got in the ring for the first time, like with a real official boxer. You know, I got the hands put on me. I was like, it made you want to be like, oh, I want to come back and, you know, if you're a competitor, you're gonna come back and want to be better and better at something every day. So this was like,
hey man,
I put him in there with Thomas Blumenfeld, and Thomas took it easy on him, but just the pressure alone when someone don't know really how to defend himself is a lot. And then he comes back the next day talking about, I want to run it back.
Yeah.
Hey, fam, using your feelings, bro. You came back like, hey, yo, where homie at, man? Yesterday.
Hey,
not him, the other guy. You know what I'm talking about. Hey, man, stop playing with me. Where he at, bro? He out here?
From what little Coach Bermuda just said, why you standing here right now, young man, is because he put you to the test and you listen and you put in the effort without having to be told 2, 3, 4 times. That effort, that self-burning fuel that you got inside, in my opinion, it's probably the primary reason why you're standing right there next to Coach Bermudez, because he saw that. And that goes through everything in life, man. You got to give it 100%. You don't need nobody babysitting you. And he saw that in you, and he saw the effort, and that's why you're right now in that gym, man. So keep on pushing, man. And not only in this, but in everything else in life. It's the small details that will put you over the top versus anyone else. Keep on pushing, man.
Thank you.
No doubt, for real.
Hey,
Polo, real quick. Salute the Polo Buck, man. Assalamu alaikum, Aki, man. I did miss your super chat. Must have been while we was interviewing MAZI, man. Wait. Hold on. And she said to HLD, he said, HLD, where you been, brother? You know what I'm saying? He saluted me, man.
I've been around, Charles. I've been around, man. But I'm glad I see you around, man.
So I was gonna say to Polo, what was that, Polo? Like his picture is diabolical, bro. Why are you doing that, Coach? Man.
Yo, Polo Buck is stalking Coach Bermudez.
That's diabolical.
Picture. Every time you see me, I want you to see this picture, bro. Yo,
he got the picture in 4K, bro.
I don't know, but he's I appreciate him.
No doubt. It's love at the end of the day. Let's be real. That's what it is.
I was gonna say, young man, give us your name. That way, you know, everybody can start paying attention to this career that you're gonna have with Coach Hector Bermudez.
Your Instagram.
What is it? I'm gonna follow him right now. What is it?
Ty.violet. TY. Violet.
Wait, hold on. You gotta say it one more time because I wasn't ready for you. Now I'm ready. Go ahead. What is it?
TY. Violated.
Like that?
Yep.
Violated?
Yep.
Yeah, violated, bro. You heard him. He said violated.
Okay.
Like you got violated, Clay. All right. And then what's your name, young man? When we're starting to look at articles, what's your name? T-Sean Hall. T-Sean Hall. All right. T-Sean Hall. Watch out for him, guys.
About how long, Coach, before we see him? Because you said how you moving with him now? Like,
that's gonna be my project. I'm gonna do my very best with him. I would like to see as long as he put in the work, I'm gonna do my best, and if he do his best, it's gonna be a really good relationship. He might. I'm just gonna turn him pro probably March 7th too. Probably March 7th, something like that. And really? Take it easy with him, and we're just gonna see where he goes. As long as he stays the way he's staying, I'll do my best by him.
Hey, no distractions, man.
The kid got ability. He could crack. He could, He could box. He's smart. He picks up things very fast. And he's in there wherever he's in there with Armando. He's in there with Thomas. He's in there with he just sparring.
Just now, yeah.
Who was just sparring?
School.
He was just sparring Scoob. Kurt Scooby. So he's getting his ass whooped by everybody. But that's gonna change one day.
Hey man, that's where the growth comes. That's where that growth comes. Is putting in that beat down from everybody else at the beginning.
Hey Ty. Hey Ty, listen, man. We just did an interview with a future heavyweight champion in Damazian Vanhowder, and his dad was telling us that that's what it was like for him growing up, man. Everybody was beating him up when he was coming up, but now nobody wants to mess with him because he could beat them all down. So that'll be you too, brother.
Yup, they was turned, definitely.
No, they will turn. Because they have turned already. He was at the bottom of the barrel. He ain't there no more. They turned a lot. Just the other day, he caught a little body in the first time you knocked somebody down, right?
Yeah.
The first time you knock somebody, it's coming along. The power's there.
Oh, the first one?
First one,
Yeah. And the kid was bigger than him. The kid had way more experience than him. There was a kid from DR that came. He was on the Olympic team in DR. I was nervous for him. I put him in there. I was nervous. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, man, you gonna beat my boy up. And no, my boy shined. I was like, oh man, he gonna feel himself after this.
but Ty, how like, are you just that confident right now, or are you just being like bold, or do you believe, you know what I'm saying? Like, because coach is like kind of low key nervous about you a little bit, but now he ain't, because he's seen you do somebody.
Yeah. I think his confidence is never wavered from day one. I don't want to mess with it. I think he just don't know. And he wants to fight he wanted to fight an Olympian dude. I'm like, relax. But every step of the way is gonna be growth, and I don't want to mess with that confidence because he deserves it.
What's the weight class?
He's gonna be at 130. He's a big kid too. He's growing.
How tall are you right now, Ty?
You said what?
How tall are you right now?
5'8", 5'9" around there.
5'9", man, 130. Yeah, 130, 5'9". Yeah, that's good.
You're 18 years old. It's gonna be crazy. 130. You got like a class that you coming up with, right? That's Carmel.
That's Zaquin Moses, baby. That's Zaquin, Jamal Harvey.
That young England boy. That's Jamal Harvey. That's Robert Merriweather. Like, that's y'all. That y'all come. That, man, I'm excited, man. Coach, you might got. And Coach got the vision too. That's why he's picking you up, because he want to get in the conversation. He like, I want to get in the conversation.
I'll give him. What you been here? A year and a half. He's been here for about a year and a half. I'll give him. He'll go through the ringer, and he'll graduate within if he was to go to college in 4 years' time, and in 4 years' time, I'll put him in with anyone.
Gotcha.
Are you going to put him in any amateurs for 2026?
No, forget
that.
Pros. Yeah, we're gonna go pro.
Okay, you're just going to keep him in the gym for a little bit longer before you turn him pro.
No, we could pick our opponents. We could take it. He's young. We could take it slow with him, and pick the right opponents for him, and get him experience under the lights, and see where he go. He's a fast learner. He was just he was just sparring just now with Scoob, so it's not like there's a lot of opponents I could pick that he could fare well with.
And he's got a good gym where he's getting some good work, and that many other young men at his age ain't gonna get it in regular gym. So that's awesome. You got to be obsessed with the young man. You got to be obsessed. You got to trust the process, and keep the discipline. Don't let distractions. Hey, this man is willing to put in that work. You're talking about already 4 years. He wants to have you doing something major. So what does that say? That says there's a lot of confidence behind Coach, but you got to do your part, man. Don't get distracted. Be obsessed with it like nothing else matters, and you might make an impact that you never thought was even possible, man.
Good for you, man. Bro, I like your name too, man.
Yeah, hey Ty, since you're into boxing now, you watch it too. I'm assuming who's the fighters you're gravitating towards watching right now? Like, who do you like to watch?
You talking currently or like what?
Yeah. Currently or old school, man.
Yeah, whatever. What's the fighter that that you find yourself watching kind of closer than the other fighters?
I mean, I'm watching dudes from the gym. Obviously, we watching their work, and because we watching the behind the scenes of it. So watching the guys from my gym, and to give all the dudes from other, I say probably Bud, a guy like Bud. Watch Old Floyd, Sugar Ray, guys like that.
Okay.
So remember how we film study here. So he get that on the daily.
Yeah.
I know, Coach. Hey, Coach, have you shown him Aaron Pryor yet? Because you got to show him Aaron Pryor, man.
No,
he talking about all that power, man. You got to show him Aaron Pryor. What's up?
He's if you would go down a similar style, what would be Bud? He switched it. He don't even know if he's right-handed or left-handed because he goes both ways from the very start that I had him. So Bud would be him. He have to study that. A switch hitter like Hagler, he have to study
Hagler. Right.
But, he always got every time he spar, he always got homework. He got to write down the things that he does wrong, and then we create drills after it. So we always, just knocking down his weakness, steadily knocking him down. So he's getting better and better every day. It's fun to watch, man. It's fun to watch somebody grow. He has So there was another kid in the gym that I grabbed just like him from the very beginning, and in 2 years' time, he never went pro. He went straight amateur. In 2 years' time, in only 2 years, and never did a amateur fight. I got him straight from him not knowing anything, and in 2 years, I had him ranked 10 in the WBA, and I wanted the Nick Ball fight. I wanted the Nick Ball fight because when I was training TJ for Nick Ball, and remember Nick Ball kicked TJ in the leg,
right?
So I was training Nick. I was like, the kid that I had, his name was Carlos Gonzalez. Carlos Gonzalez had to take it. I had to tell him to take it easy on TJ when TJ was fighting, was training for Nick Ball. And I was like, TJ, if TJ could do what he did, just TJ was just old. I know that Carlos Gonzalez could beat Nick Ball. And in only 2 years, I'm telling you, Clay and Ray, only in 2 years' time. But you have to definitely put the time in. In 2 years' time, number 10, we was waiting for that. And I'm calling Lee Eaton, I'm bothering Lee Eaton. Give us a shot, man. Give us a shot. He only been fighting, I'm downplaying. He only been fighting for 2 years. He got no amateur experience. He never fought amateur. He only been fighting for 2 years. And he like, hey, yeah, okay. As soon as we get a downtime, we'll pick him. And I'm telling you, he would have beat him. And guess what? Then he caught a case. And he beat the case. He beat the case. He just beat the case last week. So he got found not guilty, and he's back in the gym now.
Yeah, I see. Those distractions are dangerous for anyone.
So Ty here got to see that somebody with no amateur experience and see where it just in 2 years' time where someone could go,
Right. Listen, young man. The current WBO heavyweight champion of the world came from rugby. He had no amateur experience, and he's the champ right now. So it's definitely possible to get up there. You just got to be dedicated.
You heard how coach has his guys writing shit down, and there's a structure to his process. I appreciate that because it rewinds everything to their brain. Like, this is what we got to do. This is what we got to do. This is what you got to acknowledge. This is what you got to fix. This is what you're getting good at. This, all that stuff, all that structure, man. That's awesome to hear, Coach. That's awesome to hear. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is his notes to me. His last notes to me was focus on moving off the track instead of straight back after I counter punch, stepping around on the inside, clinching. What young guys know about clinching, right? Clinching or moving off the ropes to open space, crosswalk movement. So his language is there. He know how to express himself, what he needs to work on. slowing the tempo down to my fight. Right, he only been fighting for a year and a half, and his language is he wants to slow the tempo down of his sparring.
Right.
So
that's good to hear, man. I appreciate that. I really do.
I'm excited to see you on March 7th, man. I'm definitely trying to tap in and see you fight, man. So I'm following you on Instagram. I'm definitely gonna be watching. I'm dead serious too. Like I'm gonna be watching for real. Like I'm not even playing. I love this shit, man.
Follow him, everybody. Ty Violated. TY Violated.
You gonna give me that interview, bro? When you clean him up, you gonna come over here and give me that interview, bro? You gonna turn superstar on me.
Oh yeah, we did for that.
You ain't gonna even show up on the camera. You're like, Coach, man. I'm saying, man, I know that's people's. What's up, though? You know what I mean? Yeah, I remember telling myself, I'm like, damn, bro, Ty. Hey, Ty, yeah, I hear you, Clay. No, I'm gonna holler at him and go run around the ring. Like, damn, he turned superstar on me, bro. That quick. I feel it coming too. I ain't gonna lie, I feel it coming. Coach, you gotta hold him accountable, bro. Don't let him play with me like that.
Well, hey, listen, that's my favorite thing to do, to keep them humble.
Keep them humble. Don't do that, bro. That dude was talking to you when you was like nothing, but don't do that, bro. You ain't gotta be like that, bro. Give him 15 minutes, bro. Give me 15-minute little plug, you know what I mean? I got a couple followers on my channel, you know what I mean? Show me some love.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you though, man.
T-Sean Hall. Is that gonna end up being your nickname, by the way? Violated T-Sean Violated Hall, or are you working on it still?
He don't got he gotta earn the nickname.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, it gotta be natural. It gotta be organic.
Hey, at least he knew he had to ask coach. No, you gotta earn it. You ain't got it yet.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you,
man. Hey, good luck, young man.
Bye.
Coach, you saw the fight this weekend, man. Let
me tell you one funny story about this kid. Okay. He's going.
Okay.
So he's naive. He don't know about, but he just know how to fight.
Right.
So I was gonna get one of the amateur fights, right? That he had to weigh 125. So he comes back. I was like, yo, weigh yourself. Make sure you got it this weekend. You gotta be 125. So he come back. He's like, yeah. So he goes up, weigh himself, come back in the gym. He's like, yeah, man, I'm feeling good. So I'm thinking he's like 123, 124. And he's like flexing. He's like, yo, look at me. My body's looking good. I was like, how much he weigh? He's like, I'm 132. He's like, I'm trying to get to 140. I was like, that's not how it works. What are you talking about?
This ain't gonna work, bro. You doing this? What you got going on?
You gotta lose weight. He's like, well, I gotta lose weight. I want to be the bigger guy. I was like,
he didn't understand the concept, Coach.
No, bro. What we doing out here? Stop reading those books. Get off the internet, bro. Tap into what Coach said. I know Coach is like, hey, bro, what are you reading right now? Because I need you to put that down, bro. You're not listening to me clearly.
Because he always hearing like, yeah, I'll be the bigger guy in the ring. But that's like the next day after hydrating, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So but I'm glad for him, and he's like it's a blank canvas, and I'm drawing on it, and I appreciate that because a lot of time, man, I get all these Olympians and this and that, and man, that's a headache to switch around. I got a kid here that's an Olympian right now, and it's like, man, all this bouncing around and Olympic style fighting. Understood, because you have to fight like that to be successful in the Olympics or in the amateur system at a world level. But now I got to sit you down. I got to get you to punch through the target. I got a good system for it. But when I was first getting these guys, I got Carlos Gongora, which was a 2-time Olympian, and he had over 500 amateur fights. And it was like, oh man, tooth and nail. It was difficult to get him to sit down, to keep his chin down, and to punch through the target. And then it took me like 2 years. But after the 2 years, we find out he was a huge puncher. Rohan Polanco, we finding out now that he's a puncher because he's getting to sit down on his punches instead of just touching and then trying to score.
Yeah, he got that James Tony energy. I always say that about Rohan. He got that James Tony energy, man. I like how he fights on the inside and that mid range. I like how
the thing with Rohan is mean, man. He's mean. He's a sweetheart outside. Though. He gives. I got to be careful with him because, like anybody in need, he'll just give up his money on some Roberto Duran shit. No, you got to invest your money, buddy. You can't just give it away. You know? But in the ring, he's going for that kill. That's why, like everybody should love Rohan's style. He's coming forward. He's trying to counter punch you by coming forward. He's a fan friendly style, and he had to be like that because he's Dominican. And Dominicans don't sell, so he got to be extra exciting, you know.
He just needs a stage, man. He needs the activity in the stage. Now that situation kind of moved, you guys weren't able to put that fight together because of some unfortunate circumstances. Are you going to push to make the next fight a bigger fight though? Like you're going to, like Tiger Johnson or Brian Norman or you know what I mean? Somebody in that conversation.
Evan Haney, get on the list, coach.
Definitely want to do it.
Like from day, like since he had I don't know his record. What's his record now? He's like, I think
he's
17-0, I think.
Yeah, since he was 14, 15, I was ready for him to fight anybody. And he's just getting better and better. You know, so the more the people wait, the harder it's going to be. Especially when he got Tellez to spar with, he got Yoeli Hernandez to spar with. You know, he just got competition, and he's like, if someone gets over on sparring on him, which it doesn't happen, but he's stressed. He's like this kid. He's very competitive, and actually everybody here is pretty high competitive. Yeah, they're very, very competitive. Even the white kid that I got is very quiet. Like fucking, you could punk him left and right outside the gym. But in the ring, he's trying to win.
Right. He's shown improvement, man. Anyway, but what do you think about this Virgil Ortiz, Jaron Boots ending situation? You feeling optimistic about that?
I think it's just so much talk that right we have to get it. And it's not like these guys are like mega superstars to be just saying no. You know, I think we got it. I think we're gonna get it.
I got a feeling we're gonna get it too. I think they cornered themselves. I think Xander's clearly got his eyes on, accolades in the division. I think he's more attracted to the Josh Kelly fight, and I think Josh Kelly's also on the same page as Xander when it comes to that. I think that Virgil is, can't wait for Sebastian Fedor and Keith Thurman to figure it out and then plan something towards the end of the summer or whatever have you. He wants to be more active, and Jaron is either going to make this fight happen or he's going to fight a tune-up that everybody's going to crucify him for. If he fights another, like, just anybody, they're going to crucify him. He knows it.
I feel that Turkey's been having his fingerprint on this thing all along.
You think so?
Because if you go by Ring Magazine's rankings, it's 1 and 2. So that means that fight would have the Ring Magazine belt on the line. And no other sanctioning belts on there to pay a fee on, which is part of the story that they're pushing with, right? No more sanctioning fees. Right. So I feel like that behind the scenes, Turkey's pulling strings to make this happen while causing chaos within the promoters. And I think that we will see this fight one way or the other. We will see on a ring card, I think is what's going to end up happening.
They're aiming for the end of April. What do you think the likeliness of it happened that early, end of April?
Yeah, that they targeted in April in Vegas. And we have to speak about like behind. I don't know if you spoke about it today. When I came on with you saying I'm gonna take this girl out. I'm gonna buy her this. I was like, whoa.
Well, we were talking about Turkey. I was comparing boxing to a girl. No, I'm saying that you guys made this all about money, and now that Turkey's in here spending the money, now he's trying to take over boxing like it's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you made it about money, so the bigger the dude with the money came out, and now he got your girl. You fell in love with her, and she was here for the money. I mean,
yeah, I get you now. I was a little scared. I was like, "What's up, my man Clay? What we doing?"
What up,
No, Coach. The beginning of the show is we were interviewing Demazian Vanhowder and his dad about Zuffa boxing, their experience with Zuffa, becoming the heavyweight champion. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but while me and Clay were doing that interview, apparently Alexander Usyk on May 9th is going to be fighting Rico Van Hoven, who is the kickboxing champ for Glory.
Right.
So that's interesting. I guess Usyk can do that too. I guess it's all right, as Claymore says. He can do whatever
he want to do, bro. Yo, he's earned it, bro. He can't lose. He can't lose right now, bro. He's doing what he want to do, bro. By the way, shout out to Albert Campagna Bell. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's right. Albert Bell. That's right.
IBF Eliminator.
IBF Eliminator.
With Lucas Body, which I think is kind of weird, but I'm happy for Albert.
This is the Prince, bro. Albert Prince Bell versus Lucas the Prince Body. I like it. I like it. Midwest Mafia, shout out.
I wish Lito was here, man, because I know he's been working so hard in his own way to put his boy in position, man. So to see this kind of, I'm actually very happy. I'm very excited about that, man. I can't wait to see. I hope he wins that fight, you know what I'm saying, and does what he has to do.
I hope so too, man. I hope so. But if you don't, Albert, I want you to remember Zuffa Boxing's right here for you, brother. Just come on over.
Of course. Of course.
And there's like the questions that I have for like for Ennis, we have Ennis being athletic, right? We have him switch hitting. He can box, he could bite down. He could definitely bite down. When I went to the gym, I was talking to his father. And his father was like, I was like, man, Ennis always fighting. They're always fighting in these Philadelphia gyms. And his father said, I could have him box if I want, and he could box all night. He could just make it look, make it easy. And I told him, I was like, I don't think he could. I think you think he could because he could probably do it for a couple rounds. But when you don't do it mentally, like mental endurance is a thing. And if you don't practice it, then you think you don't need it, right? So I think, and his boxing ability, if he was like to drill it more instead of like in the dogfight, he'll be a monster to deal with.
So he's kind of like Abdullah Mason, though, right, Coach? I mean, Abdullah does the same exact thing.
Not good because Abdullah a prospect.
Hey, man, you shut your mouth. Abdullah's the champ.
I mean, right? He's a champ, but I'm just saying he's a champ. But he had his first 12-round fight in his championship fight. You know what I'm saying?
Stop hating on my guy, Clay. Abdullah Mason is the man.
Jerron should be.
There is a difference, though. There's a difference because I would say honestly, and I hope no one gets mad at me, but I don't think Abdullah know any better. I hear the corner and I hear like everyone talking and I hear like it's just no structure. But he could fight. But Ennis knows better. He can box, right? He can box if his father told him to. And I just think that he'll do it for a round or two, and then that mental endurance. This is one thing about Mayweather. Mayweather would be the same from the first to the last. He's tuned in, focused, and locked in. And I just think that I don't think Ennis could do that. I think Ortiz pressure and his power and his volume would drag him into like that danger zone because
listen to me, Coach. Listen to me. I love you. All right, but I'm going to stand my ground. I've been saying it on this channel forever. Clay knows that when the Boots people listen to this, it's not just because I've been rocking with Boots since the Showtime days, but I firmly believe it. If they fight, if Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis fights, it ain't even going to be a contest, man. Boots is going to kill him, Coach.
I don't know.
It's a bad. Hey, HLD, you shut your T.O. loving mouth.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Because
the way he's been fighting, you think if it gets into late round, like a late round dog fight,
won't get to the late rounds, Coach.
I think won't get to the late clean. His instinct is going to be to turn up, bro. And I've been saying this for a while, but now listen, I'm with I'm with Angelo though. I think Boots is gonna knock Virgil out. I'm telling you straight up.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna kill him.
I think he's gonna face some adversity though. I think that I agree with Coach. I've always said it. Boots can win that fight easily, but will he choose to?
That's
or
what
will he
exactly
choose to fight a fight he doesn't need to fight? And will he get hit by somebody like Virgil and get hurt unnecessarily? He might need it. He might need it. He might need to get that shot so he can dial it back a little bit. I was really hoping that he would approach 154 with that mentality. Be like, you know what? We got some bigger punches up here. This ain't 147. Let me dial it back a little bit. But, you know, look, man, he didn't play with his food. He got Usman Lima out of here. But going into this fight, it's the same feeling I had about, and you brought it up. You brought up Abdullah Mason, and I said the same thing with Abdullah. I said, man, I wanted him to fight who? Giovanni Cabrera, right? I wanted to see that fight for him. I wanted him to get in front of somebody who's going to force him to box. You know what I mean? Slow him down, not just be easy to track down and get into the fight with. When he fought Sam Noakes, he won, but damn, bro, he won. Right. He became a champion that night.
That's my point, though. Hold on, HLD. That's my point, is that it's a bad matchup. Like, I think that the person that would give Boots the harder time, Coach, is Xander Zayas. Because Xander's going to stick to his game plan. He's going to box around, and Boots would have to really, like, stick to a game plan. But if you're saying, you know, Rhino versus Rhino, heads up, Boots versus Virgil, Virgil's getting knocked out. Like, that's Boots is bigger, Boots is faster, Boots can switch, Boots you guys are look.
That is cute.
Hold on, HLD. First of all, to HLD, who by the way kept saying Tio was going to give Shakur a hard time.
Is that your argument to win this? Is that your point to win this argument?
No.
Let me cut in then.
No. Hey, you got to let me finish, HLD. For all of you guys who keep thinking I'm crazy, let me remind you that Boachuk really beat Virgil. Let me remind you that Madrimov gave Virgil a really hard time, and Madrimov was sick. And the Lubin that he just knocked out, that Lubin was drained. So if that's your argument, if that's all your arguments, that's exactly how Virgil Ortiz is going to make it a tough, competitive fight against Boots Ennis. Man, y'all better start watching more boxing, because no.
Now you're getting disrespected. Even talking to a coach about watching more boxing. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Man. The difference I see majorly in this between these two guys is one guy is battle tested in the heat of the fire and has pulled through it. One guy has not. One guy, we don't know what's going to happen to him when he's in the fire. We don't know if he's going to wilt. We don't know if he's going to go bananas and just falter. We don't know nothing. We don't know when he gets touched in that chin, how he's going to come from it. We don't know nothing. And guess what? Virgil Ortiz is going to make sure to test every single aspect of his will and endurance and mental stability in that ring like he's never been tested before. And guess what? Virgil has been through that. Yeah, he's been dropped. He's got up and he smoked the guy. So we know what Virgil's going to do. And there's nothing adversity that Boots is going to bring on the table that Virgil has already not been tested through. We already know that. So right now, it's really there an unknown factor. It's either put up or shut up. And that's what we're going to see from Boots. If he does it, great. He proves to be a lot better than we don't know that he ever was. But is he going to be able to with Virgil? I don't know.
And HL, I'm going to add, I agree with everything HLD said, bro. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. That's just the reality of it. It's the eye test for Boots. We've seen him do things. We know he's super athletic. We know he's super talented. We know he's got power, and we know he can box. But we also know he doesn't choose to box. He fights. When he boxes, he's impatiently waiting to fight. You can see it in him as he's fighting in the fight. He's impatiently waiting to fight. Like, he's looking for a reason to go crazy in the ring. And the reality is the criticism that Boots has taken ever since, let's say, David Avanesian, right? Or maybe, right, since David Avanesian, this is when the criticism started with him, where it's like, yeah, he's winning these fights, but he's getting hit. And the thing is, Virgil's a puncher. So it's very probable that Virgil will hit him. Very probable. Now, we've also seen Boots take a shot like a G and say that he's got a chin. So, look, we're going to give Boots his credit. But at the same time, he's never been punched by a 154 pounder who's one of the biggest punchers in the division, like Virgil Ortiz. So listen, man, those punchers, bro, and those guys who's taking those punches, they look good until they get stopped all of a sudden. Shout out to Nick Ball. You know what I'm saying? It just takes the right shot. And if Boots is going to be willing to trade, that means it takes it from 60-40, 65-35, and it turns it closer to a 50-50 fight. Because if Virgil can connect, it can be, and history says it will be a problem. Because Virgil is knocking everything out. But Boots could be that guy with the chin. I'd be more comfortable if Boots just wouldn't get punched in his shit. You know what I'm saying? If he would just box smart and not get punched. But if it's going to be a testament, if the test is going to be him getting punched on, it's always going to be that eventually somebody's going to break that. They're going to break that.
And have we seen a 12-round boxing clinic by Boots? Have we just seen just pure boxing for 12 rounds? Which he's probably going to need to do with the pressure. He's gonna need that to go against Virgil. He ain't gonna just stand there toe to toe.
Hey Clay, first of all, shout out to the chat because there's some real boxing minds here, and I appreciate some intelligence. I don't like people just throwing out bullshit. And these people is pretty good. I've been going through it. But hey Clay, you I don't know. You're not being biased, are you?
I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to be real. Look, well, you already know I'm notorious for this because I'm going to get screamed on because I'm saying I got Boots knocking him out. But I'm being real. I'm telling you, this is a dangerous fight.
Look, Coach, let me retort to these two real quick.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me answer the question that Coach asked me. Yeah. I'm from New York. You know what I'm saying? But I live in PA. I plan on coming out there to Springfield, though.
You live where? You live where?
I live in PA.
Clay is disqualified from the conversation of Boots.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So Clay's just trying to do this to make HLD feel better. All right.
Not only is he black, but he's Muslim. He's disqualified from Boots.
Yeah.
Boots ain't Muslim. Boots ain't Muslim. Boots is Christian. No, he's Christian.
My bad boy. I mean, it must be like 5% in Philly that are Christian. Everybody's Muslim there.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought he was. Like, he got the beard and everything.
I know. I thought he was Muslim a long time ago too, but I found out he's Christian. He's not Muslim.
Coach, look, listen. Coach, look. Well, our predictions here tend to be pretty correct, right? I'm rocking with Boots the whole way. First of all, let me just I know I know what you're trying to do with HLD because I know in private you're really agreeing with me, but I get it, man. You feel bad that HLD got ass whooping
right here on the channel.
I get it.
He just acknowledges the points that I made.
Right. I'm ending it with Boots is going to win. I think Boots is going to stop Virgil. I'm being honest, but what I am saying is that there's some intangibles in this, and Boots can make this way more difficult than it needs to be with the way that he fights. He can make this.
All right. So Coach Bermudez, you know this, right? When you talk about the mental aspect of it all, not one of us have ever said that Virgil Ortiz isn't worth of being a top level fighter. You've never heard me say that Virgil Ortiz is like a weak person or he's built or none of that. I'm just talking straight up Boots versus Virgil. And the difference is, for me, like if we're going to go to that space, is Virgil has never, ever won a world title. Not at 147 pounds, not at 154 pounds. Boots Ennis, on the other hand, fought an undefeated Emmanuel Stanionis in a fight where he could have boxed. He could have boxed. And for all you haters who are going to sit there and try to say Stanionis ain't that good, let me see Stanionis fight somebody coming up. Let's see what happens to that person. Stanionis is good. It's just that Boots made him look like he's nobody. That's how good Boots Ennis is.
Is Stanionis better than Majumov? Is Stanionis better than both?
I would love to see that fight, especially because I just saw how Majumov looked against a guy he should have put away. So, yeah, I would absolutely love to see Majumov versus Stanionis and see what would happen right now, right? I would love that. But
that whole belt thing that doesn't come into
really
the equation.
It doesn't, man. The championships don't.
No, I
because the name
I disagree.
The names are look. You just Stanionis. Oh, I mean, like what?
It's about the intangible of Virgil as a puncher.
Yeah, what would Polanco do to Stanionis?
Yeah, I don't know, like triangle theory wise.
I don't know. I'd like to find out though. I bet you Polanco boxes his ass out though. I bet Polanco won't just step up though.
Maybe, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna keep it 100, man. The intangible in this fight is Boots Ennis is prone to getting punched on. Like he gets hit a lot, man. He just does, and he doesn't have to. He's better than that, but he likes to fight and he wants to perform for the crowd. Virgil will hands down be the biggest puncher Jerron Boots Ennis has ever fought. I know it. I don't care. Nothing. He should not be sitting up in there getting punched on like David Avenesian punched on him, like Karen punched on him. You know what I'm saying? He should not be up in there giving that kind of energy up to Virgil.
But Clay,
will he is the question.
But Clay, do you really believe it's because he wants to get hit, or he has no choice because he's not that good and he gets it?
No, I think he's better than that. I'm sorry. I think he's better than that. I think the thing is with Boots is he wants to fight. He wants to put on a show. He doesn't want to give up position. He wants to keep his leverage on his punches. He's got a wide stance, by the way, which is also it's funny you brought up Abdullah Mason because he has a lot of little characteristics that Abdullah Mason has, but Abdullah Mason is a champion, yes, but he got prospect energy still written all over him. He's his breath smell like Similac. You know what I'm saying? He a baby. He's still learning, and he learned a lot from that Sam Noakes. Shout out to Abdullah Mason, matter of fact, for showing his maturity at the end of that fight, taking that victory and saying, I got hit too much. I can't be getting hit like that. He said that. Boots don't talk like that. He's like, yo, everybody defends him and goes, man, that's how he fights, though. He's knocking everybody out, though, right? Now, that's what people always say about Boots. Whenever you try to criticize what he does, what do people say? You act like he lost. But he knocked that dude out, though, so he gets away with it. Just like Deontay used to get away with it, just like a lot of big punchers got away with being fundamentally flawed, but coming out of the end with victories. Now, I believe Boots Ennis can box and not get hit. He can be slick. He can take away. I think he can take away weapons from Virgil Ortiz. He can be a cerebral masterclass. It could be a sweet science masterclass inside of that ring. But the question is always going to be, will he? And I agree with what Coach said, because we're creatures of habits. What we do most of the time is what we do all of the time. And we can count on him being a sound mind person who's making the right decisions. But at the end of the day, when he gets hit, what's he going to do? When Terrence Crawford fought against Canelo, I was scared about that. I was like, what's going to happen when Canelo hit him?
That's why I brought up, have we ever seen a complete 12-round disciplined Boots Ennis? I don't remember.
Well, I brought Yoan Lee to Philly to spar with Boots one time, and they had a good spar. They had a good sparring session. But I'll tell you this, and I really like the father, Bozy. We spent some time together in a few out of the country fights where it was just we got to hang out. So I keep it real. I told him his son was a beast a long time ago, and I gave him my reasons. But in that Yoan Lee sparring session, it kind of confused me a little bit, because Yoan Lee was, and I'm not saying that Yoan Lee got the better of him or whatever, but Yoan Lee was punching him dead in the face. And the whole gym was like, oh, good defense, good. And I'm like, huh? Good defense. And that worried me a little bit. I don't know if they're like the cheerleading type and not being real with the man. But just like, that only reminds me of what you said about Abdullah Mason. He know that he probably fought the wrong fight, and, but you never heard that from Boots, right? But I think Boots is a monster. I think he will get over on Ortiz. But that things like that worry me. Like he's gonna have to box and a little bit in spots, and it's definitely gonna be worth the pay. Whatever the fights were, if you get a chance to go to that fight, right? That's gonna be a hell of a fight.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I would love to see Boots
if
dial
that's
it
in
in.
Vegas, I'm going to that fight.
And
I would love to see Boots dial it in, get behind that jab, man, work that body like I've
Make
seen
it
him
easy,
do.
right? Make it easy.
Right, make it easy and just break this dude down, and then because he's gonna come forward, so you should be able to walk him right into that shot. Take your time and allow him to bring this fight to you and take it from him. But if you try to,
see,
you can win that fight too. Clearly, you can win the other fight, but it's gonna be a fight.
You see that story he just gave right now about Yoeli, punching him down straight in the face. It just brings me back to the style that then what Antoine Russell did to Boots Ennis 3 times in the amateurs and beating his ass. So I don't think creatures of habit. You get better as a pro, and I do admit that there is, and it's not the whole same thing, but your style does not change drastically. You pretty much see the same thing over and over.
So I just want to make that. I want to make it clear to the chat real quick, Coach. I'm the only one in this group. So I hope you're not directing that to me. I'm the only one in this group that's saying not only will Boots destroy Virgil, but it might actually be one of his easiest fights.
Nobody is saying the opposite, though. Nobody's saying nobody's saying that Ortiz is
on the chat. Some people are saying that. So just want to make sure you guys know where I stand on the Boots.
I don't think it's a walk in the park like you're making it out to be. I just don't.
Salute to Toledo Trice, by the way.
I would not be surprised at all if Boots cleans up Virgil inside of 3 to 5 rounds. I'm not.
Thank you.
Knock him out.
Thank you, Clay. Thank you, Clay.
We've already had this conversation.
Thank you.
But I've also said in that same conversation, I've always said it, and I'm going to stand on it, bro. And it is what it is, bro. He don't need to be getting punched on the way I've seen him get punched on. I don't care, bro.
I hope Virgil hits him. I hope you're just gonna make him angrier. Then you're gonna get knocked out for real. So no, bro.
Hey, hold on.
Boots Ennis is that good, guys. Boots Ennis is that good.
See this trash talk just wants to just say, man, Virgil is gonna take everything away from Boots, bro, including the next Roy Jones Jr. BS, bro, including that. You know what I mean? And it's nothing personal, Boots. It's just
HLD. Reyes just said that if he gets punched in the face, all he gonna do is get mad and knock Virgil out.
Exactly.
Yeah, he thinks he's Hulk Hogan. He's gonna start trembling and
That's what Coach is talking about. That's what we all talking about, right? When he has a game plan, he gets punched in his face, and then he changes the game plan. He goes
HLD,
yeah, hit me once. No, hit me again. Ooh, now you're gonna get it.
You don't see him run up. He gonna get hit. He gonna turn over to ropes and be like,
You know what will be fun is I hope the fight does happen because we all know that Virgil's group's the one that's ducking it. It's not Boots' group, so I hope it does happen.
Well, Oscar.
Or Oscar.
And we haven't talked about the other intangibles in this fight: Robert Garcia and Bozy Ennis.
Yeah, I think the coaching is going to be great too, like on both sides. And Robert Garcia obviously has that, but this isn't. I mean, look, man, Phil Jackson had a good team too, but when he didn't have Michael Jordan, he didn't win jack. You know what I'm saying? With the Bulls, I'm saying, right? So I'm just keeping it real, man. Boots Ennis is that good. I know that people don't like me saying it that much. That's fine. It'll be fun though, HLD, when this fight does happen, because one of us is going to be correct, right?
Yo,
so
you're polishing that trophy like it's already there, and that's the problem.
Well, you know what it is? It's because I'm on a win streak, bro. Shakur, oh boy, that Shakur really made me feel a lot more confident.
Hey, that wasn't too difficult to pick.
No, ask HLD. No, HLD was standing on his ground, which I respect.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand on the guy that I've been rolling with since day one. Of course, I am.
Who do you think has the better corner?
Robert Garcia is really experienced, coach.
I think Robert,
super experienced.
The better corner is Robert, because you know why? Because Bozy hasn't been able to rein Boots in, and I haven't been able to see him do that. I haven't been able to see him the adjustments. I haven't seen it yet. And look, I like Bozy Ennis, man. Fuck, bro. I hate to have to even talk
Yeah,
like this.
I don't. Yeah, it's
honest,
hard,
like,
right? It's just a different style with him too. Like with Bozy, that's why, like the Andy Cruz. I don't want to say he coached them bad, but maybe that wasn't the best game plan against Murataya. You know what I mean?
Bozy has a way. He has a system, and that's his system. Whereas Robert Garcia isn't going to have Raymond Murataya fight the way he has Bam fight. He ain't going to have Bam fight the way he has Jose Ramirez fight. He ain't going to have Jose Ramirez fight the same. He coaches his fighters according to their strengths and their weaknesses, and he brings them into the ring with the best game plan. He has a big stable of fighters. I also think that they're getting great sparring over there. I think they have a lot of
that for sure. They get good sparring.
When you take all the intangible that Robert Garcia brings to the table with his gym, I believe it's going to be Robert Garcia that has the better overall thing, and on top of what he's already proven with so many champions that he's got coming out of his gym.
100%.
There's no way to deny that from Robert Garcia.
He's not going to have Virgil fighting the same way. Like everybody's going to fight the way they're supposed to fight with Robert Garcia, but with Bozy, I can see Bozy and Jack Catterall. When Jack Catterall fight, I see Bozy. When Andy Cruz fight, I see Bozy. When Jerome Buchanan I see Bozy. You know what I'm saying? I don't see Robert Garcia like that. Robert Garcia don't have a set style to where when his fighters fight, I'm like, that's Robert. That's Robert. That's Robert. I see well-coached, well-rounded fighters. So I think that's going to be an intangible. Also, I think Robert Garcia is going to build a game plan around a consistently, like, you know what Boots is going to do and what he can do and what you can bait him into. Right. And I think he's just going to have a game plan for that. And Boots is going to, and I think Virgil's also a good listener. He's going to execute. He's going to carry the game plan around. Virgil got a good jab. He got a good jab when he wants to. He can double up on a jab. He has great body work. He takes time. He sets his shots up, and he's not a one-shot, one-hitter quitter. He punch you down like, what I mean? He's a good boxer in his own, you got to give him his merit. You know what I'm saying? He's a good boxer for what he does. Is he a better boxer than Boots? I don't think he is. But is he good enough to hit him with that right hand? Yeah. Is he good enough to hit him on that liver? Yeah. He's good enough to do it.
Is he going to be the hardest punching dude that Boots has ever faced?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we don't, and that's where I'm at.
Is going to have to strategically break Virgil down. If he can't just go to the win and he can. Let's see. You know what I mean? I think he's going to win the fight, bro. I'm betting on him respecting who's in front of him and fighting the fight the right way. But like Coach said, what happens when he gets punched? Is he going to have the discipline to stay on the game plan and fight the fight, or is he going to go into beast mode, instinctively fight the dude inside?
And in regards to how he trains his fighters, you don't see him coaching one style, because Bam Rodriguez don't fight nothing like a Murataya or Murataya vice versa.
Hey, Coach, though, let me ask you this question, right? Because, you give it to us on your coaching perspective. I've always said that if Virgil Ortiz were to fight Sebastian Fundora, Virgil Ortiz would knock him the hell out, because Fundura's tailor built for Virgil Ortiz's style. But we got two champions right now in Josh Kelly and Xander Zayas, and where I don't know that Virgil Ortiz could figure out a way to beat those two. I think it'll definitely go to decision, though. I don't think Virgil could corner either one of those guys to knock him out. Bakram couldn't do it to Kelly, and Xander, it's just, he's 23, he's tall, he's lengthy, he's fast, he's got his own pop. And again, this shows my favoritism towards Boots. I can't see Boots beating all of them. I can 100% see Boots having the ability to beat Xander, having the ability to beat Kelly, having the ability to knock the hell out of Fundura. So that's why for me, I'm kind of like, yeah, man, the only reason why Boots don't got these belts is because nobody wants to fight him for some reason.
Based on athleticism, is it where you're getting it from? Because is that what it is?
No, I'm basing it on it's the eye test, HLD.
Yeah, but what is the eye test? Athleticism? Because that's basically what we see out of this guy.
So if I
go ahead. The question is for Hector Bermudez, real quick. Go ahead, Coach.
Because I wanted to give my take on the better corner. Someone asked who would have the better corner, and we're saying that, you know, Robert Garcia's experience, and you mentioned that you don't see a lot of the same style. And you see everybody having Boozy style, but remember where it all started from, right? Boozy had mixed review with other guys, right? With the Catterall, he was, you know, people was praising him. With Andy Cruz, people wasn't. But with his son, it's different. That communication is wired in. He knows exactly what Boots needs to hear, when to push him, when to calm him, and how to steer him, I think, minute by minute. So that kind of father-son corner chemistry is hard to beat. Where remember Virgil and Robert Garcia is elite, right? Let's get that out of the way. He's elite. But if the relationship like theirs has been on and off, he left the gym, he comes back, he left, so it's not like as solid as Boots. And remember, forget Boozy and the other fighter. This is his son. This is the meat and potatoes of it, right? This is why Boozy got everybody else, right? Because of his son. Because when I went there, I asked Andy Cruz, what made you come to Philadelphia and not Vegas with Salas or remember he's Cuban, so or not Miami with Pedro D, you know. And he was like, oh, I seen a video on how Boots fights. And I was like, I was dumbfounded when he said that. I was like, you're here because you saw a video how Boots fights, and that made you come to this gym? And I was like, wow, okay. So I say that to say that that's why everybody gets, is getting there because of the meat and potatoes of the gym, man, which is Boots.
Tennis.
So I would, and remember the relationship between Ortiz and remember they left before, they came back, they came back, and I think you need a corner that's fully locked in, fully in sync, right, and consistent. So it's less about who's better, right? Because I think maybe let's just say Garcia's better, right, for the sake of the argument. And but I think it's less than who's better. It's more about fit and that continuity, or whatever how you say that word, of the son father thing. So Boozy might not be everybody's best coach, but he's Boots' best coach.
I agree with that.
I agree with everything. Definitely, I can understand. The continuity between father and son has been longer and in sync, a lot longer than what we can say from Garcia with the on and off with that. Yeah. I mean, and which makes sense. I mean, could it have been now repaired and that they're now truly all in? Who knows? I mean, we don't know that, but we do know that from father and son, it's been consistent.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting fight, man. A really good fight, man. And I agree with you, Coach. I think the thing I agree with most of what you said is the most important thing is Boozy is Boots' best trainer. You know what I'm saying? He's the best person being.
It doesn't surprise me that you will agree with me when it comes to Boots. I'm getting this. I'm getting this feeling, Clay. I don't know.
Hey man, when you're right, man. What do you want me to say, Coach?
Hey, I'm gonna agree with that. That's confirmation bias on that. Yeah, you're right, Coach. Yep.
Hey, I don't want to get twisted. I got Boots stopping Virgil, bro. Period. I do. I'm nervous. I'm nervous the same way I was nervous. No, I'm nervous more for Boots and Virgil than I was for Terrence and Canelo. And Terrence and Canelo was a fight I was nervous for because of that, because of Terrence's tendencies to get hit and want to get it back. I was like, man, please don't get into that mindset with Canelo. But once I saw he was in that right mindset, I knew it was going to be a one-way ass whooping for Canelo. I knew it was over with because that's all it ever is with those kind of fighters. It's about what they're going to do. I think Ron Boots Ennis is better than Virgil Ortiz, period.
Just for shits and giggles.
he tends to fight down to his competition sometimes, bro. He make dudes that's not that good look better than they really are.
Just for shits and giggles, what if Ortiz just does a lubing on Boots?
Crazy.
Is he still on that pedestal of, oh my God, the eye test was what?
It depends. Like if he just catches him,
I know that's the same as saying if T.O. would have beaten Shakur, but all right, go ahead.
listen. If same thing to a degree, right? But it depends on how he catches him. If he catches him like in the early round and just catches him with a clean shot and puts him out, I'm gonna give Virgil all his flowers, and I'm gonna be like, damn, that's crazy. But in a rematch, am I just gonna say Virgil's gonna win? No. I think Boots is better than Virgil, and I think he can make the adjustments. And I think when he makes the adjustments, he handles Virgil. If he fights this guy the wrong way, bro, and he fights the wrong fight, like it's just like Devin and Ryan. I believe Devin is better than Ryan, and I believe he fought the wrong fight. And I believe when he makes those adjustments, he's gonna beat this dude. But I give Ryan his respect for what he did in the first fight. You know what I'm saying? He did what he did, but I do believe Devin is just better than Ryan. So the same thing with Boots, but that would be crazy. But it might be what Boots needs, bro. I'm sorry.
See, that's what it comes down to, because one guy could be a better boxer, but is he the better fighter? And I think in this case, Virgil Ortiz is definitely the better fighter. See, and that's what happened in the fight with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Yeah, Devin Haney is the greater technical boxer, but the intangible of the better fighter won Ryan Garcia that fight and proved it with the ass down, face up all night.
So respectfully, guys, you already know I completely disagree with everything HLD is saying. So, but I can't wait for the fight to happen, and I'm gonna stick to what I've been saying from the beginning, Clay. When people were saying, "Damn, dude, you're hella glazing Boots." Boots is the next Roy Jones Jr., and it's gonna take fights like this to prove that he is. So. Let's see. Hey,
I've seen
Step right up.
I've seen Toledo Trice in the comments.
Oh, Treese, yeah, Treese was here. Albert Bell, baby. We doing it for the Midwest Mafia.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the link in there if you want to come up here and celebrate for your boy, man. IBF eliminated. You've been praying on it, bro. You manifested this, man. Life and death is in power in the tongue, man. A wise man once said. I want to move the needle to this rumor, because that's what it is, right? But we can talk about it. Errol Spence rumored to come back in the summer.
Oh Lord,
against Tim Tszyu.
Oh goodness.
Can we get behind this? Are we ready for this? Do we believe this is going to happen? Is this finally real? Are we expecting Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu in Australia too? We got to talk about there's parts of this conversation we got to talk about. But just in general, right now, just on a surface level, what do you guys think about that fight?
I'm ready to see the battle of the concussed, bro. I'm ready to see.
Oh my God. Hey, Coach, can I ask you? Do they pay well enough in Australia that someone like Errol Spence can get paid to go there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The government.
When I was there, there was already whispering of that fight happening.
Okay. All right.
So you believe it. You feel like it's coming. You believe it. You feel like
that was the fight that was to happen next.
Yeah. What do you think about the fight? What do you think about the fight, Coach?
Man, it's just hard it's difficult. You know, boxing is about, activity, and that's when you could get your best out of a fighter when you keep the fighter active. And he hasn't fought
3 years.
3 years, and then the 3 year ago fight was a kind of a beatdown, and then before that was the accident and the eye thing, and it is. Then we expect him to come back to be someone who's been active at a different weight. That's a tough fight. That's a tough fight. Prime Spence washes him. But this Spence, you don't know who's walking in there.
The punch resistance, we don't know where it's at, and 3 years with rust. It's hard to go against the guy who's been active, even though the guy who's been active has been stopped twice, I think, in the same period of time. So, but 3 years is right, and he's what, 35, 36 now?
He got to be like 35 at least right now. Yeah, he's younger than Terrence.
the ring rust and the punch resistance is the only thing that holds me back from really saying Spence, because I do know that his boxing abilities it's better than Tim Tszyu. I have no doubt about that. But
so I think if you ask me what I think, so it would be I think Tszyu's pressure, because he does put pressure on, and he goes to the body pretty well. I shouldn't say well, because he kind of leaves himself open when he does go to the body. That was kind of our game plan, to let Tszyu go to the body, to give him like an opening to the body, and then try to clip him with a hook. But his volume is like 35. Physicality is pretty classic. So who controls the term of the fight, whether his pressure or I can't get away from that inactivity, the ring rust, the timing. Spence hasn't fought since Crawford, right? And he 154. I think 80-85% of prime Spence, Arlene Spence by decision. His jab, his also body work.
That's what it is. I think the jab has to be on point.
Yeah. So if he's and he don't even have so the thing is also, does he have a trainer yet, right?
I heard he's possibly working with Bredman in this thing.
So if we're even questioning that, if he have a trainer yet, so has he even been training?
I saw him in the gym day before yesterday.
Coach, I love that you bringing this up, because that's what I was going to segue into. There's levels of this conversation, right? And that's definitely the next question, which is going to be about the trainer. The fact that a trainer hasn't been announced, it doesn't mean he doesn't have one. But I question the idea of this fight being in June or July, right? Why so far away? There'd be an argument there to say that it's to give him time to get ready, right? You haven't been getting ready? 3 years outside the ring? You've been training? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's been getting ready at all, because who's gonna train him?
So and Errol, is Errol coming back for legacy to become a champion again? Is he
money,
or is he coming for a money grab?
Money.
And what does an Errol Spence who's coming back for a money grab look like? Who's had no trainer, who's been on the beach, my ties, chilling with his girl, not even concerned with boxing.
He's trying to get that last check from PBC before Mayweather bank bills on with everything else.
See, HLD knows. HLD knows what's up.
So shout out to Chevy. Chevy said it right here. I want the chat. I want everybody to look at this statement and tell me what you think about it one by one. Someone called Spence washed. Do you agree with that? I think washed is a little crazy. Is it fair to call that man washed?
We just don't know, though, Clay. We just don't know.
It's called 3 years. You were retired, bro.
Look. I'll put it to you this way, Clay. Right? If you compare it to Pacquiao being gone for 4 years, then comes back and looks the way he looked against Barrios, the difference is when we last saw Pacquiao, he didn't get destroyed by Ugas. He barely lost to Ugas. Right? We saw Bud Crawford take away Errol Spence's soul, bro. So I don't know. Like, I'd like to see Errol Spence even in an exhibition match, just so that I could just see what he might look like, right? But I don't know, bro.
Wasn't Pacquiao eating out of a straw for like 3 months, bro, after that fight? Yeah,
after the Ugas fight, you better stop, man.
His wife was feeding him through a straw with soup, bro. I saw that firsthand.
Man, HLD.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that's where that man was.
So, Coach, how do you feel about the idea of coming back after 3 years? You never got a trainer until, you need 6 months to get ready to fight, to come back to fight. And you're going to go fight in Australia, right? You're not fighting at home. Clearly, you're going over there because the money's there. What do you think about this Errol Spence? Can we judge Errol Spence off of his resume? Is he the same Errol Spence to you? He's not with Derek. He's going to be in a whole different program. So how do we even begin to gauge what to expect from him? Because if we sit there talking about him working the body and working like he did with, can we say that?
No, you can't possibly be the same. I think, I'm gonna throw this out there because I think his roots are Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
So they love their Chiba, so You had to put that out there because I think a couple of times I saw him looking like he was smoking. Not wrong with that.
Yeah, like the night he came into the ring versus Crawford.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a money grab because how can he be broke? Al Heyman, that was one of his guys. He didn't have a promoter to share any of the money with. It was just him and Al. And usually when it's you and Al will get you paid. And so I don't think it's a money grab. I think he's gonna try. I think he see a weak opponent that when he was in his prime, he'll probably wash him up. And I think he probably feel like he, in 6 months he'll really get, to it. And I think he probably could with the right coach. Breadman is awesome.
Yeah.
I think we heard someone else too. I don't know about Roy Jones. Roy Jones, the knowledge is there. I think Roy Jones' knowledge is there, but I don't know how much experience he have in actually training fighters and training for a fight. I think Breadman coming off. I think Breadman wasn't too satisfied with the camp of what's his name?
Killer Plant.
He wasn't too satisfied. He vocalized that, but I think, man, to have someone like Spence, that he'd probably have a strength and conditioning coach, he'd probably have a dietitian with him, and you just got to like focus in and dial in on just his technique and game plan for someone like Zoo, which is not really that difficult. But I think he has a good shot with him, right? Because I don't, remember we talking about Tim Zoo. I got my guy that just lost to him, but my guy's kind of a baby compared to that, to someone like Tim Zoo. So, we ain't talking about like a hell of a fighter that he's going up against. So I think I would edge him. I would edge with all said, with everything I just said about him, being laid off, and I think he'll dial in. I think he got some pride on him. I don't think he's just going to be going in there half-assing it. I think he's going to give it his best.
Yeah, I heard Bredman kind of commented on that on X, and he just said, hey, nothing is official yet, but it would be something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing this one, that it would be an honor for him, if he is if he's chosen. So he doesn't speak too much, and the fact that he replied to someone else about something about that makes me believe that's where he's at, because Bredman doesn't. He's not a Twitter type of guy or anything like that. So we'll see.
But also money. It's prize fighting, so money matters, right? But if it was only about a cash out, I think he'll pick probably someone more safer than that. Choosing Zoo at a new weight class, 154 after years. I think he's probably looking for something. And I think if it does a good showing, I think, he'll probably get someone like Zayas. The money there, and I think Zayas could probably see that, there's weakness there.
Right.
So I think he's going into legacy territory instead of like a money grab thing.
We'll see.
I don't want to change the topic, but I just want to if I could get a little quick take. Who you got? Who you got? Fundora or Thurman, coach?
Yeah, I don't know how you beat Fundora. I don't know how Thurman beats Fundora. I think Thurman showed that he got some timing with him, but again, it's the same thing with him, right? As what we talking about, Errol Spence. So it's like his time off, his time. Is it going to be there? It's hard to choose. It's hard to choose when people are inactive. You could be an expert at boxing, but I don't have privy to the training camps. All I know is that these guys are not fighting. And we can't, in boxing, they say you as good as your last fight, because you can see your last fight, you can see where you're at.
Right.
But we can't see with Errol and with this guy, we really can't see. He had a mediocre performance with Barrios. When was his last fight? Who was his last
He
fight?
fought that Spencer. He fought somebody. Thurman fought
that Joey
Rock
Spencer
Jarvis.
kid in
Rock
Australia,
Jarvis, yeah.
coach.
Rock Jarvis.
Oh yeah,
Jarvis.
That's what it was.
Oh,
Rock
that's
Jarvis.
right.
Jarvis
Yeah,
Spencer.
and Jarvis was a blown up kid that they blew him
Yeah.
up. He was a small.
He was like a
guy.
135, 140 pounder fighting at 154.
Yeah, and that had everybody pretty nervous, and everybody knew that was going to happen too.
Well, hold on, Reyes, before you jump. Hold on, because I got to bring Treese in. He's been sitting here for like 20 minutes.
Oh my God,
Yow.
And I want to give him this opportunity. Ayo, Treese, man, you ain't here earlier, but we definitely gave Albert Bell his flowers, bro. You spoke in existence. What do you think about the opportunity the IBF eliminated with Lucas Body? What do you think about that fight?
Oh man, I'm excited beyond belief. You understand me? We need this. I've been hollering for this. Prince versus Prince. The winner of this fight becomes king. You understand me? But yeah, man, I like Albert Bell's chances in this fight. I was just watching Joshua Pagan with the Salida Promotions card. I don't know if y'all was watching that, but yeah, Joshua Pagan, he in the mixes. I like it, man. I like this fight for my guy Albert Bell, Lucas Body, and I feel like it's gonna be a high-profile fight. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be on MVP. So yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I definitely think that we're gonna get it done though. Lucas Body, I don't think he has much to offer my guy. So I think we can get that done for sure. But on the topic that y'all talking about with this Keith Thurman and Errol Spence, I gotta say, man, I'm one of the guys who on the opposite spectrum. I definitely think Keith Thurman will beat Fundora. I think Fundora he's hittable as fuck. Motherfuckers forget that just because in the second fight against Tim Tszyu was putting hands on Fundora. He was rocking that shit in that fight. And then Tim Tszyu saying, okay, fuck, he taking my best punch. He's not going down, but I'm wobbling him. And then the next round, he gave the shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Tim Tszyu, you was in the mix. What you doing? But so I don't know. I think Fundora is hittable as fuck. I think Keith Thurman can get some Fundora, and I think he will get some Fundora. And yeah. And then with the Errol Spence, I'm on the opposite spectrum, man. I know guys talk about inactivity and things of this nature, but if guys is telling me that Errol Spence was going through so much shit, mental shit and traumatizing shit going into the fight, I don't believe in rust. I believe it's rest. I don't believe there's nothing wrong with sitting down for a little bit, clearing the cobwebs. You feel me? Gathering your passion again for the sport of boxing. Absence makes the heart go fonder. I'm a firm believer in that. So I think maybe Earl he got to sit back and see the landscape of boxing. You feel me? Seeing these guys like, damn, I think I can still do it. I think I still got it. Working on your body, working on your mind. You feel me? I'm a firm believer in rest over rust. It's not rust. I'm resting. I'm preserving, you feel me, my marbles. I'm preserving my body. I'm taking care of injuries that I had in the past, and I'm getting right and I'm getting tight. And I think that Tim Tszyu is a good test, man. I like it. And I'm hearing guys talking this 154 shit, but who's to say that this fight won't be at 160? Why not 160? I wouldn't mind seeing this fight at 160, man. I know Tim Tszyu, last couple fights, he's been trying to transition into 160. I think Errol Spence should bypass 154 and slide. I would like this fight at 160, in my opinion. Coach, what say you?
I think you ain't doing your man enough justice. You're always jumping on this Errol thing, and you've been crying about
Albert Bell,
and you just skim past Albert Bell into my man. You've been on this. Everybody. First of all, shout out to Lucas Body for taking that type of style. I don't know if he had did he have a choice? I don't know if he had a choice, but
it seemed like he did. It seemed like Schofield was lined up for that.
I'm confused with all this. I would like to chirp in on this because, as I told you guys before, Tank has not been stripped and put in champion in recess yet officially. No,
I'm believing you right now.
I told you that. I've been telling you guys that. I listened to Gilberto Mendoza. All he said was that it's something to be discussed with the board of governors. He's not been stripped, and then just today or yesterday, I'm trying to remember because I had a long day here.
Did you listen to
that warrant that he had for Tank and Baltimore got recalled, and so it turned into now a summons just to appear in court. That thing is looking like it's gonna get swept under the table. So WBA is not gonna strip Tank unless they know for 100% sure that they really have to, because he's put away, right? For that reason, so now that Lucas Body and Schofield fight, from what I'm hearing now with the IBF, so that means that threw a swerve in
Lucas Body and Albert Bell are going to fight for that one,
right? So that'd be
who's fighting next.
I think Raymond Montaya going to be going up to 140, man. In his last fight with Andy Cruz, I thought he would win and shit, but I was a little nervous because I was hearing him talking about going up to 140. It feel like he busting at the seams. You get me? So I'm liking Albert Bell, Lucas Body. I'm thinking that the winner of that fuck round get elevated. You understand me? So,
hey, can I say something about, because Albert Bell, he deserved for me to speak about him, because Vic Green always calls me every time Albert Bell fights and like, hey, can he come to the camp? Can he come to camp? And I always welcome him, and he always want to choose to go to Vegas. It's hard to come to Springfield and to the Firehouse, because you're kind of like isolated. There ain't no hoes around, no bitches that you can see. There ain't none of that. And some people need a little outlet. But I think talent gets you noticed, right? But it doesn't always get you served. And I think Albert Bell is like one of the most talented fighters that I've seen. And he's been grinding, right? And that's why like a long grind matters. It's not just he waited. It's that he kept choosing the same doing things where no one's clapping, doing the same road work, the same sparring, the same risk, the same uncertainty. In a sport where one bad night can erase years. So he's staying disciplined. It's and that's kind of like, to me, that's kind of courageous. So when someone like Albert Bell finally reaches this position, like the position that he's in now, it's more than just rankings. I think it's proof that his patience can be a weapon, because the fighter who survives that the quiet years usually has something deeper than confidence. I think he just has the proof that is in him. I think also I remember Brad Goodman saying, like, we got to let him go, because we're like holding him and no one wants to fight him. And for finally someone like Lucas Body giving him I don't think he had a chance, because no one like fucking Lucas Body's style, his people, someone in that camp must know that this style don't beat Albert Bell style. Right? You ain't coming from Canada beating a motherfucker from the hood, slick, black, tall. Nah, the best fighters in the world is who, Clay?
The best fighters in the world?
Yeah, Black American fighters. Right?
I see. Yeah,
this ain't even a question. That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that we going after this IBF. You hear me? Because this is
right.
Like you asked that, I don't know. No, Lucas Body don't got a choice. He's cornered. He's trapped, motherfucker. And I'm happy to see it, because the IBF they make motherfuckers do what they're supposed to do. And the one thing about the IBF that I love the long way, they fuck with my Toledo, Ohio fighters. Shout out Robert Easter, former IBF champion. O'Shea Jones, current IBF champion. You understand me? Mickey Bay, Ohio dog. He was an IBF champion back in the day. So you feel me? Here in Ohio, the IBF has a special place in our heart. You feel me? I know they force the issue. They always going to encourage our fighters to get their opportunity, and I'm here to see it, because Albert Belden stayed down until he came up, and it's time. Lucas Body, watch the bodies hit the flow. I can't wait, goddammit.
I think traditionally the best fighters in the world are the slick black fighters. I really do. And when you think about the Abdullah Masons, the Jerome Boots, and it says all these different names, even Shakur and even Devin and all them, they are the best, man.
Shakur Puerto Rican now. Relax.
And the Puerto Ricans are official too.
Look at Coach. He gonna claim that. Look,
man, just spitting facts. Coach is just spitting facts.
Yeah, that's right, Clay.
He's a boy.
Who's Puerto Rican, bro?
They love it.
Just spitting facts.
Yeah, no, but I agree with you. But you know what it is? I had to hesitate on that because they just haven't been being
tested. Surprised me that you hesitated on that.
I did because they're just not being tested like they used to be tested, man. So I'm in a place where it's like it's a lot of odd tests.
The history of boxing.
Right. Yes.
Well, you don't see.
Well,
you
I
don't
mean,
see those Cepedas beating these guys, bro.
Yeah,
like Cepedas and these Oscar Duarte. Like Oscar Duarte, I don't think he's standing a chance with Hitchens, man. He's finna get fucked up out here. But
Coach,
I see different.
Coach, it's kind of a hard question too because like it has to be specific, right? Like, are you talking about overall in the history of boxing, or are you talking about specifically right now, right? You know,
wherever there's a tournament. The last motherfuckers in that tournament, in the final, there's always going to be a tall black southpaw. Can't be beat. I'm talking about like amateur tournaments, so it's just like it's always going to be that guy in the finals.
The Marcus Luthers of the world, Amari Jones, when he was in the amateurs, putting on. I fuck with it. I like the vision. But I'm going to go ahead and jump off, man. We got some money to steal from these motherfuckers. Shout out to my third shift workers. Appreciate the platform, Claymore Rain. My guy, Reyes Boxing, man. Y'all be cool. Coach! Yo, hating ass. You know I love you, though, Coach. You still my guy. But y'all be cool, man.
No doubt.
Man.
Where were those Ohio guys when Tiger Johnson needed them in New York City? That's what I'm saying, man. They left that man stand alone, bro. I was like, what? Anyway, I'm just
man. I hear what you're saying, man. Like I said, man, I think that I think I slept for a second, but I agree. You know what I'm saying? And I know it. That's not just agree. I do know it, but as of late, we ain't been getting tested, man. We ain't been making the fights happen. I've been a little disappointed in my community when it comes to that. That's why I love the idea of a Bruce Shushu Carrington becoming a champion or Abdullah Mason. I love it because I know this next generation of slick black fighters want the smoke. They want the belts. They want to unify. It's not like this other generation. Shout out to Devin Haney too as well. You know what I'm saying? Who always wants to smoke. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta be honest.
How old is this Albert Bell kid? How old is it?
Albert's like 26, 25.
33.
26?
33.
30? No.
33.
Yeah, he's been
around for a long time.
He's been around for a while, Clay.
No, that's why I asked.
That 28-0 took a long time to get there.
Bro. 33. Wow.
And by the way, Coach, I just got to throw this out there. Shout out to my guy Vega. Vega's on the chat, man. Really nice of him to join us. And now, Coach, the best fighters out there are the Asians, especially the Japanese and the Filipinos, Coach.
Yeah, we talking about Muhammad Ali. We talking about Sugar Ray Robinson. We talking about
I'm just talking about today. I'm talking about right now.
He's talking from the 115 to the 100 pound, 100 pound, the sack of potatoes division.
HLD, stop it. Everybody knows now Inoue is pound for pound number one, baby. Who's talking about fighting a kickboxer? Come on, what are we doing?
Pound for pound number one.
No, bro. Not if he's fighting a kickboxer.
Yesterday, bro.
Not if he's fighting a kickboxer. He's not. That ain't right. That ain't right, Claymore.
Cry to the ring, man. Cry to the ring, bro. Don't cry to me, bro. I can't do nothing for you.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. You said it yourself, man.
Don't cry to me. I can't do nothing for you, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing for him, bro. You ain't gotta tell me, bro. If that's what you believe, you need to go send them letters in the right direction, bro.
I'm gonna say because I know Turkey be listening. So Turkey, listen to me, man. If Usyk fights a kickboxer on his next fight, then Inoue is definitely number one and Shakur's number two. That's how we do it.
Chevy Red in the building.
Oh yeah! This is turning into a Bad Bunny concert up in here, bro. Y'all Boricuas.
Yo, what y'all think about Bad Bunny, man? I know he came here with tears in his eyes. He was when he came on here, he was just like, bro, you gotta give me a moment. I don't even want to hear what HLD got to say because he's like, oh, Nico. Did you see that, man? Oh. You know what I'm saying? HLD came over here like, I don't know about nothing, man. I saw Xander and Emiliano. Oh, anyway, just don't talk to me. Give me a minute, brother. But Chevy,
all of us.
Yo, he was in his feelings, bro. I never heard HLD always ready for that smoke, but he was in his feelings on Super Bowl Sunday, bro. He was in his feelings when he came in here. But,
listen, for sure, I would have came in here with the same energy. Listen, boo-hooing. It was a beautiful moment.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Look, man, Bad Bunny did a good job as far as the performance. It was an epic performance. I heard it was the most viewed performance, right? In
128 million.
No. 135.5.
You count the
more than Michael, more than who was the other one? Kendrick, I think, was in second.
More than Prince.
133.
Shout out to my cousin Prince, more than Prince.
But shout out, shout out to my Zoes out there. Shout out to my
Anita's gonna make sure to correct you, man.
Listen, come on, hey, that's a moment in history. That's a movement. Reyes, though, listen, shout out, thank you for inviting me on.
Why was it a movement? Why was it a movement? I want to know, why was it a movement? Because I agree, by the way, it's historical. I saw it happen with my own eyes. I didn't think it was going to be that impactful. I just didn't see it coming that way. So why did it end up hitting like that? What was about it that was?
Because it is everything that he stands for, and I think people lost a lot of it in translation and just made it like this big Puerto Rican thing. This movement was for humanity, for everybody. Anybody who is not let me just say, it's just for all the black and brown people. You see the homage. I just posted it today because people missed a lot in this performance. It's homage to Spike Lee, right? With the camera angle where it's real close and like it's just zoomed in right there. I forget what you call it. It's a specific name for that.
The dolly. The dolly is
the dolly when Radio Raheem was coming down the street.
Exactly. Right. Him shouting out the Caribbean, the islands. At the end.
I think it's Crooklyn. That was a Crooklyn. Crooklyn camera angle, wasn't it? Crooklyn with the girl. That's
doing it in every one though.
He also used it in the Malcolm X with Denzel Washington.
He did. Right before he got killed, before he went unalive. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chevy. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. But that also shouting out, like I said, Jamaica, Haiti, right? He brings Lady Gaga. Now, let me get a pick a bone with all my Boricuas, my Puerto Ricans, okay? Because they made me mad. Oh, Lady Gaga, why they choose her? They could have chosen anybody else. Because, again, this is a humanitarian thing, and she was there representing the LGBTQ community, right? Just like with all the other little parts and aspects, the electric pole, the bodegas, everything had a meaning, and it was encompassing everybody, right? Everybody.
There was a real wedding, and also there was the taqueria. Yeah. That's a real taqueria in LA. Shout out to Villa's Tacos, some of the best tacos in LA, right there.
I think overall, because he didn't make it I'm going to be honest. I'm glad he didn't make it such a political thing. He just brought in, because everybody was thinking that beforehand that he was going to go just crazy on this thing, and it wasn't. It was all a togetherness, including everyone from every parts of the world. I seen the reactions from people from Belize, people from Haiti. They were like, it just brought everyone together. This man knew how to galvanize the entire Western continent together as one. It just didn't matter. Everybody got a shout out. Everybody got represented. Everybody got their shine, and that's what he did. And I think that overall, the after effect is what made it then even more of an impactful of what he did. And it was, shout out to him, man. Again,
right.
But from a 35 by 100.
But I will say, though, it was very political. Everything was
very political.
And I feel like it was a way to where it wasn't like, how would you say? Like in politics, they're very just.
I don't think it was hateful, though. Like,
I think that's a good word. It wasn't hateful. It was literally spreading the message. It was actually telling why we're mad. This is why we're upset. This is what's happening. Instead of just saying, "Oh, you're racist." Like, let me show you what's happening. Let me show you what's going on.
Right.
It took some time for me to kind of like, because at first I was like, bro, they just making. I didn't like the fact that they made it political. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why are you doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like. It seemed like it was stirring the pot a little bit, but I guess to a certain extent,
you. You gotta come shake the room because
Well,
that's what
listen,
the issues
yeah.
are.
But
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that in his performance. I didn't see it that it could have been a lot more. And I think it was toned
I don't
down.
mean the performance. The performance wasn't political at all. The performance was a great performance. I feel
I
like
didn't
the coordination. I feel like the coordination of it was political. I feel like they were being used. I feel like they were positioned off the strength of being political. You know what I'm trying to say? Like they brought them in off the strength of that is what I felt like. And I still feel like that to a degree, but I'm gonna say that I see the impact it had on the world. Inside the stadium, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see that impact that way on the crowd necessarily. But I saw the performance. I thought the performance was good. I didn't understand nothing that was being said. I thought that was kind of like, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a Super Bowl. Like, it's American football. But
you better do this, Claymore?
He didn't come out in a dress.
You better do this?
Get him, Chevy.
You better wait a minute. Wait, where Coach at? Hold on. Wait a minute. You better do this?
Listen what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not with Jake Paul. They're American. Puerto Rico is part of America. I understand that. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying English. I'm saying the language. I'm saying Spanish is not the language of America. You know what I'm saying? So
let me ask you this.
The whole show was in Spanish. Nobody really, I did not understand nothing. There weren't even like words on the screen for me to understand. Like, it was no consideration to like.
And you didn't need to. You could have had the TV on mute and looked at the visuals and still understood everything. Now, let me ask you, as a proud black man, listen, because y'all know I'm black and Puerto Rican, so I'm going to stand on both sides. As a proud black man, how did you feel when they, y'all know what I'm talking about, were talking about us with Kendrick Lamar's performance? You have that same approach?
Wait, say it again. On Kendrick Lamar's
performance? So she's saying, remember, Clay, like, when the Kendrick Lamar performance came for the halftime show, which was awesome, by the way. That was one of my favorite performances.
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar.
They attacked the black people the same way.
That was dope, right? But that's what you're saying is that they were doing the same. They were doing the same thing. They were kind of like, "Hey, man, I didn't understand it. Why? You know what I mean?" And I'm like,
and then now, my black side, my people also are acting that way towards the Hispanic community. And like I said, missing the whole point that this is a unity thing with the black and brown community together, right? So, I'm on you for saying that.
I mean, feel free to get on me. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, look, I'm telling you, I thought the performance, I can give a good performance. It was a great performance. Like, he did a great job. Like, he tore the place up. You know what I'm saying? As far as the performance, but I didn't understand anything he said, right? And I agree with you with the visuals. The visuals was what I loved about it.
Right. The visuals was the message. The music wasn't the message. I'm sorry. There was nothing. It was just his typical reggaeton stuff that we go at the club and we hear. We don't. But there was no message within the music. The Ricky Martin part was, you know, the Ricky Martin part. That was there was a message. There was a message because we don't want to become another Hawaii, and I appreciated that.
So Coach Dominican over there, were you proud?
I'm not. I'm not Dominican, and I was nervous.
I was nervous too, Coach.
Wait, let Coach break it down.
Come out in the dress.
Let Coach break it down. I want to see what he says.
No, I was nervous, especially when the king of the fairies came out, Ricky Martin. He's like the leader. He's like the leader of the gays, right? So when he came out, and I was, you know, if you see Bad Bunny pictures in pink dresses, and you know, and I'm like, God damn, this is gonna be crazy. I hope he don't come out in no dress. I was just nervous the whole time. I was nervous.
And even if he did,
yeah, hold on.
No, man, yeah.
Even if he did.
So this is why I was nervous, because you know Puerto Ricans are proud, right? And then there was still he still had to have some gay shit in there, because there was two guys humping each other by the car.
Crazy.
That was, you know. So was this really a great performance for everybody? I'll go along with every Puerto Rican is proud. You know, I'll go along. I ain't gonna be the hater, but I was nervous. Hey,
so HLD and Chevy, you might have caught this. So when Lady Gaga came on and she was singing that song, now this might just be the Filipino in me, but I was like, is that Bruno Mars' song? And why isn't Bruno Mars singing this song? What's going on?
It's both of their songs. They're together. They sing it together. And that would have been dope. That would have been a dope moment.
I was going to be like, shout out to my Filipino Puerto Rican brother right there, Bruno Mars. But
and then if Cardi had actually sung or took the mic or something, that would have been another explanation mark. Because what she just did, making history on Saturday Night Live, like that would have been really impactful.
I was kind of scared of the fruit energy too, because
I was scared too. Bro, Coach said the same emotion that Coach had. I was having it, and I'm like, yo, I'm glad he didn't do that. And so the safe game that he played, and it was still a lot of unity. That's why I'm saying it was not political for me in that sense. It was not pushing an agenda.
They had the sweet part though, like that part where with the dudes dancing on each other.
Bro, that was a 0.5 second.
Because it's representation of everybody.
He had to plug it in there. He had to show the love. Like
not everybody gotta agree.
That was a 0.5 second. I'm okay with the 0.5 second, bro. I'm not
okay with it to a certain degree. Like I'm like, because I know that he tapered it down, and I felt like he took me into consideration. That he's like, well, I ain't just gonna block it out, but
and to me,
I'm not gonna stick it in your face because I'm gonna respect the fact that listen, I happen to just believe, man. I feel like homosexuality is a sex thing, and I always feel like sex is private, bro. That's what you do in your crib. That's what you do. Stop putting it in front of my kids, bro. Stop sticking in their face and making them have to. I'm not sticking my lifestyle in their face. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sticking my in their face. Why are you sticking that in their face and putting it on and all their shit? I don't like it.
I don't agree with that lifestyle, and I'm kind of to your point, but that's why I respect Ricky Martin the way he handles himself, because he doesn't come out looking like no fairy or none of that stuff. He's a man. He's a man. We've always known since the 80s he was I've always known he was gonna be that fly boy coming out from that group in Menudo. That was not hidden. We all knew that. But he's never pushed that to the forefront as what his agenda is. And as he sang on Sunday, yo, that was a man singing, and that was it. I didn't see nothing of any of that. Just that, we do know that he is, but I didn't see that.
He had a little blush on too. Babs had a little blush on, bro. He had a little makeup on. But go ahead, Coach.
Ricky's Martin, that gay Pirates of the Caribbean outfit he had on, that was diabolical.
That was playero, bro.
That's traditional clothing. That's why y'all coach over there is Dominican, okay? He ain't even in touch with Puerto Rican side.
He had the shirt tied up in the knot in the front. That was haram.
Esta copa de playero, bro. You go to the playa like that, bro. I mean, oh man, now I can't even.
All that.
I mean, look, I thought it was the performance. He tapered the sugar down.
It was.
And it was a good performance, man. But and I, like I said, there's just another side to it that I feel like it was used in a certain way. I acknowledge it, but I thought it was a great performance. I was shocked to see that it did the views it did. I was shocked, and I feel like
it was shocked.
I didn't think you would outdo Michael Jackson.
What?
Beyonce.
Because that's because nobody understands what this man is standing on. If you really truly understand what he is standing for, I mean, I'm surprised it only did 130 million. Like I thought it was gonna do more than that. And if you probably take streams and all of that stuff, it probably did. Like, you know what I mean? This was a huge moment.
Well, we forget.
I haven't even heard Bad Bunny's music on purpose before. I probably heard it by accident, but I'm not tapped into Bad Bunny. And
we forget,
and that's okay. But the message got across.
We forget why there's so many views. The reason there's so many views is because we forget. We're in the United States, and I get it. 340 of us Americans here in the state. But when you're gonna combine the entire continent, north, south, bro, we're Latinos make this English culture a minuscule minority, and so every country on the side of the Western Hemisphere tuned in. Let's not forget what the other side of the world is, because China was tuning in.
Listen, he's the #1 streamed artist in China. The #1 streamed artist in China. They don't understand either.
Yeah, but they're singing.
No, I'm trying to tell y'all.
Shout out to all the Asian people, by the way.
I know that Bad Bunny's a big artist around the world, but I have no, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't listen to his music. Obviously, I don't understand it. I don't listen to his music on purpose. At least I'm sure I've heard something on the radio here or being in New York. I'm sure some of that shit that I hear coming down the street when my Boricuas is coming down the street, I'm sure one of them is bumping Bad, but I don't know what's in.
All I know was last Friday I went on with my mom. We had some lunch. We were having some lunch, and for the first time in my entire life, my mother's asking me, at what time is the Super Bowl? Wow. and I knew what she was asking, but I had to play dumb. And I'm like, ¿Por qué, mami? Why, mami? What the Super Bowl? You want to? And she's saying, porque yo tengo que ver la
and especially for that generation.
I saw people crying. They show videos. I seen women, like older people, like sitting in front of. Yeah. I saw it, and I acknowledge the impact, bro. I acknowledge the impact.
My grandfather raised his family. That's where I come from, and that first scene with the cutting the sugar canes. That's what my grandfather did from sunrise to sunset.
Wow.
Yeah, that bro. Yeah, that was emotional. That's the first thing I thought of. The greatest man I've ever known was with that, and I saw that. Yeah, I got emotional. Like, damn.
You did. You came over here teary as fuck, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, that boy came over like he saw Tio win.
Hey, coach. Hey, coach.
Wait, what?
I thought Tio won. I thought they overturned the call, and Tio was like, I didn't know what happened. He was talking about, the halftime show. I thought Tio was like, you know what I mean? I thought it got overturned. I thought a whole bunch of shit happened, but it turned out
they trolling on me. That's what they say.
Hey, coach, I'll make this a boxing comment, but in keeping with what Chevy Red and HLD are saying. So for us, for the Filipino people, right, this became a big thing. But when Manny Pacquiao first came to HBO and he was fighting that title fight, and they for the first time, like us, were watching it, and they went ahead and had an artist sing the Philippine national anthem. That was a very emotional moment for a lot of us. Like, we were like, oh my God, we grew up in this country this whole time. We never seen this. It was a big deal. So I kind of get that from HLD and Chevy Red, the way they're talking about the Super Bowl, because, it was a big stage. And of course, when Manny Pacquiao came out and started dominating, coach, then everybody got to be Filipino now. So, I'm just saying.
The homage was just crazy, bro. Every aspect that I know about the island, everything and about La Marqueta in New York, all of that. And then he included a little bit of everybody else. And it had nothing to do with the singing. It just had to do with paying homage to the heritage. And everybody and every Latino got represented, for the first time, I think, in the biggest stage ever. So that's what it was about. Se me fue mi hermanita. Dang.
No, it was good. It was good. I respect it, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely respect it, man. I respect it more today than I did during the game. You know what I mean?
There we go. There we go.
It was better than the game, though. It was better than the game, man.
HLD, you better stop that, man. That's our new coach. Shout out to Clint Kubiak and the Raider Nation.
Coach Bermuda is like, man, let's
get back to this build, right? Let's get back to this build, man.
Coach don't watch NFL. He doesn't watch the NFL.
He said Pirates of the Caribbean. I didn't even see it like that at all, man.
The swashbuckler, bro. He was.
I've been dressed in all white like that to the beach, man, on my vacations, bro. I mean, like,
shout out to Ricky Martin, man. He holding it down, bro. Don't that man got HIV or something? He got the booty. Anyway.
No, not that.
Anyway, but it is what it is. We've been going for like 4.5 hours too.
Yeah, but one good thing I would say that I enjoyed about that, and I think was the sugar cane, the way it is very it has a harsh history in Puerto Rico, because it's
the equivalent of cotton picking for Black Americans.
yeah, it was inhumane the way they treated the Tainos and the Africans that was enslaved to get all this sugar cane industry up and going, and America profited off of that. So that was I'm glad that he put that out there in a sense where people could talk about it. So I just think I think that was awesome. I think the shift. I think that shift was. It could be talked about. People could learn from the little things that was. Even the lady. I think the lady owns a social club in New York, and he gave her a shout out. Then he had Xander on there, and he had Amelia Vargas. The whole robbery of Puerto Rican and Mexican robbery. So I think it was those little things that stood out to people, and some people could actually go into a rabbit hole and dig in where they could learn more about the culture. The light pole. There's always. I was just in Puerto Rico, and it's funny because we drove to my mother's house, and that was like an hour away from San Juan, and in that hour drive, we've seen a lot of people fixing the light pole. So it was symbolism there. The sugar cane was symbolism. The dominoes playing, that's a Puerto Rican, that's a Hispanic thing. So little things like that. It gives somebody like myself, if someone young want to learn about Puerto Rican history and when slavery was abolished here in this country, in America, it was still going like 10 to 12 years strong in Puerto Rico. So it's still enslavement in Puerto Rico. And I try to unite people in the sense that, those ships that was full of Africans that came to be enslaved in this part of the world, they didn't have Puerto Ricans, they didn't have Americans, they didn't have Dominicans, right? They had African people that the reason I got the little color that I have on me is because if you see my grandfather, he was charcoal black and had a beautiful skin tone to him. So we have to respect that. Chevy Red just mentioned that she's black and Puerto Rican, and then that Puerto Rican side got black in it. So we all have something that we could reach into history and be proud of.
Absolutely, we're a melting pot, man.
Yep.
That was number.
It's not Chevy Red.
My feelings. I don't got no music in the board to match it. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of lost for words, bro. He just went in right now, bro. He just went in right now.
Hey, say wepa. That's it. Wepa.
Wepa, bro. Wepa.
There you go, right there.
She said, "Say wepa." I'm like, "Wepa." What did I just say? What did I just say? I don't even know what I just said.
That's something that Ricky Martin was saying.
Oh, see, that's why
you know what? See, okay, wait, but who is? Oh, hold on, I got some questions. Who is HLD? Like, who you in real life?
Yo soy un boricua, nena.
Oh, you're not like a podcaster? Like, I don't know.
No, I call myself the hardcore casual of the channel.
Kind of is like a podcaster, low key though. Low key, HL kind of like low key, okay. Like low key, like. I mean, but he don't got a show. No, he don't got a channel. But
Chevy, he interrupts me so much. He might as well be the co-host.
Yeah, he might as well be up here. Yeah, he's
like take control of your show.
Hey man, you know where we're gonna take over. That's just the way it is.
Nah, man. HLD's definitely podcast-ish. He's podcast-ish. Podcaster-ish energy. But what do you think, Chevy, about this Errol Spence? Are you dialed in? Errol Spence, Simzu? You with it?
I am. I can't wait to see, like everybody else, like just how he's gonna be when he comes back. And like I said, I put in the comment about the wash comment. I'm like, this man was such a great fighter at elite level before, the devastating loss. But like, how can we say he's washed again? And the reason I came on, aside from Reyes inviting, was because Treese was on here, and we were talking about that as well. And the 3 years is like it's a rest, it's a reset, whatever. I kind of, agree with that. I also do, agree that there is ring rust. There's gonna be ring rust, but to call him washed, I don't think that's fair,
Gotta
and
call him
so
retired down the comeback.
I don't know if it's
he
fair. I
do
don't know if
interrupt,
it's fair.
don't he? He like interrupt, huh?
Yeah, but he's been retired and he's on the comeback. That's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I don't want to call him washed. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that, right? But I'm going to say, is it fair for somebody who hasn't seen him fight in 3 years to be like, yo, that guy's washed? So I mean, just the way he ended the last fight, the way he looked with Terrence Crawford, he looked like a washed fighter. He looked like a fighter that was past his prime, like that just, just woke up one morning and got old, got his sight went away, his the fire, I don't know, something went away in him, and then he disappears for 3 years. He drags us out in the Sebastian Fundora fake match that was never going to happen. He drags us out with rumors. He pops up every now and then. He pops up in the stadium. He sits there. He catches a fight. He don't give us no answers. He just, So is it, if he does, okay, if he doesn't make this fight with Tim Tszyu, is he washed then?
He's retired.
If he doesn't make this fight, if we end up in September and we never seen this fight manifest, is he washed?
That's a good question.
You gotta take into consideration. I mean, everybody sweeps it very easily under the rug, but that car accident would take easily 5 years off your life, of your best. So yeah, he may be 35, but is he more like 40? You know what I mean? Because I'm sorry, that's taken more out of him than any fight that he's been in, including the Crawford. That alone. And so his absolute best of his physical abilities is gone. And I know it affected his psyche too. I don't care what anybody. That affects your psyche one way or the other. And so he's just not at his absolute best no matter what. What he's doing right now is just a extra that he's giving us. But
and he don't like tune-ups. But Chevy, so what are you gonna say though? If September comes up, we're getting ready to go into the fall. You getting ready for Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. You getting there, you doing your thing, and you look back and you go, "Damn, hold up, wasn't Errol supposed to fight?"
I think I'm in agreement with HOD. Like, if you don't take this fight or it doesn't happen, then retirement, like definitely, because I think this will be the easiest fight for him. Not to take anything away from Tim Tszyu, but after Tim Tszyu, you don't have another easy fight. You know what I mean? So like, if you don't take this one, what do the other ones look like?
I mean, yeah. I mean, so I'm if he's not washed, which I'm going on record, and not that it matters because the internet will do what the internet does with it. I'm not calling Errol Spence washed.
Yeah,
but he's like, if somebody else feels like calling him that, I'm not finna be like, you bugging, bro. Come on, bro. I'm gonna let them have their thoughts because shit, bro.
At the end of the day, I think when people start saying washed and all that, like at some point you got to make the decision that's best for you in your life and to continue with a normal life, a healthy, functional life. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not washed. I'm making that decision. You know what I mean? Now, if you continue to fight and look like shit every fight and getting beat up, okay, then you wash. Go sit down somewhere, Yeah,
and that's another thing I was gonna say. The performance has to show up a certain way for him not to be washed. Like, is he okay just getting a win, going to 12 rounds, get a decision, split decision? He gets it. He gets the win on a split decision with Tim Tszyu. Is he back?
Is there actually a long, not a next term goal here? Is that a good money grab of him fighting Charlo? No belts on the line, but still sell out in Texas. Could they make that fight happen and that be a money grab for both of them?
I think.
Did y'all have that conversation about the belts?
Oh yeah, we
did it earlier. Yeah, go ahead and go.
I'm gonna go back and watch it. No, I'm gonna go back and watch it.
We want to hear, but I know we want to hear your 2 cents.
I want to know what you think, man. Come on, you brought it up, so you thinking something going on. Come on, don't do that.
No, you just said belts, so I was just thinking about it. I mean, I think paying to be a champion to hold a belt is crazy. Right. I started to watch the clips in the interview with Maddox and Mauricio, and it was just starting to put a lot of stuff into perspective. Like, yeah, and what makes the WBC or this belt worth $120,000? Like, what's happening? Where's all that money going? How are you taking this much money? You know, and then also the conversation of, do the belts really matter? And you just brought up a perfect example. Spence and Charlo will not have a belt and it will sell out. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I think at this point, in the way the boxing is going, for the fighters to achieve that, to get the belt, to become world champion, of course it matters. But as a fan, you don't really need it.
I think that's interesting. I mean, do you think that Mauricio's doing himself any favors right now? Mauricio Suleiman, does he need to like stop? Does he need to get off this tour?
For what I've seen so far with the clips from the interview with Maddox, he need to go have a seat, get some tea, get some of that Isas's tea, have a seat and relax, because Maddox, from what I've seen so far, I don't see the whole interview, but was putting belt to ass to Mauricio, and
he definitely cooked him. He cooked him bad. He did, and he had him saying some weird shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
You start talking in circles.
It's not about the money. That man said it could be 20 million, it could be $1. It's not about the money. Like, and Maddox was like, it's about the money to Shakur. It's about money. And I think that's the issue, right? That you're dismissing this and you're trying to act like it's not about the money. And sir, that's exactly what this is about, bro. That's your problem. You trying to play like it's not that. You trying to play word games with us and say it's about something else, principle. No, it's about the money. It's about $120K for a fight your belt wasn't even involved in.
He's not good at learning how to explain his side. He's terrible at it. He's terrible at it. And so, yeah, he's going to get watched by anybody who's going to interview him, because he doesn't know how to articulate and express himself like Gustavo with the WBO. You get Gustavo and he'll break everything down to the T, where you're going to understand the why and the reasons. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have an understanding. But the problem with Mauricio, he's been, he's the head honcho out of the 4 sanctioning bodies. He's el bichote. That's what we call it in Spain, el bichote, out of the 4 sanctioning bodies. That means he's el padrino. He's the one who runs all the other 3, basically behind the scenes, and how they gather each other and how they're going to move. But so because of that, he's very dismissive. And he doesn't know how that, you got to give people an explanation so at least to understand where you're coming from. But he doesn't know how to do it. He does it in a manner that comes out like, it's because I am that I am, and that's why you got to pay. And that's it.
Yeah, he's definitely on some what is it, omnipotent type.
Yeah, bro, it's a Godfather, bro. You know.
Yeah. I mean? What do you think about Chevy? And I mean, I'm asking Chevy though. What do you think about the idea? Okay, there was an interview that Andre Ward and Roy Jones did with Shakur's lawyer, who, by the way, is Jay Prince's lawyer and Jay Prince's partner, right? So they talk about that particular situation with Shakur and Mauricio and how the lawyer feels about it. Mm-hmm. And the lawyer said that Mauricio was charging double the price of what the WBO, the actual overlooking sanctioning body, charged for the fight that Shakur was actually in. That Mauricio charged double the sanctioning fee price than the WBO did. What do you think about that?
Didn't Bud say the same thing?
Yeah.
I think it's terrible. I mean, I think everything as far as financially for boxing needs to be evaluated. Reevaluated, a new system or something, because it's unfair. It's unfair to the fighter. I'm the one busting my ass, risking my life, and you want to take this big chunk of change of my earnings, and for me to hold your belt, I'm holding your belt. I'm representing your belt, and I think it's, listen, I was 10 toes down behind Bud when he came out and spoke about it. So it'll be the same thing here.
Me too. I think that Mauricio had more of a legitimate conversation with Bud. I think it made more sense, and I think Bud was just being rebellious, like, nah, bro, I'm just not going to. But it was still.
I agree with that, but still, at the end of the day, why are you trying to take so much money? And like you said, why so much more than the other sanctioning bodies?
That's very important part of the conversation.
That's the part.
Why? And like Bud said, you trying to be bigger than the program, bro. You're trying to be, and you're not. You're a belt. The WBO, the WBA, and the IBF play just as much a role as me being undisputed is your belt that plays a role in it. So what is it that about your belt that's so valuable that I should pay this crazy amount of money in comparison to your counterparts? And then we can get into the Ryan Garcia going into a WBC championship fight after coming off a loss with Rolly Romero for a WBA title, not even having a win at 147 and coming off of being expelled, not suspended, expelled, permanently, indefinitely suspended from your sanctioning body, and you bring him back and he doesn't even have a fight. He's in a championship fight. Conor Benn hasn't fought at 147 pounds in 4 years. You put him as a mandatory to the winner between Barrios and Ryan Garcia. And we could talk about the David Benavidez situation as well as far as Canelo's concerned. So you're very inconsistent with the way you wield your sword. So you discredit the rules. So when you come at us and say, it's the rules, it's a joke. Because nobody's trying to hear that, because we know you, out of all the sanctioning bodies, got to stop playing with our face. Out of all the sanctioning bodies, you better shut up about the rules. Shout out to the IBF. If the IBF want to talk about rules, you're going to be like, damn, I ain't going to lie, bro. That's how they hold it down. But you, sir, talking to us about rules, nah, it's diabolical. Stop playing with me, bro.
Yeah, I got a bigger gripe about the inconsistencies of how they apply the rules across the board. That right there, I have more regret than the fees. The fees, I'm sorry, they're like the HOA of you know, of where you live. That's how, and you gotta pay to play. That's America. But as far as the consistencies of the rules should apply equally to everyone, and that'll eliminate a lot of the headaches because I think out of everything, that's what affects us the most are the rules. They're not applied equally, and that's not and that's just not right, because we want to see certain fights, but because you're going to favor another guy over another, or however you want to play it, that's just not cool. I think that's where the gripe is at.
HL, that man said when they asked that man about Jamal Charlo, bro, I think that was another diabolical thing.
I just seen this interview. I haven't seen it completely.
Yeah, that man said the reason I let Jamal Charlo hold the belt is because that man said the only thing keeping him alive from unaliving himself was being a WBC champion, bro. And Mauricio said, how could I take the belt from him? I put his life. He said, I put his life. The man literally said, I put his life as a priority. And if you call that breaking the rules, I got no problem with that. I was like,
but can I chime in on that? Don't they take these $100,000 sanctioning fees for programs to help with it?
Yeah, that's what we said earlier, Chevy. I was like, well, you could have just spent money on his mental health and actually get him in a mental health hospital. But so to be fair, Clay, about the IBF one, so the IBF was the first one that the FBI actually investigated, which is why they had to tighten up. So in all honesty, the IBF got busted. And Coach, because you're currently in it, I mean, I know you don't handle that side of it because your answer is always, I let the manager handle that. But I want to hear from you, like, how do you feel about your fighters when they do got to go pay for that fee? Like, is it just one of those things where you've gotten so used to it, you're kind of like, yeah, man, this is what it's been since I've been in here, and this is what it's always going to be?
Well, you have to look at it like this. When you're coming up, you'll pay anything for that shot. Right. Because the belt is the key that opens doors. But when you're making real money, the percentage doesn't change. They work with you when you're getting a lot of money. So the same percentage starts to feel like is a tax on your success. So the fee doesn't change, right? But I think the perspective does. So remember this: early careers, because Bud and Shakur didn't have a problem paying when they was coming up. Mm-hmm. So early in your career, you're paying for access to the rankings, to getting the opportunities, recognition. You don't complain because you need that system. So now when you get to the big money stage, you're paying for a stamp, and when your purse is big, 3% become a big number. So fighters start asking like, what am I getting here? You know, why do I got to pay this? So I just think once you're a draw, you have leverage. Shakur have leverage. People that are coming up don't have that same leverage that Bud got. So, you know, so you're more willing to speak up. But O'Shaquie Foster ain't trying to speak up.
Right.
He don't have that same leverage. So belts feel, you know, they feel prices when you're chasing them. You're on the come up. You do anything. Like right now, I might pay 10% if I could get Rohan Polanco a title shot.
Wow.
You know, and you know, so but when Rohan gets to Bud level or Shakur level, we'll start complaining too. Like, nah.
But that's why you get to the position where you can negotiate though once you made it, or once you're on the top echelon. Because the only people that are really complaining is that 0.5% of the top echelons in boxing. Because I just saw Shushu just walking through Brooklyn on the streets with his new shiny WBC belt, and that man ain't bitching about it.
That's a fact.
But I just think that I'll you know, my bar of the whole thing that I said, I think belts feel prices when you're chasing them, and then expensive when you finally can afford them. So I think you know, when you're asking for 100,000 and you just made 11 million, and they help you, you know, get those sponsorship, get recognition. Yeah, I don't know. I don't govern myself like that with money. I probably would have just like, here, shut up. Let me hold my belt.
I agree, because the same thing happens with coaches, though. The exact same thing happens with coaches. These guys go into a coach, they agree to whatever handshake deal it is, and then once you start making real money, guess what happens? You get Derrick James out. You know, just like Spence did to him, right? You get that. You get Cambosos doing that to Javier Centeno, stiffing him out of his money after he became. So I you know, I understand it's a lot of money, but it's the system that you came into, and it is what it is. And yeah, when you get into that money, there is a negotiation. So it's not stuck at what it is. You get to negotiate it, but you still gotta. You know, I think you gotta pay. That's it.
But Coach, is it fair to say that with the landscape changing, right, going into 2026, I was just having a private conversation with Clay about this, where I was saying, if you think about it, there's only one undisputed champion right now, currently. That's Naoya Inoue, who should be number one. But there's only one undisputed champion out of all of them, out of every weight class, right? And when you look at the Ring Magazine champions, it's like, there's not that many. So I kind of feel like there's this push with Turki right now, in where he'll invite a Brandon Figueroa who just won, and he says, "Hey, I'd like for you to come to Riyadh." And so, is it fair to say that we're going into a movement now that Ring Magazine, who does not charge you anything, right? They're also where you can make the most money. So Rohan Polanco being the example, you don't have to pay the 10%, Coach, if Turki says, I would like Rohan Polanco to come here and fight, you know, Devin Haney, because all these other MFers don't want to fight Devin Haney. Right now, you're not paying any fees, Coach, and you actually have a shot at going for it. So is it right for people now, for these fighters now, to kind of band together like a union and be like, yeah, why am I paying for this? Why should I do this? Right? Like, yeah. Like to HLD's point about Bruce Carrington. Yeah, he's not as famous, and maybe he's celebrating it right now. But if he gets the Riyadh call to fight for Ring Magazine, does he really want to pay that, whatever, 5%, 3%, whatever, 120,000, whatever that fee is, Coach? You know what I'm saying? Right? Times are changing and the prices are changing too.
Well, you know that Fat Joe saying. Do you know that Fat Joe saying, Chevy Red?
Yesterday's price.
We all know it.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Exactly.
It's an interesting conversation, and it's an interesting thing to watch develop, because it doesn't look like it's going to just go away. For the first time in a long time, that shit is sticking. Like, and Mauricio is just doing a great job of keeping it there. Like, you think it might go away, and he's giving everybody interviews on it, and the answers are crazy. And I think he's detached from the consensus. I think he's missing the whole point of the conversation and what it's about. When you got Chris Mannix on your head, Ade Adalopo is on your head, Andre Ward is on your head, even Roy Jones, who's Mr. I want, Roy Jones is Mr. My name is Bennett and I ain't in it. You ask Roy a question, he will in 2 seconds be like, bro, that ain't my business, man. What you talking about? Roy don't even give a damn. Roy like, I ain't gonna lie, that's just diabolical.
But the other side about it,
everybody's talking about it. And Andre Ward said one more significant thing, and I landed there and let you have at it, HLD. He says 98% of these boxers don't even know about when Mauricio's bringing up these funds, these help the boxer funds. He says 98% of the fighters have no idea about these funds. So in other words, you're just slinging that shit out there to paint this picture like, you know, I mean, you're this like fun, you know, this what's the word they call it? You're a non-profit organization. You know what I'm saying? You're this non-profit organization, but everything you do is built around profits. You let Canelo Alvarez do what he feels like. If they call it in the chat right here, we something Canelo, right? What is it? We what is it? It's in the chat, man. I mean, I've seen it show up multiple times about the reputation Canelo's got with the WBC. You let Jamal Charlo be a champion for 2 years because you don't want him to unalive himself. Okay. You let Ryan Garcia, you take him out of suspension. He's one of the biggest stars in boxing, coincidentally, and you give him a title shot off of a loss. You don't care. You take Steven Espinosa and Oshaki Foster. Steven Espinosa blows the weight. What do? Let's push him to the next weight class and put him in an intermittent WBC title at 135. You reward the man. He blows weight and you put him, you say, why? Because you want the WBC to collect sanctioning fees. You want to make it about profits when you call yourself a nonprofit organization. He's missing it. He's missing it. He's missing it for real. And you can see it in his face. When he's doing these interviews, you can see he is clueless. You don't understand what they're talking about. Mannix is like, what are you talking about? He's like, come on, you're not being fair to me. And Daniel's like, what? What do you say? What I just do? Oh, I hit the space bar by accident.
Listen, like, you took that creepy man off the screen. Who is that by my picture?
This dude right here, bro. Shout out to Coach, man. Shout out to Coach.
No, she's not talking about Coach. She's talking about Ray, man.
Ray. Bro. He's checking you out hard.
Listen, I choose peace today with Coach on here. Listen, I'm coming to
Ray is definitely looking at you. Go ahead.
That's Ray. He's like,
don't worry about me. Keep saying what you were saying, man. Go ahead.
I see Bad Bunny now too. Ray's saying right there.
I'm not even here. I'm not even here. What are you talking about?
I think to answer, I didn't really get to answer Ray's question.
Okay.
I think we're not fully in the movement yet.
Okay.
But you also can feel that shift, right? The ring belt is I think is attractive and it's very simple, and they don't have no sanctioning fees. And the best versus the best. So for fans and fighters, right, it feels cleaner. I think it's no politics, none of that stuff. But the reality, the four sanctioning bodies still control most of what boxing calls world champions in the whole like undisputed path. If you want to be recognized across the sport, I think like everybody want to be, everybody want to deal with the WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO to be undisputed, and I think that still matters more than just the ring belt. So I think the ring belt is gaining some type of prestige as the real champion, but it hasn't replaced the system.
Right.
It's more like powerful, So yeah, I would say that. I still think people want to be undisputed.
And the system has still got to prove. Yeah, we're all about talking about getting rid of belts in it, but the system has still got to prove that you're gonna make more money without those other four belts and just a ring belt, and that has yet to be proven.
Thanks.
Let me just put it this way: when's the last time we've ever heard or seen a marquee real boxing match without one of those four belts on the line? You name me one. because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. And until and to make that shift to change, and that there's going to be recognition on top of the pay, because that's what these belts also do. They bring that money, and until we see that, I think we're a long way before we can say, oh yeah, those other 4 sanctioning bodies don't matter. I think there's going to be a cohesiveness of working together between, you know, whatever this movement is and what the other 4 saying, and everybody's going to have to adapt accordingly. But to get rid of them, I don't see that happening, because, like I said, when's the last time you've seen that happen?
We're gonna see a lot more people doing the Floyd Mayweather thing, like win the belt then vacate it the next day, like literally just not like you think we'll see more of that kind of activity, like y'all won the belt and they'll just vacate it and not defend it, and we're just going to see a lot of people just being emailed champion or elevated to champion, or we're not going to see actual champions being made in the ring anymore after a while. What do you think about that idea?
You still have to pay for that fight to begin with.
No, I feel you, but what I guess my angle is the belt will lose value if it stops. If people aren't winning the belt in the ring and they're just getting it just by default because they're next up and it's their turn to be champion, they're not fighting champions to become champions. Doesn't that hurt the value of the belt after a while? Doesn't even the boxing space will start to disrespect the belt, and they'll start to disrespect the fighters and be like, "You're not a real champion, bro. Like you beat one, bro. You got one." They'll just start throwing it in their face, right? No?
Well, kind of to HLD's point, though, you were saying, well, when's the first marquee or when's the last marquee match? Blah blah blah. Well, if Virgil Ortiz versus Boots Ennis really for real happens in April, neither one of those guys got a belt. So that would be the first one, because
Virgil has an interim.
So does Boots. Boots is the WBA interim. But that's what I'm saying is, if this ends up being Turkey's way of saying, yeah, well, Virgil's number 1 and Boots is number 5, and this is for the Ring magazine, who's gonna say something?
They'll change the rules. They're gonna change that.
Who will literally say something about it, right? Like, is Xander gonna step up and go, no, man, right? Like, because it's Turkey, you know, you don't want to speak against the man. The man who's giving the most money.
I'm a traditional boxing fan, man. And what I mean by that is, to me, belts do matter. They just do. I'm not going to act like they don't. But I do think that I feel like it's been the integrity of these belts have been compromised, man. I feel like they have been, man. It's weird. It's just weird, man. These champions, it's hard. Like, I mean, even with Terrence Crawford leaving 147, all those guys got elevated. Look at Mario Barrios, and you know what I'm saying? It's just like, am I going to be able to respect Ryan Garcia as a champion? Is he going to be the WBC champion now? And I'm going to respect it if he beats Mario. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. But like I said, more interesting to watch it come together, watch these shows come out, watch these interviews roll out, and you know, just watching how the people, in my opinion, more importantly, the fighters responding to this, to Mauricio Sulaiman, and the way he looks like he's just doing whatever he feels like doing.
You know how the belts are gonna. I wasn't aware that they were both interim champions if they make this fight happen between Boots and Virgil. So then we'll have another rule change. We'll have the first interim title unification.
The undisputed interim champion of the world.
David did it. David did it with when he fought.
So there's already precedent. Yeah,
David Morrell, I think.
So we're gonna get that.
But that's diabolical too. HLD, does the interim champion pay half the fee? Like, you know, if 120
I
is
don't
for
care
the
about that. Let
belt,
the fighters deal with that. That's not my problem. Not my business as a consumer and as a fan. That's not my problem. I just want to see the fights. I really don't care what you pay. I'm not a fanager. That's for fanagers. I'm a consumer of watching the best fights possible and supporting it in that sense.
I agree with that.
You know, if Shakur has to pay $100,000, not pay $100,000, yeah, in principle, whatever. But that's not my problem. My problem is, hey, you put on that fight, I'm gonna come in and put my money on it to watch it, and that's all I really can say care about.
I agree with it, but I think we're just in 2026, man, and it's just a real part of the conversation now. Whereas, you know, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, I wouldn't give a damn. You know, it's so funny when it comes to the UFC. I don't care about how much
exactly.
I don't know how much these people getting paid.
We don't,
I have no idea. I never have conversations like this about UFC.
Exactly.
Like, what did he get paid? Oh man, I never thought about it.
And let me tell you something. What's crazy too, Clay? I'm glad you brought that up. Right. So today they made the announcement that CBS, regular free antenna TV, CBS is going to be showing our guy Max Holloway versus Charles Oliveira. That's not for nothing but a belt called the baddest motherfucker belt. That's for the BMF, which doesn't mean anything other than it's the fans' belt. It was created because the fans were like, well, we kind of want to know, if you're not scared to move up in weight and blah, blah, blah. So right now, Max Holloway has the BMF and Charles Oliveira from Brazil's fighting him for it, right? That's going to be on CBS, regular ass TV, and no one's going to care that what the belt is. They're just going to care that it's a good ass fight, which is what I want boxing to be back.
I bet you still have a manager of boxing. How much they getting paid, man? But how much they getting paid? They're getting screwed. Blah blah blah. I mean, come on, man. The money topic from the boxing community still goes right into UFC because the UFC fans ain't talking about it. But
you know how
the boxing community does.
The boxing community is talking about it because the boxers are talking about it because they're complaining about it. That's what it is. The boxers are upset with it. That's what's making the conversation here. It's because Shakur's on X going, diabolical. You know what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford is on Instagram going like, shut your bitch. He's going in on Mauricio, and Mauricio is running around here doing interviews trying to legitimize and validate $120,000.
Like what you said,
being the rules and not being about money.
I think like Coach just said, we're on the pettiness of it, man. Those guys at the 0.5% are on the pettiness, bro. That 0.5% of boxers on the successful side of it are the only ones who are doing that. Because just like what you were saying, I probably would pay and just whatever, man. Because we started at this, and that's what it is. It's not changing, and we do get in. To my understanding, the way it is, once you get to that big money, there is a negotiation. It's not a it's not you're getting stuck with the 3% fully of your entire purse. We can negotiate those things. So I mean, like I said, I think there's also an agenda behind this, and I know Turkey's also behind it because he's the one who's pushing this thing to try to minimize what the sanctioning bodies are, and they're getting a good public job on
the payroll.
How's that?
Is Mauricio Suleiman on the payroll, on Turkey's payroll? Because he's helping out. He's out there campaigning hard body for Turkey right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Mauricio look like he on the payroll. He look like he working for the other team, man. I'm thinking at this point, at some point, those 36 board members, he said, probably gonna pull him in and be like, "Hey, bro, I just want what you doing? So what exactly are you doing right now? Like, respectfully, president of what are you doing? What are these interviews? What are you talking about? What's happening? We don't even. Are you even keep your? I think the other sanctioning bodies are looking at him like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I think WBO's like, hey, bro, what you doing?
I know Gustavo is. He's like, cállate ya, bro. Cállate.
Yeah, bro. Go take a vacation. You stressed. You okay, bro? Go, you know what I mean? Go somewhere. You're rich. Don't do this. You're killing us. You're killing us. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we'll watch it turn out, man. A lot of good boxing coming up. Next week we got a great card coming up, obviously, with Mario Barrios and Ryan Garcia. That undercard is not bad at all. It's a real good undercard.
And let's not forget, Clay. I gotta always throw this out there for all my peeps
on Sunday.
Super boxing on Sunday, baby.
Definitely watching.
Who's on the payroll? Who's on the payroll? We were talking about payroll.
Hey, I'm just saying. Hey, it's heavyweight boxing free on Paramount Plus.
Hey, before we tune out, I could ask Chevy a real quick question because I mean, what you think of our boy Xander Zayas and where does he stand in the 154 division versus everybody else? I just need to know what your take on it is.
You about to pull my card for this one. Honestly, I think if I could be honest, I think Xander is probably.
Saying that, no worries, man. I'm not gonna.
He might be one of the weakest out of the bunch. I mean,
next week after the halftime show we just watched. Oh,
man. What are you doing? I was
listen.
I was saying Fundura's the weakest out of the bunch. What?
Well, I gotta hit it with the. Well, let me find it, man. Let me. Hit
Wait, but listen.
As
we gotta seriously think about it, right? And I'm gonna take the emotion out of it because, of course, I'm prideful. Of course, I want to see Xander succeed and everything, but Xander's still a baby. He's got so much.
Don't do that. Hold on, man. Hey, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chevy.
What?
You don't got no home training, bro.
You didn't hear that?
What happened?
People are bugging today. They was just booing. I don't know. That was crazy.
You didn't hear that?
Y'all clowning?
No, I'm just saying. Man, I wasn't having it though. Go ahead.
Listen, but no, seriously, Xander's great. Xander's great, but I don't feel like Xander has the power, right? The defense. I mean, I feel like just right now, if we're going right now, that Xander has so much more to develop, I guess. So I don't want to say like learn. I mean, I don't know, because if you're a world champion, I mean, like, hey, you know, but I feel like to go now, when you become the world champion, now everything gets harder. Now you coming up with the big dogs. And I feel like at this level, you know, and especially with his fight with Abbas, who I thought was going to do a little bit better. I just feel like there's just still a lot of room for development. And once he gets up there with the competition, I think it looks different.
All right, can I counter real quick?
Of course.
Okay, so you're telling me, and again, your card's not getting pulled, but so Xander Zayas, who fought Abbas Baru, who technically should actually be undefeated because that one split decision loss he had was extremely questionable, right? Beat Yoenis Tejas, who was one of the youngsters coming up undefeated as a champion. That's how he finally becomes a champ, right? And he fights Xander to the scorecards was a split decision, but Xander being able to show that not only does he have the boxing skills and the control, but also the power to kind of keep him off of him too, just using the jabs and 1-2s, moving around, and even chose to go ahead and go toe-to-toe in the end, fully knowing he was ahead on the cards. He still went. He showed all the excitement. He did it all for the people. He now has 2 of the belts, and if we're saying belts matter, why wouldn't Xander be above all of them right now rather than Virgil, who ain't fought nobody, HLD? He'd fight nobody with no belts. I'm just saying, right?
I think she's going off the eye test, right?
Yeah, I'm going off the eye test too, Coach.
No, I think she is too. She's going off the eye test. I think she probably see that.
The who?
The eye test. Yeah.
You're seeing the accolades, but you're also seeing this deficiency. You're seeing this development that he still needs, and you think that's going to be difficult for him when he gets into the fight with the more seasoned.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I got to revisit that. But
it's fair. It's fair. I don't agree with you. It's fair though, because I think you're well within your right to say you haven't seen enough. And I think that's what you're basically saying, that you need to see more before you give him the accolades that we all on this panel, except for Coach. Because Coach, you can't read him. The face he's giving, he might be agreeing with you. But
he plays good poker.
So
listen, just real quick, Reyes, to your point, you brought up Virgil. Do you think
I think Xander would beat Virgil up. Like I don't think I'm not that high on Virgil, man. I'm sorry. Like I believe Virgil will destroy Fundura. I think Virgil would have a hard time. I think Virgil should beat Kelly because Bakram had slower feet against Kelly. So I definitely think Virgil should beat Kelly. But when we say Virgil versus Xander Zayas, listen. Xander Zayas is almost 6 foot tall. He's super tall, long range with the jab, knows how to move, is now experienced, having had 2 title fights, and he just fought in front of 18,000, however many people that was, HLD, right? This guy is big time. Xander Zayas is big time, and he's only 23, all right? Like, the only person I actually see in that whole bunch beating Xander would be Boots Ennis. Everybody else, I think
Who's not making it past Virgil? Come on. Listen, I'm
now we know.
shake shit
Now we
up.
know. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Now we get it. Now we get it, guys. All right, look, man. As the unofficial president of the Puerto Rican delegation. No, I'm messing with you, man.
You put in my card. Listen.
I'm messing with you.
I get. Listen, Reyes. I get it. I hear all of that. The accolades, the entertainment. He is boxing, right? Boxing is entertainment, is performance, and everything. But when you get to the boots, when you get to the Virgils, I don't see it playing out the same way. Vanhowder is wrong. Vanhowder got to reach, and Keith Thurman about to go in there, and I think hey, listen, I don't know if I'm gonna say the upset, but he gonna get in there and give a way better fight than anybody else thinks. This is why I wanted to come on with Teresa on, because I was in agreement with Teresa about this.
All right, guys. All right.
Listen, it's okay. You know, I come in here, I shake the room.
God.
Listen, it is okay.
Tonight, bro. No taming these people, bro. Embarrassing me in front of the queen. You know what I'm saying? This is not hospitality. It's not clear. Everybody got to chill, bro. Everybody got to
listen.
No man booing a woman like that on the stage. That's crazy.
It's all right. Listen, I'll take it. And then later, when we go hop over on Johnny's show after the fights and y'all be having them crows and stuff, I'm going to bring y'all some napkins so y'all can eat them and enjoy.
Pero nena, why? If it was such a thing, why didn't your boy Virgil take the fight on Saturday versus Xander Zayas in Puerto Rico? He could have had that fight. He didn't want it.
Thank you, HLD. Thank you.
You didn't want it. Your boy Virgil could have been a champion by now.
So listen, so y'all got Coach Bermudez here, right? That all the times when you guys talk about taking a fight, not taking a fight, tells you there's so many things behind the scenes that happens. How are we to assume that he didn't want to take the fight?
Because he said it. I don't want to fight in Puerto Rico.
Okay, that's in Puerto Rico. What does that have to do with him wanting to take the fight or not? You don't want to fight in Puerto Rico, okay? Because the language, whatever.
Hey, we just made a statement on Sunday that Puerto Rico is part of the United States. I thought we were doing that.
Oh, God, here we go. Listen. Not on Bad Bunny's internet, okay? Listen.
It's crazy. I think it's diabolical. I think Sunday, Tuesday after this past Sunday, it's crazy that you said Xander is the weakest link. But I want to hear Coach. I want Coach because Coach is sitting there quiet and
you gotta take the emotion out of it sometimes. And like I said, I'm very prideful. I love to see Xander, and in a couple of years, I think he would be that. But right now, no. Y'all gotta just be realistic about that, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Talk to us, Coach. Get us right, man. Maybe we're bugging.
He's about to cook me. I already know.
I'm very confident in what she's saying right now. I might be getting convinced a little bit. I don't know. She sounds so. Coach, speak to us. Talk to us. Give us a good word.
Be nice, please.
I think one thing about Toledo Trice, right? If he's listening, he gets those big picks right. A lot of times, like he will always go against the grain, and we tend to brush under the rug all the times that he's wrong, and then he'll get I think he picked Figueroa to beat Nick Ball, right? So he'll get some type of reaction like, see, I told you, but he always goes against the grain, so there's gonna come a time where he hits, right? Once in a while, he's gonna.
Oh my god! I don't always go against the grain, and that's what you're getting at. It sounds like you're comparing that.
The question was asked to me, right? So this is what happens with female.
Let me get the stage to the.
When what? What is that?
That's what we gotta do. That's how we gotta carry it. We gotta do it like this.
Don't zoom in on his hairline like that. That's diabolical.
Let's say Xander is the unified world champ, right? He's let's give Puerto Rico credit because I think the country of Puerto Rico has the most unified champions right now. Wow, that it's like the smallest country in the world. It's like. And we have, I think, four or five unified world champions. Xander is one of them. Right. So yeah, I think I can Siriano's one of them, right? Amanda. But Zaya,
Renee Santiago, coach. You keep forgetting all my little guys. Renee Santiago has both belts, the WBA, WBO. He's 108. Collazo's got 105. Xander's got 154.
And Amanda 126.
I think he's one of the top guys, right? Unified champion, and he's viewed as one of the division's top guys. I think that to call him the weakest, who is she comparing it to? We got Fondora, we got Clay's favorite guy, Boots Ennis, right? We have Virgil, right? She might not be too off like we everyone's thinking. I think he smokes people like Zoo. Reyes say he'll beat Fondora. Fondора's got a lot better with every fight, and he's learned how to keep his range and not fall in. He's going to be a nightmare from here on out. So I don't think when we looking at Boots, Ortiz, Fondora, who else is there?
All right. So, coach, here's your 1 through 5 right now. It's Ortiz, Fondora, Zayas, Madrimov, Ennis, and then it's Kelly, Murtalazayev, Brandon Adams, Abbas Baru, and Samaki. Those are your top 10.
And real quick side note, I said one of the weakest, not the weakest.
Yeah, you still said weakest. So
one of.
So out of the top 4, so out of the top 4, what number is Xander for you?
Yeah, Boots. I mean, does he beat Boots? Boots is a monster, right? And the way Abbas was getting in with the jab surprised me about his defense, and his smother game wasn't there. And then completely throw the game plan away late, the way he did with his last fight with the Mexican kid that beat the kid from Toledo there, Ohio.
Conwell, I think it was.
Conwell. And like he kind of abandoned a couple of things, and he's still young. And I just don't like I don't like at a top level that the number one punch in boxing everybody agree with is the jab. And then you don't have a defense for it. It bothers me as a coach. Like if you're at that level, you at least got to have a defense for the jab. We know it's the number one punch in boxing. You know that in every combat sport, everybody leads with the lead hand is a jab. So for a boss to be not as fast as Boots, not as proficient as someone like Ortiz, and to get through to Zayas, and then get to Zayas with his slow feet, I don't think she's that off.
Where the bulls at, Claymore? Where the kids at booing in the background? Because that should be same energy.
Okay. Coach, you probably
Sorry, Coach.
Yeah.
Coach. I love you, Coach. You the guy, Coach. But I cannot stand with this blasphemy. Calm down. I'm gonna talk to him. I got
him. So, Coach, you had a better view than all of us because you were there in Puerto Rico. So you're watching Xander doing his thing against Abbas Baru. So my first question to you then would be:
I've seen the jab so many times. Like, listen,
I know,
Reyes. So when you're training, right, and this happens all the time. It happened to Berlanga. I could show you like on a film study where in sparring, when you got a headgear and you got 16-ounce gloves on, you're able to block punches.
Right.
When you strip away the 18s, the headgear, and you go down to 10 ounces, 154 and above, you go to 10 ounces, that gap gets bigger.
Right.
And now when you're thinking like this was good in sparring, now this in a real fight becomes this. And you have to adjust that. He's young. I think he'll get it. He'll probably learn for the next, right? But does he beat the jab of Fondora? Does he beat the athleticism and the boxing savvy of Boots?
Okay, so no, but I'm only asking, Coach, because you got to see it live, right? So first off, when we're looking at Abbas Baru, and I get the feeling sometimes that you're thinking Abbas Baru is less than. But a lot of people were saying that Yoenis Tejas was supposed to piece up Abbas Baru, and Yoenis Tejas didn't do that at all.
I ain't here to talk bad about Tay. You know he's on my team.
No, I know. I'm just saying that in terms of the move. In terms the reason why I'm making the point is Yoenis Tejas has all the same abilities that Xander has in terms of boxing around Abbas Baru, right?
You know,
right? No. You know what I'm, but you don't think
he's off balance and you could get to him. No way does he have the same boxing ability of Xander Zayas. Nowhere near it. He's very slow of foot. He's very undisciplined when it comes to defense after offense or defense before offense. No, Tejas has a lot of work. Tejas he can be a beast, but he has to be more structured. He was definitely over his head in that fight. He doesn't come close to Zayas right now.
Okay. So you felt like Abbas definitely at that time, not now, but at that time, Abbas rightfully was going to beat Tejas. But you somehow don't think Abbas is one of the upper guys, when he went to challenge Xander? You know what I mean? Like, do you think Josh Kelly would?
Yeah, I think Top Rank are masters at what they do. I think they saw. I think it was supposed to be Santillan for the fight, and when they was able to book that fight, they were like, "Let me go this way real quick and take this title." There was no way that they thought that he could beat Xander. I don't think anybody really thought.
Xander was at the fight ready to fight Tellez. Is what that was the initial fight. He was there, and then
probably would have beat Tellez out boxing Tellez too.
And he came out saying that Santillan was never part of that deal. He wasn't going to fight somebody who came off the box.
Actually, at 154 right now, he fought on the same card because that was supposed to be the homecoming for Xander at one point, and then they went a different direction when they got that title.
I'm trying to look at. I'm sorry.
Let me tap into this real quick, right? One of the best things I like about Xander Zayas that I think is something that people sleep on is the fact that Xander Zayas is a legitimate student of the game. He gets better every fight. Abbas Baharu, when it comes to Xander Zayas, Fat Joe's term, yesterday's price ain't today's price, is Xander Zayas' middle name. That's what it should be called. Xander Zayas, today's price ain't yesterday's price ain't today's price. Well, Xander, yesterday's price ain't today's price, Zayas. He gets better every fight. That fight he had with Abbas Baharu is going to level him up. And that's the thing about Xander. He's not scared to jump in the ring with the best. You may think he's going to lose. You may think he's not ready, but he doesn't feel the same way. He's a leader of his team. Whenever you see him running, working out, he's in the front running. He's the student that improves. He takes from every fight and he gets better and better and better. So he's a fighter that the longer it takes for you to fight him, the more unlikely it is that you're going to beat him. That fight he had with Abbas is going to put him at another level when he fights whoever he fights next. And they're going to have to deal with him. So you can see flaws in him.
Huge, too, for the weight. He's huge. He's a big boy.
And he's big. And he's young, and the power hasn't come at all for him yet. He's still working behind that jab, using his footwork, getting up under your lead hand. He's putting you on your back foot at times, or he's turning you. He's doing so many different things inside the ring. I think personally, Xander Zayas is going to be Drawn Boots Ennis' most competitive fight at 154.
When?
I believe that. I believe
when is the question. When will he be the most competitive for Boots?
I mean, listen.
Well, I don't know. Boots don't want to fight nobody at 30 years old.
Oh, stop
23.
When it finally happens, you know what you're gonna say, Chevy? You're gonna be like, yeah, man, it's been like a year. Of course he got better. That's what you're gonna say. You're not gonna
No.
Yeah.
We're talking about what we were talking about with Xander right now, right? And where you asked me where I placed him, what I think about Xander right now. right? I said down the line, Xander is going to be a problem, of course. But you even just backed me up with saying that Xander's power hasn't come yet. He's got this to develop and this and this and that. That's exactly what I was saying.
He's unified champion.
And that's great. And David Benavidez is the undisputed interim champion of the world.
Damn.
Damn.
Where my damn blue button? Where the hell is the damn
I mean,
I'm just a little bit baffled with the whole jab thing that he couldn't.
No.
I missed that. What?
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I missed it. What was that? The last one? HLD?
You got either coach or we was talking about that he couldn't get away from the jab.
Wait, hold on a second. Julio Alvarez, member of the channel, man. Salute and welcome to the channel. I appreciate you, family. Thank you, man. And we got another guest on here. Oh my goodness, bro. We got royalty up here, bro. We got straight from the UK, Mr. Tim Boski. What, Tim? Don't say nothing yet, because I want to give HLD a moment to finish saying what he's gonna say. But I want Tim Boski to come in with that shit, though. Go ahead, HL.
No, I'm just trying to understand how did we? I mean, that he couldn't get away from the jab, and I mean, like Abbas did. You know, he landed 51 jabs, 19%. Is that too much? Is that? I mean, I'm trying to understand coach's perspective on it. What should have been? Is it low? 10%? I mean, I don't. I'm trying to understand what is the gauge.
Yeah, don't get in too much of the percentage. Just get into the type of fighter that Abbas is, and okay. how it was getting through the guard. No matter if it's I'm gonna go with Mauricio Sulaiman. It doesn't matter if it's 1 million or 1.
It's not the point of the price. It's not the point. It's not about the money.
The point is the hand placement and how it was getting through, and there wasn't no adjustments for it.
That explanation makes sense to me now like that. See, I wanted to understand it. What are we talking about? He couldn't get away.
Don't understand the HLD. Don't sit here and feed into this nonsense, coach.
No, you gotta be logical.
It's logical.
You have to be logical and not just keep going on emotions and the fact that he's a big superstar. Like, you gotta break it down.
No, look.
But I still say he's the most fundamentally sound 154-pound champion in the entire division. He is the most fundamentally sound, disciplined. Because right now we were talking about Boots. He breaks his discipline. Oh, he gets touched. He wants to be a fighter. And we were just talking about so when it comes to that fundamentally sound, I think he is the most fundamentally sound, disciplined fighter at 154 over everyone.
Yep.
Damn it, HLD. Damn it. Tim Boski. Hold on. Tim Boski coming. Damn it. Every now and then, HL. Every now and then. Tim Boski. Tim Boski, what's good with you, family?
This is about to be interesting.
What's going on? What are you saying, Claymore? Mr. Bermudez. What are you saying, man?
What's good with it?
What's good with it, Tim?
Are you chopping up, making some decent points? That's what I like to hear, man.
His circle moving. Are you muted? He's muted.
Yeah, you're muted. You got your mute button on.
So can you hear me?
You're good now. You're good. Yeah. Well, you keep going muted, though. You keep going back. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just about 1 second.
I don't hear him.
No, he keeps going back to being muted. Maybe let me try to unmute you. No, it ain't letting me do it. You got to do it.
Seems like automatically, once he stops talking, it mutes him automatically.
You're probably getting ready to say something bad about
him. Listen, because God knows he about to get on here and act crazy too.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you say, Mr. Claymore, man? I like the points you're making. Salute, Mr. Bermudez. What's good? Salute to the people there. You see me? Hope you're having a great week.
Y'all hear him? I don't hear him.
I hear him.
Yeah, I hear him
at all.
I hear him.
I don't hear him at all.
Oh man, yo, go down, come out, and come back in, bro, because this was happening yesterday, or the day before yesterday, whenever it was with remember
somebody was doing it. Yeah. It was between Coach Rob and Coach Bernard Haggett.
Yeah, go out and come back on. Come back up, man.
Yo, that picture of whoever that man is next to me is crazy.
Yeah, Ray wanted me to hit you up with this for that. He put it in the chat. He said next time she say that.
What did he
say it again? Ray Davis with the chat. He said next time she say that shit, hit her with the boo button, bro. Don't sit here and let her do me like that.
We got Ray up here looking like the creeper, man. Oh man.
Man, you guys are diabolical. Leave Ray alone.
Yo, Ray Davis says Xander Zayas is patient, boxes smart, footwork, the creepy guy.
Yeah, but at the same time,
the creepy guy.
Resumes do matter, and we have Virgil Ortiz that's been tested by Madrimov and Boacek, right? And Fundora has been through the ringer with people like Tim Tszyu, and he's on top of the of the division also. We also have Tim Tszyu, who's been in there with Tony Harrison and Brian Mendoza and what's his name, Spence, and we have what's his name, the Moratilov? No, Backroom.
Backroom Mortalazayev, coach. Mortalazayev.
Yeah, he
Little be a little cousin.
He has a win over Tszyu and a legit title win over the guy that beat
Jack Koke.
Right. So we have fighters on here that actually fought people. When you looking at Xander Zayas' resume, we talking about he's boxing good and this and that. But man, he's 20 he's 23, he's 23 years old, right? So he, the best so far that he fought is a boss. And it was a split decision. So yeah, listen, Boricua all the way, give him all the credit. I'm with you. Right, but at the end of the day, he ain't fighting the same fighter that we get to measure. We get to measure his skill set under the lights with some of the top guys. We only got he won the world. I ain't gonna say my Boricua. I got too much ammo right now. And I ain't
I know
you ain't let him live. You ain't letting Xander live.
I normally
you guys is talented and you guys ain't listening. And I know my man up there, HLD, I know you Boricua, right? And I know you want, you got the clapping, we got the booing, but it's okay.
But I normally agree with
we won a world title off Jorge Garcia Perez.
But I normally agree with the resume, coach. I do.
Next fight, we fight for another world title with a box.
But I normally agree with the resume, coach, and what you're saying about. But let's put it in perspective. Madrimov is just a 10-win champion. That's all he was. We don't know who he fought before that. He was not impressive.
Madrimov beat y'all favorite fighter. Argue with your mama.
No, stop. Madrimov was a 10-win fighter, and that's it. I don't see nothing special from the guy. He just fought life and death just recently. Bohachuk had a one-hit performance with Virgil Ortiz, but after that got smoked.
Hold on, we're just gonna sweep Terrence Crawford. Him a point away from beating Terrence Crawford.
He beat Crawford.
Hold on, we don't need you to comment on this.
Hey, I'm in this. I'm in this because I'm the only one on the panel saying that Madrimov beat Bud. Argue with your mama.
Everybody thought that Backroom was this boogeyman and just got beat by Kelly and shit. I mean, we want to say that Virgil Ortiz fought these epic fighters.
He didn't knock Tszyu out. He didn't knock Tszyu out. He ain't beat Jack Koke.
What, Tszyu after he had that performance with Fedora?
Yeah,
he was bleeding his head with his head split open.
Well, everybody knows Tszyu, and he's a bad motherfucker. At the end of the day, that's elite level at the 154 weight class. So you arguing? So what does that have anybody better than their resume than someone like Tim Tszyu? I'm talking about resume. Somebody like Backroom, someone like Virgil Ortiz, somebody like Sebastian.
What makes Backroom elite? Because I saw him lose against Michael Fox in a robbery. Then he got smoked by what was it? Who did Backroom lose to? Bohachuk.
So Bohachuk just didn't. So listen, the resume ain't elite, But when we putting them next to Xander Zayas' resume, I ain't saying that fucking. I ain't saying Tony Harrison or Brian Mendoza are some bad motherfuckers, but Tony, I would favor Tony Harrison over Abbas. I would favor Bakram over Abbas. I would favor the guy that almost beat Crawford there.
Madrimov. You're talking about Madrimov,
right? So even Boachuk could give him that would be all.
Madrimov is the only name I give respect to on that resume.
Hold on, HLD, but let me help out. All right, so what we're talking about today, Coach, right? And you just went ahead and went straight heads up against Tim Tszyu, right? You game plan for him. So in your opinion, based on what you just saw Xander do live, who do you think would win between Xander and Tim Tszyu right now, today?
Xander, probably.
Exactly. So we're just talking about the Xander of today. And in the Xander of today, and today's price is not yesterday's
and
price.
the Xander of today still is one of the weakest links in the 154.
All right. You don't
that's what we're talking about, right? Like, did I miss something?
I'm just saying that Abbas's lost a split decision with him, right? A split decision that most people like. I mean, I didn't think he lost, but
yeah, I thought he won too, Coach. I don't know what the other judge was thinking.
The best fighter that he ever fought is Abbas, which is 17-1, and he lost to Jack Calkay.
And a split decision, controversial, but all right.
Yeah, so he lost to him. And now we're rating him above Fundora?
Okay, so here's my whole thing with Fundora. All right, Coach, and I look. Wait, hold on. Hold on, Clay. Let me do this, and then Clay can Clay agrees with me on this one when it comes to Fundora. All right, so
who do you fight, bro?
The thing about Fundora, Coach, is
he Wu-Tai elbowed Tim Tszyu in the middle of the ring.
Thank you.
The white meat, and Tim Tszyu arguably won that fight.
That's it. Thank you.
Won that fight.
Yeah. He also, by the way, Coach,
knocked by Brian Mendoza.
Thank you for saying that too. But that's what we're trying to say, Coach. We're not saying that we don't like Fundora. What we are saying is we don't believe Fundora should be ranked number 2 at all. He should be way below a lot of these guys because he's not that dude. Just because he's tall, Coach, doesn't mean he could play. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I think I'm okay with Sebastian being number 2. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I think the unified champion is because everybody that you mentioned
who's Clay's number 1?
Xander's number 1.
Xander's number 1. Yeah, Xander's number 1.
If we want to talk about the resumes real quick, where we said that that Virgil's fought the better, everybody that Virgil has fought, Xander Zayas would have smoked them equally. Same thing with Boots. Everybody that they fought, Xander Zayas would have smoked them anyways. So it doesn't mean nothing to me with that.
No, I gotta know your definition of smoked. You got to use smoked a lot, and it just don't. What?
Hey, let me just ask a question. So we're saying that Xander Zayas is better than Boots Ennis.
He's better than anybody's ever faced, and he would beat him equally.
No, that's not the question.
Are you saying that is where Clay go? Because Clay, where Clay go? Let's get Clay
what
back.
I'm saying Xander Zayas is the number 1 guy. Boots wants to be the number 1 guy in the division. Beat Xander.
Why y'all can't answer the question? It was a simple yes or no question. Why y'all can't answer that?
Xander's the key has the keys to the kingdom. He's earned it.
Because he won the belt from Perez, and then he beat Abbas.
Who did Boots beat at 154?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Clem?
Hold on, Tim. Let me bring my guy Tim.
Just answer the question Coach asked. That's a yes or no question. Y'all can't even say yes or no because.
What was the question? I'm sorry. What was the question?
Go ahead, Tim Boski. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Tim. Tim, talk some sense into the room.
Yeah, man. Can you hear
Tim,
me?
He go do some things.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Matter of fact, here I'm gonna give you the stage. There you go.
Right, I still can't hear him.
Oh, come on.
I can hear you. She got to go out and come back in.
You don't want to hear me. You don't want to hear me.
She knows she do it.
It's probably my platform, but we all hear you. The chat hears you. Does everybody hear him except for Chevy? Everybody hears him, right?
I hear him.
Exactly. Chevy, just go out and come right back in. I'll put the link on there. Come right back. Sorry, Tim.
No problem, man. No problem, man. You get me? You know I respect it. Your beautiful platform. You and Mr. Bermudez knows this as well, man. Like I said, man, this is an interesting debate here. You guys want to speak about Boots and first of all, Fundora's got more rights than Xander and Boots to proclaim that he's the best at 154. He's fought the best competition. He's got the better wins. It's as simple as that. And he was unified champion before Xander Zayas was. So that's ridiculous. First of all, Xander Zayas, he did do very well against Abbas. And we still don't know what Charlo's doing in the mix. We don't know if Charlo's ever coming back to 154. He said he wants to come because if Charlo comes, he said he wants to fight Errol Spence, presumably. If he comes back, then he's still the guy in the division, in my opinion. Do you guys have Xander beating Charlo by any stretch of imagination? I'm just asking you.
Yes, and yes.
I'm not saying yes. I'm saying Charlo don't fight, so I don't talk about Charlo.
No, but he said, oh, well, we just have to say allegedly. He said he wants to come back, so he's still the guy in the division. When you're talking about Fundora now, did we forget what he did to Lubin? And then obviously you guys look at what Virgil did to Lubin, and Virgil has way more. Like Coach Bermudez says, resumes don't win fights, but resumes still is a big part to play in this because it shows you the IQ.
And he did that to Lubin a long time ago. It wasn't. Lubin was fresh. It wasn't like now.
Yes, and then people
got knocked out by Brian Mendoza.
People get criticized about Mendoza. Mendoza's to me, he's an elite guy at 154. When I say elite, I say I broaden my range of elite because there's over 1,000 boxers, 800 boxers in the division. So when you're top 10 or you're fighting top 5 guys, you are elite. He's not a champion. He's not a champion. If you want to do it on that basis, no, he's not an elite level champion, but he's still an elite caliber guy. Brian Mendoza, he can punch. He knocked out Fundora. That's cool. But Fundora came back and still became unified champion. I believe that Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence fight. I have Tim Tszyu crushing up Errol Spence. We have not seen Errol Spence. I don't know if he's washed, but he shouldn't be beating any Tim Tszyu that's been active in the division, fighting the better guys. He's 5 years younger because Errol Spence is going to turn 36 years old. 36 years old. Is the reflexes still there? Is the anticipation still there? Is the IQ or is the hunger still there? We don't know. We have no idea. We don't know what he's going to look like with Breadman. Nothing. So I don't know how people are just saying, yeah, man, he's just going to come run over Tim Tszyu. No, boxing don't work like that. And Mr. HOD, I've been hearing you for a little long while now, over the couple of years. You have some interesting takes, and then I disagree with some of your takes. You said that Xander Zayas would have beat everybody on Virgil. That's not how boxing works. Boxing does not work like that. They need to get in the ring and fight. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it's funny that you said, he beats everybody. I find that hard to believe because him and Bohachuk, that would be a barn burner. Who else? Virgil against Madrimov. That would be a very good styles make matchups. Styles make matchup. I'd love to see. Well, Madrimov is at 160 right now, so we're not going to see that. And I want to know, Claymore and everybody, how long do you think Xander's going to be at 154 for? Because he's a big boy, and I did hear that he's going to be out of that division in about 1 to 2 fights. So there might not be any 154 smoke for him against Boots. Is Boots going to get past Virgil? What about Josh Kelly? You guys forgot about Josh. Did you bump your head and forget about Josh Kelly? I don't understand. But I'll leave you to it.
And I don't have a channel, and Timboski knows me, man. I'm
yeah. No, I told you.
Hey, first time speaking, man. Nice to meet you, bro.
I know. Timboski's dope. Hey, so Timboski, I got a Josh Kelly. I got a Josh Kelly. I got a Josh Kelly answer for you though, because Eddie Hearn was speaking about it today. So Josh Kelly is supposedly they're setting up a fight between him and Xander Zayas, and Top Rank and Eddie Hearn are talking about it. So I'm excited for that. I totally want to see Kelly versus Xander, because then if Xander does beat Josh Kelly, that proves our point even more, Coach. 3 of the 4 belts. Come on, baby.
Styles make matchups.
So Fundora is so highly ranked, being the guy who got knocked out by Mendoza, was on his way to get knocked out by Tim Tszyu in the first 2-3 rounds before he got that slash on his head. And the rematch of that Tim Tszyu was putting hands and feet on him. It was his own punch resistance that got him. But before that, he had Fundora's head looking like a Pez dispenser. I mean, I don't see all this greatness from this guy that we want to say. Is he a dog? Yes, he's a dog. I'm not taking that away from him. He's a dog. He's a fighter. But I don't see this over eliteness of it. I don't. His best fight was versus Lubin.
Is he a dog? Does a dog ask a young
rehydration clause?
Rehydration clause
and vacate his belt? I don't know.
And not take the smoke and go and fight Tim Tszyu, a shell of a man.
They didn't want to do a face-off versus Xander because they don't know.
You can't deny the man's a dog because we saw
he's a dog. I give him that.
There's no way. There's no denying that he's a dog. You see, he got his nose cracked in the Tim Tszyu fight. He made adjustments. He could have still lost that fight. He made adjustments. We've seen him improve under the tutelage of his trainer. We've seen him improve under the tutelage of his sister. His sister helps him out a lot because I do believe his sister's a pound for pound.
Thurman's knocking him out. Thurman's knocking him out.
No, Thurman knocking him out.
Yep.
Although fair enough, if that's your intake on the fight, then fair enough. I want to know how Thurman's gonna, is he gonna get? Is Thurman a great inside fighter still today? Is Thurman gonna close the distance? Because we do know Fundora's jab is his uppercut. He uses that uppercut as a jab.
Thurman is I think Thurman is twice the fighter of a Mendoza, and Thurman is twice the fighter of a Tim Tszyu. His skills are above those guys. And he's not he may have age on him, but he hasn't been in wars. He hasn't got his ass totally kicked. He's a fresh 36, 37-year-old dude who's coming into this fight. And I have Thurman beating Fundora.
But do you understand that stylistically, Fundora is a nightmare. His dimensions as a fighter, it's just stylistically, it's all wrong for someone like a Keith Thurman or a lot of these guys. In my opinion, the guys that all give him trouble is a Xander Zayas, is a Brute Sinister that can use their feet to their leverage, to use their feet to their advantage. Someone like Fundora, like I said, he's good at closing, taking the space, taking the air out of your tires. You know what I'm saying? He covers a lot of ground. And Thurman's a mover. Even though he's not a mover as he used to be Ponytail Keith Thurman, you know what I'm saying? He's not a mover as subtle steps. He's more flat-footed, sits down and punches a lot. And he didn't knock out Barrios in my opinion. So if he ain't knocking out no Barrios, I don't see how he's gonna knock out.
He had him looking like a Klingon at the end of that fight, though. He didn't look like no Barrios. He looked like a Klingon from Star Trek. That's how he had Barrios looking like at the end of that fight. You guys forget how his face looked like? He looked like an alien.
Yeah. So did Lubin. So did Lubin.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Thurman to Barber since he didn't knock him out, but he didn't get out that fight unscathed.
No, but Lubin's a true 154 pounder. Barrios came from 140, still couldn't knock him out, and he destroyed Lubin. So, like I said, man, styles do make fights. Durability does make fights. We saw that against Nick Bull and Figueroa. I had Nick Bull, beating Figueroa, but obviously Figueroa came out with the left hook and destroyed my boy. But like I said, we come back stronger and harder. But it's a 154 is a very subletted division, in my opinion. I want to see these guys unify. I want to know how long Xander's going to be there because we now have Devin Haney saying that he wants to move up to 154 and take
all talk. Devin Haney's all talk. That ain't happening. He'll get his ass kicked by
No, I ain't gonna lie. Devin might do that. I ain't gonna lie. But listen, we talking about it in the present space. We're in the present time. I think that right now, Xander Zayas is the guy. If you want to be the guy, you fight Xander. That's it. You don't go fight nobody else but Xander to be the guy. He's earned it. And if he goes and he fights Josh Kelly and picks up that third belt,
we talk about matchmaking. Why ain't Boots not mentioning not once that young boy's name from Puerto Rico? Not once do I hear him saying, "Hey, I want Xander." Why ain't Virgil trying to pick up that fight? He could have fought last Saturday. All he had to do is agree to fight in Puerto Rico, and that's it. He's just such a pup. He should be able to go over there and wipe him across the floor from San Juan all the way to Ponce. He didn't do that. Why did he do it? These guys are not mentioning Xander's name. So let's talk about the matchmaking.
You know who is though, and I'm gonna throw this out there just because their name hasn't been mentioned yet. And they beat Chuck, ranked number 1 in the WBO now. Brandon Adams, he's calling him out.
I like Brandon. Brandon, but out of fight now. He got a fight coming up. He's busy. He's tied up. He got a fight coming up.
Chevy Red. Yeah, Chevy Red.
We want belts now.
You said Brandon Adams. Who's gonna pay for that fight?
We want belts now.
What do you mean? Who's gonna pay for?
Brandon Adams. Brandon Adams.
What?
I would like to see Brandon Adams fight as well, but who's going to pay for him against those other guys that you like to see him fight?
Yeah.
I mean, other than if he's forced to be, because I think he's the number one on 2 of the sanctioning bodies.
Yeah,
but
he's number one for the IBF.
I said this. Yeah, Sissoko's number one as well, but Sissoko can't get no fights. The 160-pounder that in the WBC, he hasn't fought in about almost 3 years. He's still number one. He ain't had no fights. So like I said,
listen, Tim Bosi, you talk too fast to me. I can't even process what you're saying.
Is Sikorsky Puerto Rican? Is he Puerto Rican?
I'm lost. I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by pay. Like actually pay for the fight. Listen,
you know what it
I'm
is,
just
Chevy?
throwing his name out there because he hasn't been mentioned in this conversation when it comes to Zayas yet. That's all I mentioned. I didn't say I want to see him fight nothing. I didn't know. I didn't say any of that. What I'm saying is nobody's mentioned him, so I threw it out there.
You know what it is, Chevy?
I agree with his name being thrown out there too. I think Brandon Adams is a wild card at 150.
Xander's fighting for belts now, and I said this earlier. I think the trajectory for Xander Zayas will be Kelly in June, MSG Puerto Rican Parade weekend. Then after that, the winner of Thurman and Fundora end of the year for undisputed, and then after that, my boy's going up to 160. That's the trajectory I see that they're gonna play for Xander Zayas. If there's not a undisputed at the end of the year, then we'll see.
That sounds like a pretty easy route to me.
Well, your boys could have had them fights. Hey, why didn't we see Virgil in Puerto Rico?
You keep asking that. Listen, y'all couldn't even answer Coach's question with a yes or no. I don't want to hear nothing else from y'all about how amazing and how confident y'all are in Xander Zayas, and y'all couldn't even give the man a yes or no.
I thought I answered it, but I didn't. Coach, what was the question?
Hey, listen, if I could get like 25 seconds. Okay. I don't want to be on this big screen because let me be on a smaller screen because I need to see people's faces and who I'm cutting. Right. The guy, man. Let me see what direction. Let me get my closing together.
In life.
Coach is very methodical, man. I appreciate Coach.
No, because I just got to get it in order because champion doesn't automatically, because he got 2 belts, doesn't automatically make you the best, especially in boxing where the belts is split up everywhere. We got Xander Zayas, right, who's legitimate. But if we go by the Ring magazine's, the 54, I think number 1 is Ortiz, I think. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Fundora is number 2. And Xander Zayas is number 3 because Boots just moved up, right? So Xander Zayas' biggest 154 win is a boss. That's a good win, but it's not the same as beating the guys that everybody else beat. Ortiz has been fighting at a pretty high level. Boyachuk is a good win. Martinov is a really good win, and then not just a good win, but it's just the way he fought and how competitive that fight was, and how he dug deep and he dominated. Right, Fundora, like Tim Boski said, he got a fresher Lupin, and he has Tim Tszyu twice stopping Tim Tszyu. So right now, Zayas is no doubt he's a champ, unified. He Boricua, I love it. Right, I hate the fact that I'm trying to spit facts to you guys, and it doesn't go in the favor of Zayas. But the best at 154 means you got to beat someone, not just because Abbas was a champion, but you got to beat a solid 154 guy until he beats someone like Ortiz or Fundora. Which are ahead of him in the Ring magazine rankings. Calling him the best is you skipping out on the hardest chapter.
Coach, I don't.
Well, Coach, can I?
My gripe is, Coach, with that is the Virgil thing. See, I don't like giving him credit for that Boachuk fight because I thought he lost. That's my whole thing. Like when you just mentioned, because I heard you, Coach, what you had to say about me picking Brandon Figueroa over Nick Ball for that reason. I don't give Nick Ball credit for this. I thought Sam Goodman beat him. I thought Raymond Ford beat him. You feel me? I thought Boachuk just beat Virgil. I can't give you credit for a fight that I thought you lost. I'm not into that. And then with the Madrimov shit, I mean, he's good, he's solid, he's crafty, or whatever the fuck you want to call him. but he's not the guy. He wasn't the guy.
Never was.
Nobody heard of that motherfucker until he
Yeah,
got
but
in the ring with
compare the
Billy.
resume to Xander's win over Abbas. Okay, he's not that guy. I don't think any of the guys that I mentioned is that guy. It's very low level boxing of everybody who's fighting. But at the same time, you got to compare with who Xander beat. Xander's best is Abbas.
But that's my
You know,
Abbas isn't a lane though.
Listen, Boychek and Abbas will be a fucking bar burner. You know, they'll go
I would pick Abbas. I would pick Abbas in that fight, coach. That's what I'm saying. I think these guys, like, I'm looking at the fighters. I'm not looking at popularity. God knows I hate popularity contests. I'm an Albert Bale guy. Nobody talks about my fucking guy, and I feel he's the best in the world, coach. I'm looking at the guys. I fuck with Abbas. I was never when he beat Tez, I'm like, okay, I wasn't. Oh, you beat Tez. That's a good fighter. You feel me? I needed to see him prove shit, but you beat him. I'm fucking with that. The Jorge Garcia motherfucker, he beat Charles Conwell, but before that, he was on the 4-fight win streak. His only loss was his losses was at lower weight classes. You feel me? When he came up to 154, he was doing his fucking thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, that guy wasn't no lane. If you watching the fighters and you watching these fights, you know good fighters when you see them. Garcia is a good fighter. Abbas is a good fighter. Boachuk, you feel me? He's a good fighter. But I thought he beat Virgil. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sold on Virgil like that. That's why when Reyes be talking, I'm fucking with Reyes because I'm with you, gang. We not sold on Virgil over here. He got to show me something.
So
put him in the ring.
Virgil
Put him in the ring with Charlo or something.
Xander's guy is the best 154-pounder, Trice?
I think Fundora is better than Xander. I think Fundora is better. I think Fundora is the best.
You think Boots better than Xander?
I need to see another fight from Boots at 154. I can't judge him off the
no.
It's a simple yes or no for that question.
Well, no, I say no because I can't. It's an incomplete. It's like I can't give him an A or an F. I got to give him an incomplete on the test. Like, you feel me?
Let me ask you again. Is Xander's eyes better than Boots?
See.
No.
Might be.
No.
He might be.
Okay, so now he's not. So for Trice, for Toledo Trice, Xander's eyes, he's with us because he's saying that Xander's eyes is not the best at 154.
Okay,
and that's all.
Is ranked number 5 on the Ring magazine, right? Where's Xander? Xander is at number 3. The only people ahead of him is Virgil and Sebastian. There's a reason for it. It's because he's more tried true at 154 than Duran, who's only had one fight against Usama Lima. It was a great performance. He knocked him out. But at 147, he's better. But we don't know that he's better than Xander Zayas at 154. I'm just being honest, right? Now, I know
it could very well be. We don't know, though.
Right, we don't. But Xander is a unified champion who's campaigned at 154. And the only people who have a legitimate argument, in my opinion, are those two guys above him, Virgil and Sebastian, because Virgil did have those fights against Serhi, against Madrimov, against Lubin. He had those fights for real, even though I agree with Trice as far as about the Bohachuk fight and as far as about the legitimacy of the Madrimov fight. On top of that, Madrimov had an upper respiratory infection. I'm just being honest about how I feel about it, but I'll give him the wins that they gave him and respect it and say, okay, there's an argument there to say that his resume is better than Xander. I just think the quality of the fighters he fought just wasn't there really. And Sebastian Fundora, he's done some fugazi shit. He vacated his belt rather than fight Xander Zayas. He asked for a rehydration clause. Why, bro? You're 6'12". You know what I'm saying? And you asking for a rehydration clause? What is that all about? And then you go and you fight Tordell Booker. You know what I'm saying? Like you fight Tim Tszyu, who's a shell of a man. You fight Tim Tszyu, you split his head to the white meat, and he takes you all the way to a decision. And what was it? Did he get a unanimous decision on that, or was it a split decision?
No, it was split.
Okay,
yeah, it was split like that. Dog.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, Xander to me is the guy off the strength of that he got the belts and the strength that he's been campaigning. Now, the one thing I will hold against him is I'll say I don't know how long he lasts at 154. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how long he's going to last there because at the end of the day, he is growing. He's growing like crazy. But nah, bro. Other than
that's the excuse we're going to use.
Well, no, but the bottom line is if you break down the other fighters, they're what's so great about them? What's so great about Bohachuk? Because after that fight with Ortiz, as I said, he fought Michael Fox on some type of Indian reserve place, and they just robbed him because Michael Fox whooped Bohachuk. We saw them. What was Brandon Adams that beat Bohachuk?
Want to hear talk at this point in time because we're going on. Yeah, Boychuk is nobody, but compared to we're talking about resume, and at least Virgil fought people,
right?
At least
people. Well, coach,
not that good.
Who's people?
Well, coach, he's beat
a 10-win fighter who came off a loss from Crawford.
Just because, yeah, I mean, Marginov is a good fightor,
and he beat Crawford. Argue with your mama.
Stop playing. He ain't beating Crawford. Stop.
You crazy, man. Y'all. It's late. You've been on here for 6 hours. Y'all need to go take a nap and revisit this conversation.
Maybe he did because it was close, but
listen, I know. Listen, y'all. It's 6 hours. Y'all have been on here. Y'all need to go take a nap, revisit the conversation on another day when y'all bright and ready because this is crazy.
Majimov beat Crawford.
Hey, all I know is Crawford didn't do nothing for the first 5 rounds to beat Majimov in any of those first 5 rounds. That's all I'm saying. After that, whatever.
Maybe Majimov did win, but to answer Coach's point, it's we don't know if Zayas is better than Boots, but at 154,
the silence. I love it. This has been great.
You can't hear fight. What is Fight Sport? You can't hear
Fight Sport talk. Yeah, he's talking right. Go ahead, Fight.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. I was just saying we don't know if Zayas is better than Boots.
We can't hear him.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
I hear him too. Yeah.
Oh, he dipped. He jumped about it here.
He wanted to probably jump out.
What was he saying?
Yeah. I don't know. He was saying that he was breaking something down. I don't know what he's
back in. He about to call.
He was saying is that he understands where Coach Hector Bermudez is coming from, but he respectfully disagrees. Is what he was about to say.
Right. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I'm not going to argue. Like I said, I think Virgil Ortiz has a legitimate argument to be there. Sebastian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That PBC movement is diabolical the way they're moving.
Diabolical.
I'm not doing that with Sebastian, bro. He had opportunities to show that he was him, and he's hitting under a rock, bro. I mean, when you really look,
let me ask you a question, Clay. Who has in the division? And this is just a question. I'm not going to anything specific. I don't have like a hidden hand here. I just what guy in the division can we say fought like the best guys?
Brandon Adams. I would say Brandon Adams. I say Brandon Adams because I think people forget that he was in the ring with I know it's at 160, but I count that. I count him being in the ring against Jamal Charlo for a championship fight because he beat Shane Mosley Jr. on the Contender Series. I watched that. Shout out to Epics. You feel me? We watched that. So I'm Brandon Adams. He's a quality fighter, and I think I'm picking. If Brandon Adams was to fight Virgil Ortiz, I'm picking Brandon Adams.
Well, let me ask this. Hold on a second. Where's Brandon Adams from?
He's from
California. You're doing that shit. You're doing that shit again, Coach. I got eyes, Coach. I got my eyes on everything. Don't do that to me, Coach.
No, he's not from Toledo, is he? Oh, he's not from Ohio, is he?
No,
I think he's from California.
He's from California.
But let me say this, y'all know I rock with Brandon. Fight book. Listen, shout out to the fam right there. But yeah, I don't know.
Hold on.
What?
Toledo, keep talking.
Damn, yo, Chevy diabolical. He saw that in. I don't know. Brandon,
let's not.
Brandon, you see it.
Let's not forget that Fundora vacated not to fight Xander. Let's not forget that Team Virgil Ortiz turned down Xander Zayas when Turkey dropped that paycheck on both of them, and he didn't want that fight. Xander signed it in less than 0.3 seconds. Let's go. And Virgil Ortiz said no. So let's not forget that. While he took a Majimov, who already had a fight signed up for that December,
and he had an upper respiratory infection.
I'll fight Majimov since he's got to fight in just 1 month in December versus a Bohachuk, and then they decided to pull that card out so he could just dedicate to fight Virgil Ortiz. So, I mean, let's not forget, Coach was saying about matchmaking, but I'm sorry. Fondora's on that super matchmaking team. Virgil Ortiz is on that super matchmaking. And let's forget about Boots, who decided to fight that bum out with his first fight at 154 instead of fighting Virgil Ortiz. He said no to that. And then we got Virgil Ortiz, who's stealing mandatories fighters off of Bohachuk instead of challenging the champion himself. I don't want to hear it. Xander Zayas is the man.
Bro, but that shit sound cute. Xander Zayas
I
is not
agree
a
with him, but
fight,
you also got to say Xander's been on that matchmaking tip too.
But he's never said no to no one. And he's ready to take
what he can get. He's trying to get the bigger fights, but he's taking what he can get.
He's not
his fault.
Would you call Xander Zayas a money fight play? If you were Boots' manager, would you be like, or Virgil's manager? Are you telling me that Xander is a money fight?
When it comes to Turkey money, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Back to the Super Bowl, yes.
No, man. No, he was paying them to fight on his card. He was gonna fight on his card. That was the fight for.
He's not a turkey boy, gang. He's never had a turkey bag. If I'm Virgil or I'm Boots, I'm not looking at that motherfucker like a money
like
fight.
Again, it doesn't matter. Turkey offered him the paycheck, and it doesn't matter who the other guy is. They said no regardless.
Because he's not the guy. He's not a money fucking fight.
Again, what money are you talking about?
But
Turkey don't care
offered the
about
money,
that.
though.
Turkey don't care about that. You don't know jack about this
Watch that fight, brother.
Turkey don't care about that.
Yo, Trees, hold on, Trees.
Bro, you're on the fantasy.
Are you telling me that you're not aware that Xander Zayas was offered to Virgil Ortiz to fight on that same card that he fought Majimov on? What are you talking about? It was in Riyadh. There is no crowd. Who cares?
He's not a fight party fighter. Xander Zayas is not a money guy. He's not nobody who gets the juices.
That don't mean
nothing. Oh, don't pull that. Come on, Trice.
He offered him the money to fight him. He would have got the same amount of money he got to fight Majimov to fight Xander, bro.
Who is more popular between Majimov and Xander at the time, my nigga? Would you rather fight the nigga who just got it, who Chevy is literally telling me just beat Bud? Or would you fight Xander, who the fuck nobody knows?
Trice, don't.
Hey,
Trice, come on, don't pull this
I
shit.
literally got Chevy on this motherfucker.
Trice.
Beat Bud, my nigga. Why would I fight that guy?
Trice, who the hell is Majimov? I can tell you who Xander Zayas is today. Who the hell is Majimov today?
Today you can. But
he never was anything.
You're talking about
he never was anything. He was just a 10-win fighter.
You're talking about today, and I'm talking about at the time. At the time, I had motherfuckers like Chevy telling me Majimov beat Bud. Of course, I'm gonna pick that motherfucker over Xander. Nobody knew who the fuck Xander was at that time.
Trice.
What are you talking about? It making no sense when he doesn't get the juices flowing.
Trice,
he's
come
not
on.
that guy, cuz he's not a money fighter.
Majimov's not that guy either. Majimov's not that guy either.
He's not his popularity thing.
But some people thought he beat Bud, so I'll fight that guy over a guy that nobody.
Hold on.
Wait, can I say something? Wait, HLD. Listen to me. Listen to me. What you just say? It's not a popularity thing. Is that what you just said?
When it comes to Turkey money,
no. Wait, but you said that, right? But you guys are literally solely picking Xander Zayas as number one in this division based on the popularity because he has the belt.
You don't know how I've been following and how I've been preaching about Xander. I've never given him his flowers about him being the hyper, not the next Roy Jones, not the next Miguel Cotto, not none of that crap. Never. He had to earn his flowers in the ring like he did just last Saturday. That's the only time, and from now on is when I'm giving him his flowers. Had nothing to do with anything else. But as far as everything, this guy's saying, oh, he's not popular, then okay. He was popular to have fought Virgil Ortiz in Puerto Rico. Your boy didn't want to take that smoke. He said no to Puerto Rico. He's scared of that 35 by 100 island. Like if we were going to eat him up or something.
Who the fuck is coming to Puerto Rico to watch the fight, nigga?
Jesus.
18,000 did. 18,000 did.
Trice, you're freaking out. Trice, you're freaking out. Come on.
Trees is crashing out. Trees is great.
Trice.
Crashing out.
Trice.
Who's gonna watch that fight? The 135 million people that just watched the Super Bowl to another Puerto Rican. Yeah, all of them would.
But that just happened.
Whack.
That's Trees crashing out. Trees
All right, Trice, come on. Trice, Madrimov beat Kurbanov, who was an undefeated contender, and after that he beat nobody. Now, to go to Chevy's point, I thought Madrimov Crawford was a draw, but
who's talking? I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can
okay.
hear
I'm
you.
sorry.
Go
I just
ahead.
didn't
Go
know.
ahead,
I'm like, wait a minute. Did McDonough get in here? What happened?
No, don't do that. Fight Sports is awesome. Go ahead, Fight Sports. Do your thing.
Okay. To go to Chevy's point, I thought Crawford Madrimov was a draw, but it was such a boring fight. It didn't make Crawford. It didn't make Madrimov any kind of a name. So I think to go to Coach, I was saying before my mic went off, I agree. Zayas, maybe he doesn't beat Boots, but his resume at 154 is way better than both Boots and Ortiz, because Ortiz has beaten good guys, but he hasn't beaten a champion. And Abbas, he was a one-off champion, but he still beat Tellers, who was undefeated. So, okay.
You know, the belts are spread out. That means you can become a champion without beating the division's hardest problem, let's say. Best is the guy who beats the best guys. You know, at the time, like has he's not even a top 2 guy as he beat.
Really?
Best, like Abbas wasn't top 2 in the division.
So then we can say that
wasn't that
Perez wasn't the top 2 in the division. Okay. And he became unified world champion by beating them. So just because you have a belt doesn't mean you beat the best.
Hold on. Can I respond to that point?
I'm saying I'm not finished. I'll give you the floor, and I won't talk when you guys are talking. The division's top ends is judged by who's taking the hardest fight and still look elite, right? When Virgil Ortiz and you know it's crazy that I got to defend these guys because I don't even like any of these guys like that. But this is it's a weaker division that is growing to be like one of the best. But Virgil Ortiz has fought high level opposition. When Madrimov was in front of him, that was an elite fight. So now it might look like Madrimov is a little off because of his last fight. It didn't mature too good. But it's still when that contract was signed, people didn't know who to pick. When Fondora fought Tim Tszyu, came in last second, right? No one knew that he was going to win. When Abbas was signed to fight Xander, and then it became a split decision, everybody, like, who the fuck thought Abbas was going to beat Xander in Puerto Rico? So also the vacant, it was close, right? That's my point. So it's different when you become champion because you beat the champ, but the vacant title had to come up in this matter in this debate. Right? Winning a vacant title, I know it's still a win, but it's not the same as taking it from a monster. So can you handle like the physical pace of Ortiz, or can he handle the skill set of someone like Boots Ennis, or you know, get the code to get in on someone like Fondora? That's a big, you know, a big task that he has to fill. So Coach, I will leave it like that. I'll just remember because I know we get off on different topics a lot. I think he can be the future, possibly. Best today is not proven. So Zayas, he's a legitimate champion, but you know, at 154, the resume, I don't know. He does claim the belt. His biggest win is a close unification bout against Abbas, right? Which I don't think he's top tier. He wasn't top 2 when they fought. He was a favorite going in. He beat Perez, Perez is, I'm sorry to call him trash, but good Lord, he just out hustled my man from Ohio. Yeah, and Conwell fucking, oh my God, if Conwell would have beat Perez, never in a million years would Zayas fought Conwell.
That's not true.
Tell him again, coach.
Thank
That's
you.
not true.
That part, because
Can
I
I
ain't forgetting to talk about y'all.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, Coach?
I promise I won't cut you guys off if you guys speak, right? But guys like Ortiz and Fundora have already been in deep waters. They've been in the deep end. And I think until Zayas, and I don't know why this is the argument, but until Zayas be a proven elite 154, calling him the best I think you're skipping steps to that, right?
Well, Coach, can I agree.
I agree. I know. My bad. I'm gonna send it right back to you. I'm talking about 10 seconds. I agree, man. I think I'm not gonna lie to you, right? Xander Zayas is to me an eye test fighter. I give him his accolades because he's got the championships.
Yeah.
The eye test tells me that what I'm saying. The thing I like about him the most is that he gets better every time. I just like the way he approaches the game, and I still go on record to say I believe he's Jaron Boots Ennis's biggest. I'm not going to say the biggest fight because maybe you guys might find more money, even though I can't tell, especially after the Super Bowl. I think he might legitimately be the biggest money at 154. But he's stylistically, he's the most vulnerable I've ever seen Jaron Boots Ennis is against a boxer, somebody who moves around the ring, who ain't mixing it with him. And I think arguably Xander Zayas is the best boxer at 154. Outside of maybe Jaron Boots Ennis. I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to keep in mind, I'm not saying he beats Jaron Boots Ennis. You know what I mean? That's why when you say who's number one, I say it's him. Who's the best fighter? I'm probably gonna say Jaron Boots Ennis, but that's gonna be an eye test. That's gonna be an eye test. That's not gonna be proven inside that division. He hasn't fought nobody in the division for me to say that about him.
I understand. I understand what Coach is saying.
But it's tough. It's tough when everybody cut each other off. Right. Just be respectful.
Yeah, AHLD, you got to let Five Sports go though, because he was supposed to go, then Clay cut him off. So go ahead, Five Sports.
Yeah, just to respond to Coach's point, I agree. Xander hasn't fought an elite guy, but neither has Virgil. Like Bohachuk, tough guy, but he's a contender. He hasn't even fought for a bout. Lubin, long-time contender, but he's never won a bout. Who was the other guy? Madrimov had a close fight with Crawford, but even before that, he was just your standard average champion. But his close fight with Crawford doesn't make him a better guy because he lost. Burt Cooper almost knocked out Holyfield, and he was a journeyman, and he never stopped being a journeyman. So Xander hasn't proven himself to be the best. I'm just saying that I think he's kind of the best by default because Boots hasn't fought anyone. Lima was a journeyman. Right. So, and Fundora's only fought one top guy, and that's Tim Tszyu, and he hasn't fought the other champions, and he could have fought Ortiz. He and Ortiz could have fought each other, so he may not be the best, but it's just right now he's proven himself more than guys like Boots and Ortiz and Fundora.
I could concede to say, and I understand Coach's point, but none of those guys have fought anybody elite. I don't understand where you get that Madrimov is elite or Bohachuk is elite, and who else that bum guy that Boots just fought at 154 elite. So I don't see none of those guys being elite. So I think the fair question could be is no one is considered right now to be the absolute best until these fools fight each other. Until then,
let me ask you a question. Was Madrimov elite coming off the close win, close loss to Crawford, who was the best in the world? And when the contract, not now, don't look at him now how he looked in his last fight, but when the contract was signed, look at him then. Look at when the contract was signed when Tim Tszyu fought Fundora. When the contract was signed, how elite was that fight? How elite was the Madrimov fight with Ortiz when the contract was signed? Not how it matured, right? So now look at when the contract was signed with a Boss or a Perez.
That could all be. There's a lot of marketing in this game, and the machine that pushes everybody up ahead of the game to make them look better than what they are. We're not going to act like that doesn't happen in the game.
Shout out to Top Rank. Speaking of marketing, motherfucker, you doing that shit?
I mean, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. Madrimov, how was
I'm saying so. No, I want you to talk, HLD. So I'm saying so. Madrimov wasn't coming off a close decision loss to the best fighter in the world, and everybody was like, even fucking. I mean, I won't push this too much with Eddie Hearns bugging out saying that his fighter, but there was a lot of people saying that he beat Crawford, or it was very close. Was it close to you, HLD?
It was close. I'm not gonna lie, it was close.
Now Crawford is the best in pound for pound, number one, the best fighter in the fucking world, the best boxer in the world. Just had a close decision. So you're not saying that's the elite fight when it's signed on paper, brother?
He looked old and slow as molasses versus Madrimov. Let's not come. The difference with Crawford again is because we want to get blinded that he was coming off that Spence win and all the greatest undisputed blah blah blah. But when he fought Madrimov, that was his first sub 30 guy that he's ever fought. He hasn't fought anybody. Yes, sweetie.
I'm gonna say something, then I'm gonna get off because I can't do it no more. Coach asks you about the Madrimov Terrence Crawford fight, and you say, "Oh, it was a close fight." When I said it, you were like, "Yeah, I think he beat him too." I gotta go. Y'all have a good night. This is crazy. This is crazy.
It's not. No, it's not. I'm with you.
I gotta go, y'all. I had a great time though. Like seriously, I gotta go though. But you guys, I had a great time. This was great. I can't wait to go back and rewatch.
Hey, I'm just glad you try to.
Thank you for having me, y'all.
I appreciate you being up here, Chevy. For real, thank you.
I almost felt like she's beating on my behalf. I'm like, espérate, no.
No, I'm just saying, like, I can't take it no more because the contradicting the. Yeah, listen.
You know what it is? Hey, Chevy, before you go though, that the thing is that is what kind of makes it fun is that everybody's got their own opinion.
No, of course.
And believe me, but like HLD was heavy on Tio, and we let him go with it.
Bro, you're just using that as a troll talk, bro.
Listen, and that explain him being heavy on Tio explains a whole lot now.
Cálmate, nena, cálmate.
But I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. It was fun. It was
Much
great.
love,
I'm gonna let
Chevy.
y'all go and finish. I'm gonna watch. Good night, y'all.
Good night, sweetie.
Good night.
It was fun.
So, HLD, and again, you know I'm rocking with Xander on this whole thing, right? And everybody's making really good points. So I just want to say, Coach, that I think the hard part on the Virgil, and I understand where you're coming from. I think Fight Sports understands it too. Is when if we're looking at the price now, because I know you don't like that. You're like, yeah, don't look at it now. Look at it back then, right? Well, if we know now, though, for example, Boachuk is as the first example I'm going to use. He loses to Virgil when a lot of us felt Boachuk beat him. But afterwards, what do we find out about Boachuk? He's really he's now better than Brandon Adams. He barely beat Butayev 2 weeks ago on Zupa, right? That was a split decision. So if we're saying that
is a good fighter now.
Yeah, but see, now I'm glad you said that because Butayev was a good fighter in 2023 when he was the 147 champ. He almost beat Boachuk at 160 pounds when he hasn't been back since, Coach. So if we're going to sit there and try to say Virgil Ortiz is really ranked number one because one of his best wins is Boachuk, then what are we doing? Like, Boachuk's not that good now that we've seen it.
So, but I'm saying, so if now that Abbas just fought Xander, right? So we only could judge it. So Abbas might lose to everybody else now, but we could only go on like now, right? Because it just happened. So we should do that with everyone else. When that's listen, I know it might not seem like anything, but trust me, when you sign for a fight and you don't know if what he is, and you got to train for that guy, and you training for someone that just had a close decision loss with Crawford, and you sign up to fight him, that's not a pretty moment. That's a scary moment that you got to train. You got to go through the whole training camp to fight this guy, and then you come out victorious. It doesn't matter now. You move on. It doesn't matter if he lose. It doesn't matter what the future holds. It matters what's now. I won. I keep moving on.
Right? But again, though, Coach, like to your point right there, when you say, okay, well, yes, I agree with you. If Madrimov came there and he was 100%, but it was well known and documented that going into that fight, Madrimov was not 100%, but he didn't want to pull out because he didn't want to mess that up for Turki or anyone else. So he went in there completely sick, and Virgil barely beat him. Sick. So I'm not convinced if he would have beaten Madrimov if Madrimov was at full health. But I understand. It is what it is.
A lot of people saying the boss won. I don't know how they're saying that, but a lot of people I'm hearing that a boss won. It was a split decision. No, he lost, and Xander got the win. He got, I got a whole bunch of excuses for all my guys that lost, right? So,
you had a German judge on Baraka's side.
The best thing that we could just go on is that they won. So beating Madrimov and beating Boychuk is the only thing we could really go on with Ortiz in the junior middleweight division. The only thing we could go on is Xander beating Perez, which is crazy, and Abbas. That's what we could go on, right? So and Fondora beating the prime Zoo, because at the time he beat Zoo was up there. Zoo was like the best in the
The first fight was questionable, Coach. The first fight was questionable.
No, but who? Okay, no. Remember, what matters is the win, right? So we move on. If we win, we move on. So, but at the time, he came in a short notice and got the W off Fondor, off Zoo. So at the time, that fight was a hell of a fight, right? I mean, Xander beating Abbas and Perez is, is not to that standard when those fight was signed. And listen, I hope. Let me go ahead, HLD. I need to get my thoughts together.
No, go ahead, boss. All I'm saying is maybe what everything has proven is those guys were not as good as we all thought we were, and so even if they may have had a name maybe that was more popular, it didn't mean that they were that much better, because after that, they've proven not to be the fighters that they were supposed to be. They just proven that they're not. Bohachuk is not that guy. Madrimov is not that guy. Even the boogeyman who just lost to Kelly is not that guy after everybody thought he was. So, I just think that, we want to go off popularity. Yeah, okay. Madrimov had a better name. But I don't think he was ever that good as a 10-win fighter coming off a loss to Crawford. And we've seen him just how he fought just recently. I just think that maybe they have a better name, but I don't think they were elite. I don't think so. I don't think they were elite.
I think what was more elite.
We don't know yet. How about that?
I just think there was at the time, I just think there was more elite than Abbas. I think Zoo at the time that Fondora fought him was way more elite than someone like Abbas was.
But that split in the head has a lot to do with that I don't even, it's hard for me to say.
He came back on a rematch and made him quit. And look,
he got knocked out by Backroom.
Yeah.
Let me just say this, because look, I'm not taking anything away from Xander, right? He's a real champion, and he's representing PR, and he's representing the right way. He's awesome, right? He's disciplined. He's a professional. He takes no shortcuts. I know his team that cuts. That cuts the weight. He does. He eat right. He does everything right. I can debate about the best in the division all day, but his work ethic and his rise deserves respect, man. So I'm feeling bad because he's Boricua, and I'm here arguing with you guys about that he's not the best, and I wish he was. So the proof fights will come. I think they will come, and when they do, he'll have the chance to silence everyone, to silence me.
Coach Head, I gotta ask. Jamil Charlo is lineal champ 154. Xander get that fight and he beat him to literally become lineal champ 154. Does that make him the best to you in the division at that point with a win over Charlo?
So there's people like HLD who are hardcore fans and know a lot about boxing. People like Tim Boski that are hardcore fans and very knowledgeable. I don't know too much about fight sports talk, but every time he comes on, I'm listening. He know his stuff. Everybody on here know their thing. So there's a difference. There's a difference in how I see like from a fan perspective, and when I film study these guys and I with the smallest details of how they block and what they will block and what will get in, and that's why I'm surprised. I was surprised of how Xander couldn't. Hey, listen, I don't know if you guys will agree with me or not, but someone like Devin Haney would actually, I think, would get the nod on someone like Xander Fires.
I'm with you.
Because how easy it was for a boss to get. It was so surprising to me. I was like flabbergasted. Like, hold up, my guy, like the guy I'm rooting for, you can't block a jab? Your jab defense is like a fucking B- at a championship level, and that's very important to someone that know what they're doing in there, that has a high IQ and has a good jab. They would be able to control the tempo of the fight. So when I'm a nerd when it comes to this. I do this from the time I wake up. I promise you that I do this from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep, or I'm talking boxing or I'm doing boxing. So my eye is telling me what it's telling me. Charlo that we know, he has a thunderous jab, and that will get through. He's a man, I think Zayed is still a boy, and
I'm with you.
I think he's gonna grow. He's gonna grow into something, but he's not. I don't think he's there yet. So I just much respect to him. I hate the fact that I'm going against him. I think he earned the position and carries himself with class. Now it's now we just got to go into the next chapter. Yeah. I just think that Top Rank are awesome at what they do. So what's going to happen is he's going to try to get another easier fight and then boom, move up. And when they move up, he'll probably get, by the time that whole fiasco with the whole drug thing is fixed with the 160 pounder, he'll get a shot at probably a vacant Jenny Beck. He'll probably get a shot at another vacant WBO and probably become champion again.
But he wasn't moving that way. You guys acting like he was moving to get the vacant. No, Fundora the Duck vacated his belt. He didn't want to fight Xander. Let's stop that. He's trying to act like he's looking for vacant belts. That's not right, Coach. That is not right. I don't believe in that at all.
I think. Listen, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to respect the eye of Coach Hector Bermudez, and I know he's studying it. Waco. By the way, I think we know what the next topic is for the next right, Coach. I don't think about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we might need to. I think that'd be a great film study right there. But I don't know, man. I can't argue too much with what Coach is saying. Like I do see. Like I said, he's a fighter who's developing. I see him get better every fight. So there's holes there. There's things for him to take advantage of. I think he does well. I think he boxes real well, man. And like I said, I still think he's Boots Ennis' biggest. I think he's gonna be his hardest fight at 154 if it was able to happen. But it's just an eye test, so we got to find out. You know what I mean? We just got to find out. I don't know for sure, bro. If I see him get knocked out, I can't tell. If he get knocked out, I won't be shocked. I'm like, damn. You know what I mean?
Can I say something, Clay? What's going on, panel?
How you doing for 444? It's good.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick point. I agree with Coach. Another thing I want to add to it, I hear a lot of people saying things like these guys are not what we think they are. One thing that I would like to see in boxing, I think that when we get some of these matches, I think it should be a requirement that fighters fight each other at least 2 times. Reason being is because it will erase the element of surprise that we get sometimes. I think that we may watch certain fights and 2 people that have ever been in the ring together, and just to erase a fluke win. I think that, for instance, Conwell. I think if Conwell would have fought Perez twice, we would have seen. I think Conwell would have won 2 out of the 3 fights. I think that can be said for a lot of different matches that we've seen. And like Madrimov and Crawford, yes, it was a close fight. but I believe Crawford would have won 2 out of the 3 fights for sure, right? Because we gotta like kind of factor in that element of like surprise and not knowing and fighters kind of getting familiar with each other. So I think these fights, they don't give us enough to really gauge where they are when they're just fighting one time. And I'm not talking about fights that are just complete blowouts or whatever, that, they're just miles in separation. So I think what that does is that it leads us into these conversations where we're like, oh, well, no, Madrimov was really not that guy, or Bachram was really not that guy. No. I mean, I think Josh Kelly loses the second fight, and then that would set up for a third fight. So I think there's a lot of fighters that get away with wins, and it doesn't really prove their true skill. It just proved that they executed the moment and they got out in just enough time to where the world don't really get to see what they really are. And I think in boxing, that should be a requirement. Let us see fighters go at it at least twice. If you watch them twice, there's no need for a third fight. But I think that we will get more competitiveness if we were able to get these type of setups. So I don't really agree with, I think Boacek is a great fighter. Just because he lost to Virgil or just because he lost to Brandon Adams, that doesn't make him a bad fighter. And also, like Coach said, at the time that he signed that contract, he was an elite fighter. People change, things evolve, people shift. That's a part of life. So I don't know who knows, the loss against Virgil Ortiz could have just mentally put him in a different space. People thought he won the fight. So imagine you put your all into it. You think you won the fight. I thought Boacek won the fight personally. And then you have to deal with the psychological effect of the world not giving you or whatever, not giving you the win when you knew deep inside that you won that fight. I mean, who knows, right? So I just want to kind of add that to the conversation just so that, that's all. I'm going to go on mute.
I think that's
hey, 444. Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. Right? So the whole conversation before you got into it it just started with who did we feel was the best 154 pounder, and then we started naming the top 10, and then we got down to the top 5. So the majority of the conversation you probably heard is the argument as to why Xander should be number 1 versus Findura and everything else. I don't think anybody was really saying that any of these fighters were bad fighters, though. We were trying to more say, if you're going to put someone on the very top, who would it be? But go ahead, Clay.
I think that what 444 said was valid, legitimate. You know what I'm saying? I think, Boacek is not a bad fighter. You know what I'm saying? Madrimov is not a bad fighter. But I also agree with what he said about the circumstances, them fighting multiple times. I think there's circumstances in the fights with Virgil. I think the Boacek fight, people, like he said, a lot of people thought he lost that fight. You know what I mean? That fight was, if that fight would have been registered on his record as an L, could we sit here and say that would he even be in the conversation for number 1? When a lot of people felt like that's what happened. And Madrimov was sick. So quality fighter that fought Terrence, but the fighter that fought Virgil was not the same fighter who fought Terrence. The fighter who fought Terrence, I think, arguably would beat Virgil, being that he was beating Virgil for the first 4 rounds. Pretty easily, to be honest with you. Had his face looking crazy, had him looking like roast beef very early in the fight. So, but I mean, that's his win. He got the win on paper. But at the end of the day, is he that guy? Erickson Lubin, shell of a man, bro. There's an argument there to say that guy was depleted, that he should have moved up to 160. That he looked mad dry. I mean, am I making an excuse for him? One could say that, but I think it's a legitimate reason. I'm not making an excuse. I'm giving him his win, but these fights don't make him.
Well, can I?
Well, these fights didn't make Virgil the best fighter. At, you know what I'm saying, at 154 for me. Those fights didn't do it. I didn't rate those fights the same way that the resume shows. The paperwork shows it, but I saw the fights, and he didn't do that for me. Great knockout on Erickson Lubin. Xander on the eye test, I just think carries a different energy, but without a doubt, until they fight the fights, we can't act like they fought the fights, and I ain't about to do that. But if you're asking me what my gut is telling me, who I think is what, I think Xander's the guy to beat in that division, and I think Boots would love to fight Xander, and I think if Boots beats Xander because of that win, that would be the most significant win on that board that would make Boots number one at 154. I think
I
that
like
would
the
take him there.
I agree.
I like the thing that 444 said about guys fighting multiple times. I will say real quick, Fight Square, because you heard me about Brent. I'm high on Brandon Adams. I fuck with him the long way, and that is because we got he fought Katsarowskis, OTX boxing. He lost to Katsarowskis, very close fight. You feel me? But like you just 2 out of 3 of those fights, I think Brandon Adams might win that. Then after that, he came back and he fought Boachuk. Guys was picking Boachuk in that fight because Brandon Adams had knocked out Boachuk. Guys was thinking that was a quote unquote fluky win because it was knockout. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He ran it back with Boachuk and he outboxes him in a different fashion. Clearly put on a clinic in there. So I like what you're saying, 444. I'm not opposed to guys
for sure.
Maybe getting it back because of a strange circumstance. Like I said, Katsarowski's beating Brandon Adams. I don't know if Katsarowski could do that again, but I fuck with Katsarowski. Put on a great performance. I don't know if he would beat him again though. But you see what I'm saying?
Hey, Trees, and by the way, you know who does do that, where everybody gets to fight each other multiple times? The UFC, baby. The UFC.
You know, I love it.
Reyes.
The current landscape of boxing will never offer such. I mean, it's a good idea, but it doesn't allow for such.
HLD. I think Zuffa might do it. Hey guys, listen, I'm gonna let everybody have their little close out because I definitely got to go, man. It's about that time. It's going on about 7 hours for me. That's crazy.
I know Clay did the Claymore spot today, man. That was crazy.
That was crazy, bro. I can't even front, bro.
I want to say, it's your fault, right, Clay? Because I was ready to close it in the 2 hour mark, and you threw out the
you let HLD on that.
You let HLD on.
Go check
and then Coach Hector came in, and the next thing you know, see what you did, Coach.
You got to seize the day. You know what I'm saying? You can't allow these opportunities to go away. The energy was right, and it was worthwhile. Hindsight says this was a great panel tonight. Great conversations, man. I'll do this all the time if I can have these type of conversations. And I see my guy, I'm 444, pop up here. I ain't seen him in forever. Fight Sports was in the room. It was a good night, man.
Timboski came in,
right?
Man.
That was crazy.
Trees came in several times.
Hey, that's something about Chevy Red. Chevy Red came through.
Yeah. And Fight Sports was on.
So yeah, but
closing statements.
Shout out to
it's about that. My guy Trees popped up here too. So great panel, man. All-star panel, man. Great conversations, great build. I don't know. The conversation was good. Where I got to chill on Xander a little bit as far as he does have some work to do, but I still think he's number one, man. But he got work to do. Bro. For sure.
I'm gonna say what I walked away with what Coach was saying, and maybe what sometimes the nuance and words of what we're using confuses two things. I don't think there is yet a proclaimed best 154 in boxing. There is not. These guys have to fight each other. They are the elite guys. Everybody else that they're gonna fight, they're not the elite. They gotta fight each other. But then, who do I favor as the number one guy? That would be Xander. That's different talk about saying who is the best. And I think right now we have to see who that guy is. And until we see that, then there's no way of finding that out until then. So that I'm going to work away from that.
And that's a good choice of words, HLD. I think that's what we were trying to say is who did we favor as number one based on criteria, not so much who's the best, like right now, right? Who do we favor to be number one? But no, Coach, you made a lot of really good points, right? And like even Claymore said, it makes everybody kind of take a step back and think about where it's all at and what it is. But Coach, I could do this with you all night, man. I like, why, Coach? Because when we're doing conversations, I feel like I'm playing chess with you. So I'm already thinking about the next moves before.
Yo, Coach, you play chess, Coach? You play chess, Coach?
All I do is I'm a chess addict. I'm a recovering chess addict.
Yeah, the methodical thinking comes through when you talk. I can see that. That's why, that makes sense.
But I would say this. I know Claymore is running on fumes right now. So much love to everybody on the panel here. I want to say that consistency is a superpower, and it beats everything. The people who win aren't aren't necessarily the loudest, right? Because your mic is very loud, HLD. So
my bad.
So the people who win aren't the loudest. They're the ones who keep the ones who win are the ones who keep showing up when everybody's watching, right? So stay focused, everybody. Stay patient. I know we had some good conversation going back and forth. I'll definitely hear you guys out. Just everybody here, you have to finish what you started. So much love. Shout out to the chat. I think the chat is awesome, very high IQ, and I appreciate all you guys, man. I see you guys at the film study, and those I'll see you at the panel again.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, man. Un placer, Coach Bermudez.
Think about that Xander film study. I think.
Xander film study would be good, Coach.
Clay, normally you tell me that my mic is a bit dialed up. You would have told me. I would have dialed it down for Coach.
Nah,
man.
but you was on my side tonight, so.
He said he got to weaponize the mic, man.
Yeah, hey, bro, you got to take. Hey, you know what I'm saying? It didn't sound that loud to me, bro. Anyway,
y'all be cool, man.
It ain't cheating unless the ref says so.
Exactly. You heard? Until the next one, guys, for sure, man. Salute to Combat Media at this point. We out.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with